Chapter 452. Hearing Xing Feng's words, Fang Chen was taken aback. He immediately asked, "What else did he say?" Xing Feng shook his head and said, "Only that." Fang Chen nodded and said, "I understand." After that, Fang Chen left the pavilion and headed towards the Martial Path Mountain. Because of Fang Chen's special identity, he easily entered the Martial Path Mountain. After that, he asked around and found out the location of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. At this moment, in a certain square, a few disciples were arguing. Many disciples were watching. "Han, don't go overboard." The Soaring Dragon Marquis' face was filled with anger. Han, he was clearly suppressing him on purpose. He was too shameless. "Soaring Dragon, this is not the honorary disciple area. Here, strength is respected. I'm stronger than you, and I think you're affecting my cultivation here. So, please get out of the square." Han He's voice was filled with disdain. The surrounding disciples were already used to it. Ever since Han He and the Soaring Dragon Marquis came to the Martial Path Mountain, there would often be friction between the two. However, because Han He's strength had always been stronger than the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had always been bullied by Han He. Of course, in the Martial Path, this was nothing. Strength was respected here. As long as you had the strength, your words were the truth. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Han He's request was understandable. However, in the eyes of the Soaring Dragon Marquis, this was naked humiliation. Han He was humiliating him. After entering the Martial Path Mountain, Han He had been suppressing him. The reason was because he had a good relationship with Fang Chen. He couldn't go to the Spiritual Path Mountain to find trouble with Fang Chen, so he had been suppressing him. In the Martial Path Mountain, there were countless disciples. If you cultivated slightly slower, you would be surpassed by other disciples. Han He had been suppressing the Soaring Dragon Marquis, causing the Soaring Dragon Marquis various resources to decrease. The surrounding disciples also distanced themselves from the Soaring Dragon Marquis. As a result, it was very difficult for the Soaring Dragon Marquis to cultivate. After entering the Martial Path, the Soaring Dragon Marquis cultivation was very slow. On the other hand, because Han He was stronger than him, he was not suppressed by others. He had endless resources, and his cultivation speed was very fast. Within a short period of time, Han He's cultivation had already reached the mid-second level of the condensing reality realm. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to break through to the peak second level of the condensing reality realm. Of course, in the beginning, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was still suppressing it. However, in the end, the Soaring Dragon Marquis could no longer bear it and finally erupted. But the result was that the Dragon Soaring Martial Marquis was beaten by Han He until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. The Dragon Soaring Martial Marquis was filled with resentment towards Han He. There would be a day when he would take revenge on Han He. "Han He, you are too despicable," the Soaring Dragon Marquis said furiously. "Are you going to scram or not?" Han He did not want to waste any more words with the Soaring Dragon Marquis and directly shouted out. The Soaring Dragon Marquis expression kept changing. His eyes flickered. Even though his face was filled with fury, he still made a concession. If he refused to back down, Han He would definitely find an opportunity to beat him up. At this moment, Fang Chen had already followed the route and arrived at the square. His face was originally full of smiles, but after hearing the conversation between the Soaring Dragon Marquis and Han He, his smile disappeared and was replaced by anger. Could it be that the Soaring Dragon Marquis has been suppressed by Han He all this time? Fang Chen inwardly thought. A trace of displeasure also appeared on his forehead. Just at this moment, Han He told the Soaring Dragon Marquis to scram. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was forced to leave under the pressure. Fang Chen took a step forward and directly appeared behind the Soaring Dragon Marquis, blocking his retreat. He put a hand on the Soaring Dragon Marquis' shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Retreating like this will not solve the problem." When the soaring dragon Marquis heard this, he turned around and saw that the person who had spoken was Fong Chen. A trace of worry appeared on his face as he said, "Brother Fong, this is not the place to talk. Let's go." Originally, he was already very angry with Fong Chen. Now that Fong Chen had appeared at the Martial Path Peak, he would definitely make a move on Fong Chen. The soaring dragon Marquis naturally didn't want to see that happen. However, it was already too late because he had also seen Fong Chen. Ha ha ha! Fong Chen, are you finally willing to set foot on the Martial Path Peak? A wild smile appeared on his face the moment he saw Fong Chen. He hated Fong Chen to the core. Every day and night, he would think about how he would trample Fong Chen beneath his feet and make him suffer a fate worse than death. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't go to the Spiritual Path Peak, and if Fong Chen didn't come to the Martial Path Peak, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Fong Chen. Therefore, he vented all of his anger on the soaring dragon Marquis. However, at this moment, Fong Chen had appeared at the Martial Path Peak. Furthermore, he had appeared in front of him. This was definitely a good opportunity for revenge. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and said, "Soaring dragon Marquis, since I'm here, I naturally have to help you solve this problem." The reason why the soaring dragon Marquis was worried about Fong Chen was because he was worried that Fong Chen's strength was inferior to He's. However, in Fong Chen's eyes, he was nothing to be afraid of. "Fong Chen, today I will let you know how I humiliate you, the so-called disciple who passed the 3 major factions test." He laughed wildly. Hearing He's words, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. They had long heard that there was a disciple who passed the 3 major factions test, but ultimately joined the spiritual path. They hadn't expected it to be this person. Furthermore, they had also heard from Elder Wu that this person could enter the other 2 peaks as he pleased. Everyone's eyes turned to Fong Chen. They were all curious. To be able to pass the 3 major factions tests, he definitely wasn't simple. "You still don't have the qualifications," said Fong Chen. He's hatred for him had been vented on the soaring dragon Marquis. Now that Fong Chen had arrived, how could he remain indifferent? "Since that's the case, then I'll let you see whether or not I have the qualifications." He shouted. In the next instant, his figure flashed and he clenched his fist. All his strength gathered in his fist as he punched at Fong Chen. Scram! Fong Chen directly said a single word. Then he threw a simple punch at He. Bang! With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. His fist had been smashed into pieces. Blood spurted out as he screamed miserably. "Isn't this too exaggerated?" This sudden turn of events caused many of the surrounding disciples to be extremely shocked. He had become an official disciple at the same time as He. He hadn't cultivated in the Spirit Stream Mountain for long, but his strength was actually so strong. A simple punch was able to send He flying and heavily injure him. This kind of strength was at least comparable to the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm. What a terrifying genius! No wonder he was able to pass the 3 major factions tests. What's laughable is that he actually dared to provoke this kind of genius. Not only the surrounding disciples, even the soaring dragon Marquis behind Fong Chen was completely shocked. Fong Chen's strength had risen too quickly. "Fong Chen, I'll kill you." He let out a miserable cry. Because of what had happened here, some disciples had come over. In the end, even Elder Wu had appeared. Elder Wu had a straight face at first. He thought that it was a spar between disciples and that he had used too much force, causing someone to be injured. However, when he saw Fong Chen, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Fong Chen, why didn't you inform me that you were coming over?" Elder Wu grinned and laughed. Fong Chen cupped his hands at Elder Wu and said, "I came in a bit of a hurry, so I didn't have time to inform Elder Wu." "Ha ha ha! I was wondering why you didn't come to my Martial Stream Mountain after going to the Physical Stream Mountain. If you didn't come, I was going to look for you." Let me tell you, although you're in the Spirit Stream Mountain, you're still a common disciple of the three major factions. Elder Wu laughed. The surrounding disciples were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen Elder Wu treat a disciple so well. I'll definitely come more often in the future. Fong Qin smiled and said. Elder Wu nodded, then turned to look at Han He and said, You disciples only know how to fight every day. You don't know how to cultivate properly. Hearing this, Fong Chen said embarrassedly, Elder Wu, this person was injured by me. What? You said he was injured by you? At first, Elder Wu did not react. When he did, his face was filled with astonishment as he asked hurriedly. Fong Chen was a little embarrassed. He had just arrived at the Martial Stream Mountain, and he had already injured a disciple. Elder Wu, Han, he was indeed injured by him, and it was a heavy injury with a single punch. The surrounding disciples said. Hearing this, Elder Wu was even more surprised. Fong Qin, your strength has improved quite well. After all, Elder Wu was an elder who had been through a lot. Elder Wu quickly calmed down and said slowly, Elder Wu, you must be joking. Fong Qin said, All right, you guys help him back. Don't embarrass yourself here. Elder Wu turned around and waved to the surrounding disciples. After a while, only the soaring dragon Marquis, Fong Qin, and Elder Wu were left in the square. After everyone left, Elder Wu said, Fong Qin, I was going to look for you if you didn't come. Because tomorrow our Martial Stream School's Mu Rin Gang will open. You can go and try. Mu Rin Gang? Fong Qin was a little confused. I asked Brother Fong to come here because of this. The soaring dragon Marquis grinned. Fong Qin had injured Han He with a single punch. At the very least, Han He would not be able to recover in a short period of time. He also did not have to suffer from Han He's suppression. He was very happy. So, little fellow, you've already notified Fong Qin, Elder Wu said after hearing that. What is this Mu Rin Gang? Fong Qin asked. Chapter 453. Mu Rin Lane was a special cultivation, holy land for martial artists. Because it required a huge amount of spirit stones every time it was opened, it was only opened once every 3 years. After all, if it was opened all year round, even the Baron sect wouldn't be able to afford such a huge amount of wealth. Within Mu Rin Lane, there are countless wooden puppets. Every martial artist who entered Mu Rin Lane could attack the wooden puppets. The more wooden puppets they attacked, the more benefits they would receive. Of course, the wooden puppets were also divided into different grades. Generally speaking, the wooden puppets were divided into ordinary wooden puppets, wooden warrior, wooden king, and wooden spiritual knight. Ordinary wooden golems could be activated as long as one had some spirit stones. Their attack power wasn't too high. The strength of a wooden warrior was slightly stronger than an ordinary wooden golem. So on and so forth. Wooden golems that could be called wooden spiritual knights already possessed a certain amount of intelligence. It was too difficult to defeat them. Every martial arts disciple would carry a sensor with them before they entered the labyrinth of wooden dummies. This sensor was also a specialized one, and it could record the number of wooden dummies attacked. Once they left Mu Rin Lane, they would receive their reward. After listening to Elder Wu's introduction, Fong Qin was very interested in Mu Rin Lane. Within Mu Rin Lane, there were many wooden puppets. Not only would he be able to receive rewards, but most importantly, he would be able to train his combat experience, which would help him make a breakthrough in his cultivation. How is it? Are you tempted? Elder Wu looked at Fong Qin and smiled. Any martial artist who focused on the martial path would be tempted after hearing about Mu Rin Lane, and Fong Qin was no exception. Fong Qin heavily nodded and said, Elder Wu, are there any requirements for entering Mu Rin Lane? Hearing Fong Qin's words, Elder Wu said, There are a few requirements, but for official disciples they aren't much. Before entering Mu Rin Lane, you will have to pay a fee. How much? Fong Qin asked. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Elder Wu said. Fong Qin nodded. Elder Wu then said, "You can rest at Long Ting's place today. Tomorrow you will go with him to Mu Ren Lane." "Many thanks, Elder Wu," Fong Qin said. After that, Fong Chen followed Marquis Long Ting out. On the way, Marquis Long constantly praised Fong Qin for his tyrannical strength and heaven-defying potential. Fong Qin only smiled. After a night of silence, Fong Chen followed Marquis Long Tung to Mu Ren Lane. Mu Ren Lane was located in a very spacious square on the Marshall Path Mountain. There was a huge palace on the square. Even though it looked like a palace, it was actually a small, independent space. Mu Ren Lane was located here. After arriving, Fong Chen realized that there were martial arts disciples everywhere. All the disciples had their attention focused on the wooden dummies alley, and no one cared about Fong Chen. "Is this Mu Ren Lane?" "That's right. This is the wood dummy alley. According to the older disciples, if you can travel further in the wood dummy alley, your strength will definitely increase." The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fong Chen and Marquis Long Teng each paid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and then waited in line. Mu Ren Lane. Only one person could enter at a time, so everyone else had to wait. Fong Chen looked at the line. He didn't know where he was, but in order to enter Mu Ren Lane, he still chose to wait patiently. Rumble. Just as Fong Chen was waiting, the palace in the square suddenly began to tremble. The palace's door opened, and an ancient aura came out of the palace. "Mu Ren Lane has opened," many disciples excitedly said. Elder Wu appeared at the entrance of the labyrinth of wooden dummies and scanned the crowd. "Everyone, the labyrinth of wooden dummies is only opened once every 3 years. This time it will be open for a month. Mu Ren Lane opened once every 3 years. Every time it would be open for half a month to a month. This time it would be open for a month, which was quite long. As time passed, it gave many disciples a chance, because if some people failed in Mu Ren Lane, they could pay 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and try again. Shoo! As soon as Elder Wu finished speaking, a figure stepped out and disappeared into the wooden dummies alley. It's senior brother Tai Wushuang. He was the first one to enter Mu Ren Lane. A disciple shouted. Tai Wushuang was a famous disciple of the martial school. His strength was ranked first in the martial school. He was at the peak of the 5th condensing reality realm. He was only one step away from the 6th condensing reality realm. But this step had troubled him for 3 years. For 3 whole years, his cultivation had not improved at all. He had tried countless methods, but he still could not succeed in the end. When Elder Wu heard the news, he could not help but sigh. He could see that Tai Wushuang had an obsession in his heart. If he could not get rid of this obsession, he would not be able to reach the 6th condensing reality realm. Maybe this is a chance. Elder Wu looked at Tai Wushuang's disappearing figure and said in a low voice. Tai Wushuang entered Mu Ren Lane. Many disciples were waiting for the news. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. After half an hour, Tai Wushuang came out of Mu Ren Lane. His face was full of frustration, as if he was not satisfied with his performance. Elder Wu took Tai Wushuang's sensor and checked it, then announced. Tai Wushuang passed the first 4 Mu Ren Lanes, but failed the 5th one. Hearing Elder Wu's words, many disciples were shocked. Mu Ren Lane was very difficult. Being able to pass the first 4 meant that even the Wood King warrior was not Tai Wushuang's opponent. However, he was defeated by the Wood Spiritual Knight in the last Mu Ren Lane. After Tai Wushuang, the other disciples entered Mu Ren Lane one after another. Time passed bit by bit. In the beginning, the strong disciples took a long time to pass the Mu Ren Lane, but later on, the weak disciples were eliminated almost immediately. Mu Ren Lane was divided into 5 levels. The first Mu Ren Lane was a normal Mu Ren Lane. There were 72 Mu Ren warriors in it. Only by defeating all the Mu Ren warriors could one enter the second Mu Ren Lane. The second Mu Ren Lane also had 72 wood warriors. so on and so forth. Every Mu Ren lane had 72 Mu Ren warriors. According to the classification of strength, the ordinary wooden puppets in the first wooden puppet lane were at the first level of the condensing reality realm. Although they were weak, the 72 wooden puppets together had a very strange attacking style. Even a second-level condensing reality realm warrior would be eliminated if he was not careful, not to mention the other Mu Ren lanes. Therefore, Tai Wuxuang was already very powerful to be able to pass the fourth Mu Ren lane. On the martial arts peak, after waiting for a whole day, it was finally the soaring Dragon Marquis' turn. Fang Chen, I'll go in first and scout the way for you. The soaring Dragon Marquis grinned and directly entered Mu Ren lane. After a while, the soaring Dragon Marquis came out. His face was full of confusion, as if there were a lot of things that he did not understand. How was it? Fang Chen asked. Brother Fang, the Mu Ren in Mu Ren lane have very strange attacks. You have to be careful. The soaring dragon Marquis reminded. Fang Chen nodded. When it was his turn, he entered the wood dummies alley. Just as he entered Mu Ren lane, Fang Chen found himself in a long lane. In this lane, there were 72 Mu Ren. These Mu Ren were all made of wood. They felt Fang Chen enter and move their bodies mechanically. What a mysterious guy. Fang Chen carefully sized up the Mu Ren and grinned. Just as Fang Chen was grinning, the first Mu Ren had already approached Fang Chen. With a whoosh, the Mu Ren's arm directly attacked Fang Chen. As the first ordinary wooden puppet began its attack, the wooden puppets behind it also began their fierce attacks. In an instant, Fang Chen was surrounded by the wooden puppets. However, Fang Chen's reaction was fast. He used his full strength and instantly forced back a few Mu Ren. However, Fang Chen found that the Mu Ren's defense was very strong. It seemed that they could not hurt him. Bang, bang, bang after a battle, Fang Chen was trapped in the center of Mu Ren lane. He took out the Hidden Star Sword and used the 12th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique to continuously attack the Mu Ren around him. However, there were 72 Mu Ren here. Moreover, their attacks made Fang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of strange attack is this? This is clearly a combined attack array. Fang Chen could not help but have the urge to curse. The Almighty of the Baron sect, who set up Mu Ren lane, was too naive. How could the disciples pass through such a difficult Mu Ren lane? Although Fang Chen kept cursing, he still moved forward slowly. Under Fang Chen's powerful attacks, the Mu Ren could not get close to Fang Chen. The Mu Ren's cultivation was only at the first level of the condensing reality realm. Even if they used a combined attack array, they could not trap Fang Chen. They just needed some time. Whoosh! After countless fierce battles, Fang Chen finally found the Mu Ren's weakness and directly attacked it. Crash! In an instant, the Mu Ren retreated one after another. Some were even directly defeated by Fang Chen. This is my chance. Seeing that there were no more Mu Ren blocking his path, Fang Chen's figure flashed and directly disappeared into the end of Mu Ren lane. Crash! The scene in front of Fang Chen changed. This meant that he had passed the first Mu Ren lane and entered the second. Chapter 454. The fact that Fang Chen was able to pass the normal wooden dummy lane with his Qi High Realm cultivation could be considered as making history in the Baron sect. In the history of the Baron sect, there had never been a Qi High Realm warrior who had entered the wooden dummy lane. Of course, although Fang Chen was only at the Qi High Realm, his strength had already reached the early stage of the third condensing reality realm. If he used a shocking sword attack, he could kill a mid-stage of the third condensing reality realm warrior. This kind of strength was enough to make many condensing reality realm warriors feel ashamed. After entering the second wooden dummy lane, Fang Chen discovered that these wooden warriors were different from the normal wooden warriors. The normal wooden warriors were gray in color, but the wooden warriors were dark gray. This time, Fang Chen was experienced. Before the wooden warriors moved, he attacked first. With a flick of his wrist, The hidden star sword slashed out a sword light and directly sent the nearest wooden warrior flying. Of course, this was because he was caught off guard, and there was no such thing as good luck. After colliding with the wooden warriors, Fong Qin discovered that the wooden warriors were much stronger than the normal wooden warriors. The 12th stage of the water and fire sword art. To deal with the wooden warriors, one could only use pure physical attacks. As for soul attacks, they could not be used at all because the wooden warriors did not have souls. Bang, 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 the wooden warriors' attacks were even more tricky. Fong Qin almost lost a few times, but luckily, Fong Qin's battle experience was very rich. He was able to control the rhythm of the battle effectively, so he was not eliminated by the wooden warriors. If I train here for a long time, I will definitely be able to improve my battle skills. Fong Qin thought to himself. At the same time, Fong Qin could not help but sigh. The fact that Tai Wuxuang could pass the 4th wooden dummy lane was enough to prove that his battle skills were unparalleled. Compared to Tai Wuxuang, I still have a long way to go, Fong Qin said. But soon, Fong Qin regained his confidence because he was only at the peak of the 8th Qi-Hai realm. If he could break through to the condensing reality realm and form his Dharma idol, his power would increase tremendously. At that time, he might not be able to surpass Tai Wuxuang, but he would at least be able to close the gap between them. Time slowly passed. An hour later, Fong Qin discovered that his combat skills had improved a great deal. This was all because of the intense battle with the wooden warriors. The attacks of the wooden warriors were extremely crafty and hard to defend against. Fighting with them was an effective way to improve one's combat skills. Continue. After improving his combat skills, Fong Qin was naturally excited and continued to fight. At a certain moment, Fong Qin discovered that his water and fire sword art had reached the 12th level of the transformation stage. This scene made Fong Qin pleasantly surprised. Fong Qin's water-fire sword technique, which had reached the perfection stage, had completely displayed his true strength. His hidden star sword was incomparably magnificent. It displayed a majestic sword light that constantly bombarded the wooden warrior's body. Bang, bang, bang. After an hour of intense fighting, Fong Qin finally barely passed the 2nd wooden puppet alley and entered the 3rd. Not long after entering the 3rd wooden puppet alley, Fong Qin came out. When Fong Qin came out, Elder Wu's eyes brightened and he asked, "How is it?" Fong Qin handed the censer to Elder Wu. After examining it, Elder Wu's face was filled with shock. He actually passed 2 wooden puppet alleys. Fong Qin's censer showed that he had passed 2 wooden puppet alleys. He had been eliminated in the wooden warrior alley. What a monster! After a long while, Elder Wu muttered to himself. Fong Qin nodded to Elder Wu and then walked over to the soaring dragon marquee. The latter asked, "How was it?" This really is a good place to improve one's combat skills. Fong Qin grinned. After entering the wooden puppet alley for more than 2 hours, his combat skills had greatly improved. Moreover, his water and fire sword art's 12th level had reached the transformation realm. Fong Qin turned his head and looked at the huge palace. He thought to himself that in a few days, when there were fewer people in the wooden puppet alley, he would definitely come a few more times. After all, he had a lot of spirit stones. When Muren Lane first opened, there were a lot of people, but after a while, there were almost no people left. First, it was because their fighting skills had already been dug out, so there was no point in going in anymore. Secondly, they didn't have enough spirit stones. After bidding farewell to the soaring dragon marquee, Fong Qin left the Martial Path Mountain. His destination this time was Water City. He wanted to find a weapon refining grandmaster to upgrade the Hidden Star sword to the profound weapon grade. If the Hidden Star sword's grade could be upgraded, he would definitely be able to go further after entering the wooden puppet alley. After arriving at Water City, Fong Qin followed the address given to him by Elder Amo and found a quiet and remote mansion. This mansion was very low-key. There was not even a golden plaque above the mansion. There were also no guards at the mansion's entrance. However, the true upper echelons of Water City knew very well how terrifying this mansion was. This was because this mansion belonged to the weapon refining Grandmaster Ku Fa. Ordinary people would not be able to set foot in this mansion. When Fong Qin arrived at the mansion, he cupped his hands and said, "Grandmaster Ku Fa, I am Baron Sek's disciple, Fong Qin. Elder Mo has contacted you before." Hearing Fong Qin's words, the door creaked open. When Fong Qin saw this, he entered the mansion and the door closed behind him. The mansion was very small and there were not many buildings. There were only 2 or 3 rooms in total. Fong Qin carefully sized it up. He discovered that there was a lounge chair in the garden. An old man was lying quietly on the lounge chair, enjoying the warm sunlight. Great Grandmaster Ku Fa. Fong Qin came to the garden and cupped his hands at the old man. Grandmaster Ku Fa slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Are you the genius disciple that Elder Mo strongly recommended?" Fong Qin chuckled and said, "How could I dare call myself a genius in front of Grandmaster Ku Fa?" Grandmaster Ku Fa raised his head and looked at Fong Qin. "Elder Mo has already told me why you have come. Although I have some friendship with Elder Mo, if you want me to help you refine a weapon, you will have to follow the rules." Fong Qin replied, "Grandmaster Ku Fa, I actually want to ask you to help me improve the grade of my weapon." "Oh, take out your weapon and let me take a look," Grandmaster Ku Fa said. As a weapon refining Grandmaster, Ku Fa's status was so high that countless martialists in the Southling land looked up to him. Normally, Ku Fa wouldn't casually meet people. If Elder Mo hadn't come looking for him, he definitely wouldn't have met Fong Qin. Taking the hidden star sword, Ku Fa carefully examined it. After a long while, he said, "Not bad." The person who refined this sword also knows a bit about the Tao of weapon refining. Furthermore, he was able to fuse meteoric metal into the sword. That is truly rare. In Ku Fa's eyes, the peak weapon refining Grandmaster of the Jin Guangua was only not bad. The difference between a weapon refining Grandmaster and a weapon refining Grandmaster was not just a little bit. The true difference was something only insiders like them knew best. "What kind of price is needed to upgrade this sword to a profound weapon?" asked Fong Qin. If it were an ordinary top-grade spirit weapon, the price to upgrade it to a low-grade profound weapon wouldn't be too high. However, your spirit weapon has been added with meteoric iron, so it's rather difficult to upgrade it. Therefore, the price will be slightly higher. Great Grandmaster Ku Fa said. "Grandmaster Ku Fa, there's no harm in asking," said Fong Qin. Since he had come, he had made all the necessary preparations. Hearing Fong Qin's words, Ku Fa wasn't in a rush to make any demands. Instead, he asked, "Do you have meteoric metal?" Fong Qin was startled when he heard this. He immediately nodded and said, "This junior does have one." Fong Qin's words caused Ku Fa's eyes to brighten. He had only casually asked. He hadn't expected Fong Qin to actually have it. In that case, things will be much easier. If you are willing to give me some meteoric iron, I can help you upgrade your weapon for free, Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa said with a smile. Although he was a weapon refining Grandmaster, meteoric metal was still an extremely important refining material to him. "All right," said Fong Qin. In any case, he still had a lot of meteoric metal. Giving some to Ku Fa wouldn't be a problem. "Good, straightforward. Since you're so straightforward, I, Ku Fa, will definitely not disappoint you." Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa grinned. "How much meteoric metal do you have?" asked Ku Fa. "Around 5 kilograms. Fong Qin gave a random number. Of course, that wasn't the true number. He had said a lot less. "Give me 6 kilograms. I'll fuse the remaining 4 kilograms into your sword. How about it?" asked Ku Fa. Fong Qin pondered for a moment before nodding. "That's fine. However, Grandmaster Ku Fa, I have a question. If I fuse meteoric metal into the sword, can I fuse other things into it? Asked Fang Qin. What do you want to fuse with? Asked Ku Fa. Golden quicksand. Chapter 455. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa stared at Fang Qin as if he was a monster. This martialist before him was so young. Yet he actually possessed golden quicksand and extraterrestrial meteoric iron. This shocked him greatly. One had to know that meteoric iron and golden sand were top-quality materials for crafting weapons. In the southern mountainland, it was extremely difficult to find them. One could only purchase them from those large merchant guilds. However, the price was really too high. At first, when Elder Mo had come to look for Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, the latter hadn't been willing to refine a weapon for a junior. However, Elder Mo had said that no matter what, they should meet first. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa had been a little surprised when he had seen Fang Qin. However, when he had discovered that Fang Qin's hidden star sword had contained extraterrestrial meteoric iron, a thought had formed in his mind. Of course, he had only asked casually. He hadn't expected that this kid would really possess extraterrestrial meteoric iron. Extraterrestrial meteoric iron was a very important material for refining weapons for martial grandmasters, let alone Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, who is obsessed with refining weapons. Therefore, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa had only needed a little extraterrestrial meteoric iron to upgrade Fang Qin's weapon. However, he hadn't expected that Fang Qin would actually want to add golden quicksand into the weapon. This shocked Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa greatly. You have golden quicksand? Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa asked hurriedly as he looked at Fang Qin. Fang Qin nodded and said, roughly how much golden quicksand would be needed if it could be incorporated. Despite having lived for so many years, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was still shocked when he heard Fang Qin's words. After a long time, he calmed himself down and said, because of the extraterrestrial meteoric iron, you don't need to add too much golden quicksand. 1/2 kilogram would be enough. 1/2 kilogram of golden quicksand, which was the size of a wash basin, was at least a few dozen kilograms. However, 1/2 kilogram was nothing to Fang Qin. Thank you very much, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Fang Qin flicked his wrist, and a gene of golden quicksand appeared in his hand. The dazzling golden quicksand lay in Fang Qin's hand and emitted a gentle light. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's eyes were fixed on the golden quicksand. He also wanted the golden quicksand, but he had just obtained a few kilos of meteoric iron from Fang Qin. How could he ask for it now? Fang Qin could naturally tell what Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was thinking. After Ku Fa received the 500 grams of golden quicksand, another golden quicksand light cluster appeared in Fang Qin's hand. This light cluster was much larger than the previous one. Great Grandmaster Ku Fa, this junior obtained some golden quicksand by chance. I still have quite a bit. Here are 2 kilograms. Consider this junior's. Thanks for your help. Fang Qin said with a smile while holding the golden quicksand. What a joke! How could Fang Qin miss such an opportunity to make friends with a refining grandmaster? One had to know that refining grandmasters were top-notch figures in the entire Nanling land. Although their combat strength wasn't necessarily strong, their connections were very wide. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was a little stunned when he heard Fang Qin's words. He immediately lifted his head to look at Fang Qin, who was smiling at him. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa hadn't expected that this kid would actually give him 2 kilograms of golden quicksand so casually. One had to know that golden quicksand was very valuable. As a senior, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa naturally felt a little embarrassed to accept Fang Qin's golden quicksand. Great Grandmaster Ku Fa, you should accept it. Perhaps this junior will need your help in the future. Fang Qin grinned. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa no longer put on an act. He immediately accepted the 2 kilograms of golden quicksand and laughed heartily. Fang Qin, I like your character. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me at any time. Ku Fa, will definitely help you. From this moment on, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa truly approved of Fang Qin. Thank you, Great Grandmaster Ku Fa. Fang Qin cupped his hands in thanks. Fang Qin, you rest here first. I will be able to upgrade your weapon in half a day. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa let Fang Qin rest as he went to upgrade Fang Qin's weapon. Half a day later, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa chuckled as he arrived at Fang Qin's location. He held a faintly glowing long sword in his hand. The sword was very sharp, and the blade faintly emitted the aura of a king. It's done! Fang Qin's eyes brightened when he saw the weapon. Fang Qin, with the addition of golden quicksand and meteoric metal, the upgrade process was very smooth. Your weapon has already reached the initial profound weapon level. Because you're upgrading it, you can't upgrade it in one go. Otherwise, your long sword won't be able to handle it. If you were refining it separately, I would definitely refine an even better one for you. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa handed the Hidden Star sword to Fang Qin with a smile. Fang Qin held the Hidden Star sword. A trace of an icy aura entered his palm. At this moment, Fang Qin felt like the Hidden Star sword had gained a trace of spirituality. Is this an initial profound weapon? Fang Qin thought to himself. Profound weapons were much stronger than spirit weapons. Now that the Hidden Star sword had reached the profound weapon level, Fang Qin could clearly sense the changes in it. After a long time, Fang Qin put away the Hidden Star sword. He looked at Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa and grinned. It's my battle companion. Fang Qin's meaning was very clear. The reason he wanted to upgrade the Hidden Star sword was because he didn't want to refine a new weapon and give up on the Hidden Star sword. In a sword cultivator's life, they would only use their blood and sweat to raise a battle companion that belonged to them. Fang Qin was no exception. Good, very good. Brother Fang, the more I look at you, the more I like you. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa laughed heartily. Since the weapon had been upgraded, Fang Qin also had to take his leave. After all, the wood puppet alley would only be open for a month. During this month, he had to work hard to raise his cultivation base. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come visit again when the situation changes. Fang Qin cupped his hands and said, All right, go ahead. You can come to my place any time in the future. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa smiled. After Fang Qin left Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence, he hurriedly rushed towards the barren Sek's mountain peak. However, when he was halfway there, he discovered that someone was following him. He quietly advanced towards the barren Sect in the distance. As he neared the desolate Sek's mountain peak, he noticed that it was a desolate and uninhabited place. Usually no one would come here. Fang Qin increased his speed. He wanted to reach the desolate sect as soon as possible before the person who was secretly following him appeared. However, it was obvious that the other party wouldn't give Fang Qin this opportunity. Suddenly, a black figure appeared out of thin air. He smiled eerily and said, Your soul power is pretty good. It seems like you're a disciple of the Baron Sek's soul style. This black figure was a middle-aged cultivator. He had 2 scars on his face, and his entire body emitted a fiendish aura. Who are you? Fang Qin asked in a deep voice. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you've been in Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence for half a day. I'm very curious as to how you managed to stay in Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence for such a long time. The black figure sneered. What does that have to do with you? Fang Qin said coldly, Ha ha ha, brat, you dare to say such words in front of me. Ghost-face Guangshen, do you not want to live anymore? Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng said eerily. Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng was a condensing reality realm expert from Water-Leaning City. It was said that he was originally a very righteous cultivator. However, when he was condensing his Dharma idol, he suffered from chi deviation and almost died. However, in the end, he still managed to condense his Dharma idol. However, what he condensed was the dark shadow Dharma idol. This kind of Dharma idol was a Dharma idol that carried an evil intent. After condensing the dark shadow Dharma idol, Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng's personality changed greatly. He became a bloodthirsty madman. Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng's cultivation had already reached the 5th layer of the condensing reality realm, which was equivalent to the standard of the Baron sect's top official disciples. Although Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng's cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the condensing reality realm, he was not invincible in the same realm. If it were not for the dark shadow Dharma idol, he would not have been able to establish himself in Water-Leaning City. It was precisely because of the dark shadow Dharma idol that Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng could freely hide in the darkness. No one could detect him. In this way, he was able to avoid the pursuit of countless almighty experts. Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng believed that what he lacked was a suitable weapon. Within Water-Leaning City, the most famous person was Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Originally, he went to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa to ask him to refine a profound weapon for him. However, he was rejected by Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Every time he went, he would be rejected. In the end, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa refused to see him. This made Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Afterwards, Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng had always been hiding in front of Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence. He secretly watched the warriors who entered Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence, hoping to find an opportunity from them. However, his first few attempts had all failed. This time, Fong Chen's appearance had caused his eyes to brighten, so he had followed Fong Chen. Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng. When Fong Chen heard the words ghost-faced wildlife, his expression also changed. "Little fellow, if you obediently cooperate with me, I can spare you from death," said Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng. "What are you planning on doing?" asked Fong Chen. He wasn't a match for Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng, so he was waiting for an opportunity to flee. The fact that you can stay in Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence for half a day is enough to prove your relationship with him. I just want you to go to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence and refine a profound weapon for me. "I'll provide the materials," said Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng. "You want to refine a profound weapon?" asked Fong Chen. "Correct. If you don't agree, I'll personally kill you," said Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng sinisterly. Fong Chen thought about it for a moment. His eyes spun, but in the end he agreed to Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng's request. "All right, I agree. But you have to give me the materials first," said Fong Chen. "Little fellow, you'd best not play any tricks. Otherwise you'll die without a burial ground," said Ghost-Face Kuang-sheng icily. Chapter 456. Fong Chen received the spatial ring. When he opened it, he was immediately stunned. There were too many materials inside. All kinds of precious refining materials could be found inside. "This net is worth collecting. If you sell these materials, you'll definitely make a huge profit," thought Fong Chen. Swish! Ghastly Wildlife's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Fong Chen. Without any warning, he fed Fong Chen a black pill. "Brat, now that you've eaten my fatal 7 killing pill, if you don't get the antidote within 7 days, you'll definitely die. So don't think you'll get lucky." Ghastly Wildlife laughed sinisterly. At this time, Fong Chen felt a movement in his throat as the pill entered his body. Just at this moment, the golden heart began to rapidly beat, and the poison was sucked into the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, the poison had vanished without a trace. It was as if Fong Chen had never experienced it. Fong Chen was incomparably shocked. However, he still put on a very hurt expression. "What if I help you refine a weapon, but you don't give me the antidote. Fang Chen's face was filled with pain as he looked at ghastly wildlife. Don't worry. Although I'm vicious and merciless, I still keep my word, said ghastly wildlife. Fang Chen helplessly nodded. Under ghastly wildlife's watch, he once more arrived in front of Ku Fei's residence. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, ghastly wildlife's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Fang Chen turned and entered his residence. However, a bright smile appeared on his face. Brother Fang, why have you come again? Seeing Fang Chen return, Grandmaster Ku Fei asked with a smile. A wisp of helplessness appeared on Fang Chen's face as he said, Supreme Grandmaster Ku Fei, there was a cultivator called Ghost-Faced Mad Life Form who saw me staying in your residence for half a day. He thought that we had a good relationship, so he intercepted me halfway and forced me to come to you to refine a profound weapon for me. I was forced to come to you because I had no other choice. Preposterous! Such a thing actually happened. Hearing that, Grandmaster Ku Fei was naturally furious. He looked to Fang Chen and asked, Are you all right? I'm fine. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return to the Baron's sect for the time being, said Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you have given me so much golden quicksand and meteoric iron. Naturally, I will help you with such a small matter. Let's go. I will personally escort you back to the Baron's sect, said Grandmaster Ku Fei. How can I accept that? Said Fang Chen. Brother Fang, don't say any more. Let's go, said Grandmaster Ku Fei straightforwardly. In the end, Fang Chen left the mansion under the accompaniment of Grandmaster Ku Fei and headed towards the Baron's sect. When Ghost-Faced Mad Life, who was hidden in the darkness, discovered this scene, his heart was filled with anger. Was this brat not afraid of death? He actually dared to embezzle his materials. I don't believe that there is anyone who can cure the poison in your body, said Ghost-Faced Mad Life sinisterly. Grandmaster Ku Fei sent Fang Chen to the Baron's sect's mountain peak before bidding farewell and leaving. As for Fang Chen, he leisurely headed towards the Martial Way's mountain peak. Fortunately, I have the golden heart. Otherwise, I would really have to refine a weapon for Ghost-Faced Mad Life. I wonder if I can be considered immune to poison now. After discovering this function of the golden heart, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Never in his wildest dreams would the ghost-faced mad life form have thought that he was not poisoned at all. Humph! These materials can be considered as interest. Just you wait, ghost-faced mad life. When Fang Chen arrived at the Martial Way's mountain peak, he thought to himself, if ghost-faced mad life had not tried to kill Fang Chen, he would not have embezzled his refining materials. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being ruthless. The total value of these refining materials was at least tens of millions of upper-grade spirit stones. Just thinking about it made him excited. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles as he arrived at the Wooden Dummies Alley. At this moment, there were still disciples in front of the Wooden Dummies Alley, but the number was not as many as before. Fang Chen paid 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones and continued to queue. After queuing for about an hour, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. This time, with experience, Fang Chen entered the Wooden Dummies Alley. He easily passed the first and second Wooden Dummies Alley, and then entered the third Wooden Dummies Alley. In the third Wooden Dummies Alley, there were only Wooden Dummies warriors. The strength of these Wooden Dummies warriors was equivalent to the LV3 condensing reality realm. Fang Chen's true strength was at the LV3 condensing reality realm. With the help of a low-grade profound weapon, his strength increased again. This time he was not directly eliminated by the Wooden Dummies warriors. Instead, he fought with them. The 12th level of the Water and Fire Sword art. Fang Chen used the Hidden Star Sword, a low-grade profound weapon, to display the 12th level of the Water and Fire Sword art. Suddenly, a rainbow-like sword light pierced the body of a Wooden Dummies warrior. Crack! The Wooden Dummies warrior's body directly shattered and scattered on the ground. However, the scattered wooden dummies warriors on the ground instantly reassembled. However, the reassembled wooden dummies warriors did not attack Fang Chen anymore because they had already lost. Continue. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned and continued to fight. 10 minutes later, Fang Chen had already defeated more than 20 wooden dummies warriors. This made Fang Chen very excited. Just because of a low-grade profound weapon, he was able to persist for such a long time in the third wooden dummies alley. No wonder it was called a profound weapon. However, he could only persist for such a long time. When he defeated the 30th wooden dummies warrior, he was besieged by the other wooden dummies warriors and was instantly forced out of the wooden dummies alley. After Fang Chen came out, his face was full of excitement. He directly found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the process of his battle. In this way, he continued to comprehend and fight. Half a month later, in the entire wooden dummies alley, only Fang Chen was left. At this time, Fang Chen had entered the wooden dummies alley 20 times. 20 times, he had spent a total of 2 million high-grade spirit stones. However, spirit stones were nothing to Fang Chen. Most importantly, in these 20 times, Fang Chen had gained a lot. He was now able to defeat more than 60 wooden dummies warriors. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to pass the third wooden dummies alley. At this time, Fang Chen could faintly feel that his cultivation that had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time was finally showing signs of loosening. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen's heart slightly moved as he thought to himself. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that his Qi was expanding. After being stuck at the peak of the 8th Qi High realm for so long, he was finally going to break through. Rumble, rumble, rumble within his Qi. Spirit Qi gushed out, and a deafening sound entered Fang Chen's ears. His body was filled with a wild aura. After half an hour, Fang Chen's cultivation had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Qi High realm. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi High realm, Fang Chen suddenly realized that the expansion of his Qi had not stopped. It was still expanding. Fang Chen was puzzled. He carefully examined his Qi and was surprised to find that his cultivation was still breaking through. After a while, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Good preparation, Fang Chen murmured. Originally, Fang Chen thought that his cultivation would stop when he reached the middle stage of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. However, he was wrong. He had already laid down a good foundation. Now that he had accumulated enough, his Qi had expanded to its maximum. After 2 hours, Fang Chen's cultivation had finally stabilized. At this time, the aura around Fang Chen's body had increased significantly. Peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement. After half a month of training in the Muren Lane, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Such a strong feeling. Fang Chen was very excited. When he was at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High realm, he could already fight with a warrior at the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm, he could even fight against a warrior at the 4th level of the condensing reality realm. Let's try the Mu Rin Lane again. Fang Chen still had more than 10 days before the Mu Rin Lane closed. After Fang Chen paid the spirit stones, he continued to enter the Mu Rin Lane. When he arrived at the 3rd Mu Rin Lane, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and performed the 12th stage of the water and fire sword art. Shu Fang Chen was shocked to find that he could defeat dozens of Muren warriors at the same time. So strong! Fang Chen grinned and kept on waving the hidden star sword. After about 3 minutes, Fang Chen defeated all 72 Muren warriors and successfully passed the 3rd Mu Rin Lane. Then, he entered the 4th Mu Rin Lane. The Mu Rin Lane was filled with Mu Rin King warriors, whose strength was comparable to a warrior at the 4th level of the condensing reality realm. Mu Rin King warriors were much stronger than Mu Rin warriors. As soon as Fong Qin entered, 72 Mu Rin King warriors immediately attacked. Shoo! Fong Qin performed the 12th stage of the water and fire sword art and attacked the Mu Rin King warriors. If it was one-on-one, Fong Qin would not be afraid. But the attacks of these Mu Rin King warriors were even more strange than Mu Rin warriors. Their attacks were linked together, as expected of Mu Rin King warriors. After a fierce battle, Fong Qin could not help but sigh. These Mu Rin King warriors were too strong. Although Fong Qin's strength had increased a lot, he was still eliminated after defeating 25 Mu Rin King warriors. Standing outside the Mu Ren lane, Fong Qin's face was full of smiles. It seems that with my current strength, which is equivalent to a warrior at the middle 4th level of the condensing reality realm, it is impossible for me to pass the 4th Mu Ren lane. Fong Qin thought to himself. At this moment, Elder Wu came to the Mu Ren lane. He had already heard from the staff that Fong Qin had entered the Mu Ren lane more than 20 times. More than 20 times in a row. This was too crazy. Fong Qin, I heard that you entered the Mu Ren lane more than 20 times in a row. Elder Wu asked. Fong Qin nodded and said, I feel that I have gained a lot from fighting against the Mu Ren lane. Then how did you gain? Crash. Chapter 457. You broke through. Sensing Fong Qin's aura, Elder Wu's face was full of smiles as he asked. Fong Qin nodded. The Wooden Dummies Alley had brought him a lot of benefits, which made him very happy. However, even though the Wooden Dummies Alley was very useful to him, there was still a limit. Now that Fong Qin had reached that limit, there was no point in continuing. You little brat. Elder Wu grinned and said. After chatting with Elder Wu for a while, Fong Qin left the Martial Stream Mountain and returned to the Spirit Stream Mountain. At this moment, on the Spirit Stream Mountain, a weak disciple saw Fong Qin return and immediately ran away. After a while, the warrior arrived at a courtyard. Brother Ge, Fong Qin is back. Oh, he's back. Hearing this, Guyong's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light as he said eerily, Guyong on the Spirit Stream Mountain could be considered as a mid-level cultivator. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 4th condensing reality realm. A few days ago, he left the Baron sect and entered the Water City to buy some pills. Who knew that he would encounter the ghost-faced mad student? Moreover, the ghost-faced mad student had forced him to swallow the poison. If he did not have the antidote, he would definitely die within 7 days. The ghost-faced mad student's request was very simple. He wanted him to kill Fong Qin and bring back Fong Qin's space ring to him. Then he would naturally give him the antidote. In order to save his own life, Guyong had no other choice. It just so happened that he did not like Fong Qin. However, after returning to the Spirit Stream Mountain, Guyong found that Fong Qin was not there. He was very worried. If Fong Qin did not return within 7 days, what would he do? Fortunately, Fong Qin had already returned. The next step would be for him to take action. 2 hours later, a piece of news spread throughout the Spirit Stream Mountain. Guyong was going to have a death match with Fong Qin. As soon as this news came out, it caused a huge uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Why would Guyong, who was usually so low-key, suddenly become so high-profile? Furthermore, he wanted to have a death match with Fong Qin. No one knew the inside story of this matter, but everyone was paying attention to this matter. They didn't know if Fong Qin would dare to accept the challenge. At this time, Fong Qin was quietly sitting in his pavilion. He had already heard the news. Fong Qin pondered for a moment and thought to himself, we don't usually interact with each other, so why do they want to fight me to the death? Could it be because of Qi Yang and Buhan? However, before Fong Qin could figure it out, Guyong appeared in Fong Qin's courtyard. Guyong was followed by many disciples, all of whom were here to watch the fun. Fong Qin, do you dare accept my challenge? Guyong stood in the courtyard, his aura surging as he roared. Fang Chen walked out of his pavilion and narrowed his eyes at Guiyong. His expression fluctuated, but he didn't say anything. Many disciples didn't think that Fang Chen would dare accept Guiyong's challenge. After all, with Fang Chen's strength, he wasn't a match for Guiyong. Only an idiot would accept such a challenge. However, Fang Chen's answer was outside of everyone's expectations. "Are you in such a hurry to die?" softly asked Fang Chen. "So you're saying you accept my challenge?" Guiyong wildly laughed. "If you want to die, then I'll help you out," said Fang Chen sinisterly. "Fang Chen, you really are arrogant." "You won't be so arrogant in a bit because you won't have another chance," said Guiyong sinisterly. Guiyong's figure flashed, and he directly left Fang Chen's courtyard. He said, "I'll wait for you at the martial practice stage." When the disciples heard that Fang Chen had accepted Guiyong's challenge, they were all incomparably shocked. Once they saw Guiyong leave, they all scattered to fight for a spot in front of the martial practice stage. At this moment, Elder Mo hastily rushed over. "Fang Chen, are you crazy? How could you accept Guiyong's death match?" asked Elder Mo hastily. Fang Chen glanced at Elder Mo. "Elder Mo, do you know where I went when I wasn't in the spiritual flow mountain for the past half a month?" Where? Elder Mo was usually very busy, so he naturally didn't pay attention to every disciple's movements. "The martial path, the wood dummy alley," said Fang Chen. "You went to the wood dummy alley?" asked Elder Mo. "However, even if you went to the wood dummy alley, you still wouldn't be a match for Guiyong. You should give up." Fang Chen shook his head and released his wild aura. In the next moment, Elder Mo's expression changed, and he no longer said anything. "Are you confident?" asked Elder Mo. "I am." "Good, go ahead and do it." Elder Mo nodded and turned around to leave. In Elder Mo's eyes, he could naturally see that Fang Chen's strength had increased. Since Fang Chen said he was confident, then he must have a certain level of confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless. After Elder Mo left, Fang Chen headed to the martial arts arena. When Fang Chen arrived at the martial arts arena, there were many disciples in the arena. They were all here to watch the show. Even Qiyang and Buhan were here. "Fang Chen, that brat got lucky. I originally wanted to kill him with my own hands, but Guiyong beat me to it," Qiyang said. "Yeah, but as long as I can see that brat die, I'll be very happy." Buhan grinned and said, "His strength is at most equivalent to the third condensing reality realm. Guiyong's cultivation is at the early fourth condensing reality realm. He is no match for Guiyong." Overestimating himself, he actually dared to accept Guiyong's deathmatch challenge. He's really courting death. Qiyang and Buhan seemed as if they could already see the scene of Fang Chen dying at Guiyong's hands. They were very happy. Fang Chen's arrival caused an uproar in the entire martial arts arena. Stepping onto the martial arts arena, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Guiyong. He asked, "I don't understand. I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to have a death match with me?" Guiyong was furious when he heard this. He said, "Brat, don't pretend to be ignorant. If it weren't for you, how could I have been poisoned?" Hearing Guiyong's words, Fang Chen was startled. He immediately thought of something. Ghost face madness. Could it be that ghost face madness used poison to force him to kill me? Fang Chen thought inwardly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that ghost face madness must be eliminated. "You're the one who proposed this death match." "I won't be lenient," said Fang Chen. He never showed mercy to people who wanted to kill him. If it was before, he might not have been Guiyong's match. But now he could easily kill Guiyong. Arrogant. Guiyong roared. A wild aura instantly erupted from his body. In the next instant, Guiyong's palm smashed towards Fang Chen. This was Guiyong's strongest attack. When this palm strike was unleashed, the entire martial arts stage emitted a buzzing sound. Seeing Guiyong take the initiative to attack, Fang Chen didn't hesitate to take out the hidden star sword. With a flick of his wrist, he instantly used the 12th level of the water flame sword art. An extremely wild sword light of water and fire suddenly pierced out like a cold light. Its speed was so fast that it was hard for anyone to react to it. Swish! The water and fire sword light pierced Guyong's palm. With a poochie sound, it pierced Guyong's palm, and blood immediately flowed out. Ah! Guyong let out a miserable scream. He found that his palm had been pierced, and he was forced back. Your strength! At this moment, Guyong discovered that Fong Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Outside the martial arts arena, Qiyang and Buhan also discovered this. How is this possible? How did this kid's strength increase again? How long has it been? In less than a month, his strength is already comparable to a 4th stage condensing reality realm martial artist. This is too monstrous. No, we must find a way to kill him as soon as possible. This kid is too big of a threat. That's right, we must kill him. At this moment, Qiyang and Buhan felt a little pressure in their hearts. Fong Chen's growth was too fast. It was so fast that it shocked the two of them. Boom! On the martial arts arena, a 7-colored flower suddenly appeared above Guyong's head. After this flower appeared, the martial arts arena was filled with an illusory aura. Dharma idol? When Fong Chen saw this Dharma idol, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Guyong's Dharma idol was an illusory flower that could increase the illusory aura. If it was used against other people, it might work, but against Fong Chen, it paled in comparison. Fong Chen cultivated the illusory sword principle. Fong Chen, go to hell! Guyong urged his Dharma idol and attacked with all his strength, directly rushing towards Fong Chen. At this moment, Fong Chen also used the illusory sword principle. The illusory sword principle was many times stronger than Guyong's illusory techniques. With a poochie sound, the hidden star sword directly pierced Guyong's chest. In the next moment, Guyong's soul directly dissipated, and his body fell limply to the ground. In a flash, Guyong, a 4th stage condensing reality realm martial artist, died at the hands of Fong Chen. This shocked all the disciples in the martial arts arena. He died. Guyong died just like that. I'm not dreaming. Oh my God, how did Fong Chen do it? All the disciples' hearts were filled with shock. Even Qiyang and Buhan were dumbfounded as they watched everything that happened on the martial arts arena. Fong Chen killed Guyong in a flash with lightning speed. He put away the hidden star sword, turned around and left the martial arts arena, leaving behind a shocking back view. After Fong Chen left, the martial arts arena was completely in an uproar. How strong is his sword technique? Guyong was not his opponent even when he urged his Dharma idol. He killed Guyong, a 4th stage condensing reality realm martial artist, in just a breath's time. His strength has already reached such a level. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and in less than 10 minutes, this news spread throughout the entire Spirit Stream Mountain. After the top 10 disciples heard this, they were all shocked. Even Leng Ninghua and Wu Qiu, who had not paid attention to the other disciples, appeared. Elder Mo, who was observing everything in the dark, was even more shocked to the extreme. In less than a month, he has already grown to such a level. Although Elder Mo knew that Fong Chen had entered the wooden dummy alley, he did not expect him to grow to such a level. Chapter 458. Guyong's provocation not only made Fong Chen an influential figure in the spirit sect, but it also made Fong Chen wary of ghost-faced Berserk Ghost. Although ghost-faced Berserk Ghost did not dare to enter the Baron sect, he could threaten a Baron sect disciple to kill him. Fortunately, it was Guyong this time. If it was any other disciple, Fong Chen might not have been able to kill him so easily. Fortunately, the crisis this time was resolved. At this moment, Fong Chen remembered that the large amount of refining materials in ghost-faced Berserk Ghost Spatial Ring had yet to be sold. He had a beginner-level profound weapon and had no use for these materials, so he might as well sell them. Soon after, Fong Chen arrived at the exchange hall. Among the official disciples of the three main sects, there was only one common exchange hall. This exchange hall was extremely huge. As long as you had enough spirit stones, you could exchange for anything you wanted here. Of course, if you had treasures, you could also exchange them for spirit stones here. Fong Chen arrived at the exchange hall and directly informed the staff of his purpose. He took out his spatial ring and handed it over to the staff. The staff checked the spatial ring, and his expression changed instantly. He then hurriedly ran into the conference hall to look for the deacon elder. After a while, the deacon elder came out. He glanced at Fong Chen and asked, "Little brother, are you sure you want to exchange all of them for upper rank spirit stones?" Fong Chen nodded and said yes. The deacon elder was extremely excited. He then began to clean up the materials. After about an hour, the deacon elder finally finished cleaning up. There were about 30 types of materials, and they were basically all rare materials. If a weapon refining grandmaster were to obtain these materials, he would be able to refine a high-grade profound weapon at the very least. The price of a high-rank profound weapon was at least 30 million upper-rank spirit stones. "Little brother, I'll give you a total of 20 million upper-rank spirit stones for these materials," the deacon elder asked. Fong Chen nodded. These materials were roughly worth this price. Only in the hands of a master blacksmith would these materials become profound weapons. After becoming profound weapons, they would naturally be more valuable. As for the individual materials, even if they were extremely precious, their price was limited. 20 million upper spirit stones was within Fong Chen's expectation. After Fong Chen took the spirit stones, he turned around and left. With the addition of the 20 million high-grade spirit stones, Fong Chen's total number of spirit stones had finally broken through the 100 million mark. If the other disciples knew that he had more than 100 million high-grade spirit stones, who knew what they would think? Even a core disciple at the 6th stage of the condensing reality realm would not have that many top-rank soul stones. As for the official disciples, they would not have that many top-rank soul stones. After completing the exchange, he walked around the exchange hall. "Brother, what do you want to buy?" the managing elder asked. "Transcendence pills," Fong Chen asked. The Transcendence elixir is a profound level elixir. Only an alchemy grandmaster can refine it. It is very expensive. We do have it here, but only 3. The deacon elder thought for a moment and said slowly, 3. Fong Chen thought for a moment and said, "How much for 1? The Transcendence elixir was a low-level, profound-level elixir. In terms of price, it was not as expensive as a low-level profound weapon, but it was still more than 1 million. You are a disciple of the Baron sect, so the price is naturally the best. I will give you the lowest price, 3 million for 1, 9 million for 3. The managing elder said. Fong Chen nodded and said, "All right, I will take all 3. After that, Fong Chen paid the 9 million high-grade spirit stones and left with the 3 Transcendence elixirs. Back in the pavilion, Fong Chen started to adjust his body, preparing to take the Transcendence elixir. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Chi-Hai realm. If he could take the Transcendence elixir, he might be able to form a Transcendence Dharma and step into the condensing reality realm. The Transcendence elixir was the most attractive item for a warrior at the 9th stage of the Chi-Hai realm. The effect of the Transcendence elixir could help a warrior at the 9th stage of the Chi-Hai realm increase the chances of forming a Transcendence Dharma. Many warriors were stuck at the Chi-Hai realm, unable to form a Transcendence Dharma and break through to the condensing reality realm. The Transcendence elixir, which could only be made by an alchemy grandmaster, was the elixir that they needed the most. However, the price of the Transcendence elixir was very high, and normal warriors could not afford it. Fong Chen also had a strong family background, which was why he could afford to buy the Transcendence elixir. I wonder if 3 Transcendence elixirs can help me break through to the condensing reality realm. Fong Chen thought to himself. After a while, Fang Qin found that his body had already adjusted to its best condition. Next, he started to take the Transcendence Elixir. After swallowing the first Transcendence Elixir, Fang Qin found that the effect of the Transcendence Elixir had spread out in an instant and entered his qi. Rumble, 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 rumble the wild, liquefied spirit qi kept spinning, and Fang Qin felt that his qi was boiling. Condense the Transcendence Dharma. Fang Qin shouted and started to condense the Transcendence Dharma. Hiss! Hiss! Under Fang Qin's control, the liquefied spirit qi started to condense the Transcendence Elixir. However, it had only condensed a little before it shattered with a crack. This meant that the condensation of the Transcendence Elixir had failed. At this time, Fang Qin swallowed the remaining 2 Transcendence Elixirs. Suddenly, the quiet qi boiled again, and the wild spirit qi started to condense the Transcendence Elixir. Condense! Fang Qin saw that the Transcendence Elixir had started to condense. The condensation of the Transcendence Elixir was determined by one's overall strength. This was beyond one's control. For example, Fang Qin could only try his best to condense the Transcendence Elixir. As for what kind of Transcendence Elixir he condensed, he had no control over it. Time passed by slowly. Fang Qin felt that he had already tried his best, but he still did not succeed in condensing the Transcendence Elixir. After an hour, Fang Qin finally could not hold on any longer. In his qi there was a crack. The condensation of the Transcendence Elixir had failed. Puchi! Fang Qin's throat moved, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Did I fail? Fang Qin muttered to himself. Although the Transcendence Elixir could increase a warrior's chances of condensing the Transcendence Elixir, Fang Qin had only swallowed 3 Transcendence Elixirs. If he had eaten a few more Transcendence Elixirs, he might have succeeded. From this point, Fang Qin also felt the difficulty of condensing the Transcendence Elixir. Just a little more, Fang Qin said to himself. After failing to condense the Transcendence Elixir, Fang Qin started to recover. At this moment, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. Traces of clear energy flowed out of the golden heart and finally flowed to his limbs and bones. After a while, Fang Qin felt refreshed. There were no sequelae in his body. Under normal circumstances, if one failed to condense the Transcendence Elixir, there would be sequelae. Perhaps it was because of the golden heart, but Fang Qin's body was intact. I wonder what the Transcendence Elixir I condense will be like. Fang Qin always felt that his failure to condense the Transcendence Elixir had something to do with the golden heart. However, he did not know what it was exactly. Forget it, it's not time yet. After losing 3 Transcendence Elixirs, Fang Qin directly gave up on condensing the Transcendence Elixir. In a hidden courtyard in Water-Leaning City, the ghost-faced wildlife was extremely angry. Damn it, that useless thing was actually killed by that kid. It seems like I have to think of another way. The ghost-faced wildlife said eerily. Even in early stage condensing reality, Realm Warrior was killed. It seemed like this kid's strength had increased a lot. I don't believe that you can survive this time. The ghost-faced wildlife said eerily. Fang Qin, who was in the Baron sect, naturally did not know what the ghost-faced wildlife was thinking. He had been cultivating on the Spirit Stream Mountain. Just like that, 3 months passed by peacefully. In these 3 months, Water-Leaning City was very peaceful. The southern mountain land was also very peaceful. Of course, the southern mountain land was only peaceful on the surface. In the dark, a storm was brewing. It was said that a mysterious big force had entered the southern mountain land and had secretly subdued many small forces. Some people said that the mysterious big force's goal was to take over the entire southern mountain land. Then, with the southern mountain land as the foundation, they would launch a strong attack on the other 3 territories and finally take over the entire 5-element state. Of course, the warriors who knew about this were all powerful warriors. As for the weaker warriors, they had no way of knowing. In these 3 months, the three-star sect leaders of the southern mountain land would occasionally meet to discuss countermeasures. This foreign forces attack was too fierce. They were almost unable to withstand it. Of course, everything in the Baron sect was peaceful as usual. In these 3 months, Fang Chen thought of ways to obtain 5 transcendence elixirs. After swallowing them all at once, he finally condensed the transcendence elixir in one breath. When the transcendence elixir was condensed, the hidden star sword rushed out of the space ring and stabbed into the ground. It worshipped the transcendence elixir above Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen's transcendence elixir was a giant golden sword. Yes, it was a giant golden sword. The reason why Fang Chen was able to condense the transcendence elixir was because of the golden heart. Ever since he condensed the transcendence elixir, Fang Chen realized that his understanding of swordsmanship had become more thorough. When he casually displayed the 12th level of the water and fire sword technique, the power was several times stronger than before. Fang Chen was a sword cultivator. Condensing the transcendence elixir into a giant golden sword was definitely the best choice for a sword cultivator like Fang Chen. Just condensing the transcendence elixir was enough to make Fang Chen excited for a long time. Moreover, after a period of observation, Fang Chen realized that his transcendence elixir could actually resonate with the golden heart. It was very magical. After reaching the condensing reality realm, Fang Chen finally understood the true difference between the Qi-Hai realm and the condensing reality realm. Condensing reality realm warriors could refine treasures in the Qi Sea and condense the transcendence elixir. Once they had the transcendence elixir, their power would multiply. At this time, they could slightly control the surrounding spiritual qi and could fly for a short period of time. Yes, it was flying. Fang Chen tried it out. Flying felt really good. When he was on Earth, Fang Chen had read a lot of fantasy novels. Some warriors, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, could fly. Now he could finally feel how good it was. Chapter 459. Condensing the Dharma Idol and Reaching the Condensing Reality Realm. Fang Chen could be considered as one of the strongest among the official disciples. With the Condensing Reality Realm cultivation, a powerful sword body, an early orange level soul, and the hidden star sword, Fang Chen's overall strength was without a doubt among the top 10 disciples of the Soul Stream. Condensing Reality Realm. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with passion. He had walked step by step from the Shengfeng Nation to where he was now, and finally reached the Condensing Reality Realm with his own efforts. The Condensing Reality Realm, even in the Jingguan Nation, was a peak existence. In the Shengfeng Nation, it would definitely be a legendary existence. The Condensing Reality Realm is only the starting point. Fang Chen had heard about the legends of the extraterritorial realm a long time ago, so he knew that the Condensing Reality Realm was considered a strong existence in the southern mountain land. But in the extraterritorial realm, it was even lower than an ant. Therefore, Fang Chen would never be arrogant. He would continue to work hard, and one day he would step out of the extraterritorial realm to find his mother. However, Fang Chen was still very excited to reach the Condensing Reality Realm. The fire and water sword art's power seems to be a bit lacking. I need to find a stronger martial art. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Before, Fang Chen had obtained the Absolute Heaven Sword Art from the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis. He wanted to practice it, but he never did. Now, Fang Chen was no longer interested in the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis martial art. He wanted to find a stronger martial art. Let's go to the skills library, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then, Fang Chen left the pavilion and went to the skills library. While walking in the square, Fang Chen met Qiang. When the latter saw Fang Chen, his eyes lit up, and he quickly walked up and blocked Fang Chen's path. Fang Chen, you bastard, hiding in the pavilion for 3 whole months. You really know how to hide. Qiang sneered. What does it have to do with you? Fang Chen replied coldly. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant now. In a few days, you won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Qi Yang's eyes were filled with mockery as he sneered. Ignorant. Fang Qin shook his head. He didn't want to talk to Qi Yang, so he turned and left. Seeing that Fang Qin had ignored his words, Qi Yang was furious. However, he held himself back in the end. Brat, I'll make sure you die a horrible death during the Soul-type Grand Competition. Qi Yang roared furiously. Fang Qin ignored Qi Yang and went to the skills library. After searching for a while, Fang Qin found 3 books that were suitable for him. Of the 3 books, 2 were rank 4 cultivation techniques, and the last one was actually a rank 5 cultivation technique. Of course, this was the only rank 5 cultivation technique in the entire cultivation technique hall. Illusion God Sword Technique. In the end, Fang Qin still chose the 5th grade cultivation technique, the Phantom God Sword Art. This was because the Phantom God Sword Technique was also an illusory sword technique. When combined with Fang Qin's illusory sword principle, it would definitely be very powerful. Rank 5 cultivation techniques were considered more precious in the southern mountain land. Therefore, the price was a little more expensive. It cost 30 million upper spiritual stones. This price is almost the same as a dark weapon. Fang Qin thought to himself. However, Fang Qin still bought the Phantom God sword technique. After a while, Fang Qin finished copying the Phantom God sword technique. He took the copied version and left the skills library. In the end, he paid 30 million upper spiritual stones and returned to the pavilion. In the pavilion, Fang Qin focused all his attention on the Phantom God sword technique. In a short while, he had memorized all the moves of the Phantom God sword technique. In the next moment, Fang Qin began to cultivate. Just as Fang Qin was circulating the chant of the Phantom God sword technique, the golden giant sword in his qi suddenly rushed out and floated above Fang Qin's head. Then, the golden heart rapidly trembled and resonated with the golden giant sword. Fang Qin realized that a clear stream was flowing through his body. Then, Fang Qin suddenly stood up. He held the hidden star sword and began to use the first level of the Phantom God sword technique. Whoosh! The hidden star sword was constantly waved. One after another, illusory swords appeared in the void. These illusory swords were constantly changing, as if they were moving at any time. In the end, these illusory swords were all gathered together. In an unexpected manner, they directly bombarded the ground in the distance. Bang! A large pit appeared on the ground. Of course, this was because Fang Qin did not use his spiritual qi. This, Fang Qin was shocked. Although it was only a large pit, Fang Qin was the one who used the Phantom God sword technique. He knew the power of the Phantom God sword technique the best. The moment he used the Phantom God sword technique, the combination of the Phantom God sword technique and the Phantom sword principle allowed him to quickly set up a simple illusion. Think about it. If the enemy's strength was on par with yours and they were caught off guard and fell into an illusion, would you be able to seize the opportunity to kill them? Even if the opponent was a cultivator stronger than you, as long as they were not too much stronger, they would fall into an illusion and give you enough time to escape. Moreover, Fang Qin did not use his spiritual qi. If he did, the power of the Phantom God sword technique would definitely be extraordinary. Of course, it would require the cooperation of the golden giant sword. The Phantom God sword technique had a total of 9 levels. After cultivating the first level, Fang Qin felt that it was extremely powerful. He could not wait to try it out. Going down the mountain to give it a try was Fang Qin's idea. Ever since he had offended the ghost-faced mad scholar, Fang Qin had not left the Baron sect. Now he could finally leave the Baron sect openly. Since the ghost-faced mad scholar could threaten the Baron sect's disciples to kill him, he would naturally keep an eye on the Baron sect's movements. As long as he went down the mountain, the ghost-faced mad scholar would definitely come to kill him. As soon as he thought of this, Fang Qin immediately left the Baron sect and appeared in Luoshui City. When Fang Qin appeared in Luoshui City, the ghost-faced mad scholar was the first to know. He immediately rushed towards Fang Qin's location. Not long after, the ghost-faced mad scholar saw Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was still in a sparsely populated area and had yet to enter the main city of Luoshui City. "This will be your burial ground," the ghost-faced mad scholar sinisterly said. Soon after, the ghost-faced mad scholar's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen, blocking his path. "Brat, you still dare to appear?" the ghost-faced mad scholar angrily roared. Sure enough, he came. Seeing the ghost-faced mad scholar, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Just as he had expected, the ghost-faced mad scholar had rushed over at the fastest speed to kill him. How could he miss such a live target? Moreover, he could also solve this problem in an instant. "Brat, obediently hand over the materials I gave you," the ghost-faced mad scholar sinisterly said. "Your materials?" Fang Chen said, "I have already exchanged them for transcendence pills and swallowed them." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the ghost-faced mad scholar was thoroughly enraged. His materials were worth at least 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Yet, this brat had actually taken them all for himself. "Brat, I will tear you to pieces," the ghost-faced mad scholar furiously roared. In the next moment, he unleashed an extremely wild attack. Crash! Seeing the ghost-faced mad scholar's attack, Fang Chen immediately displayed his transcendence body. A huge golden sword floated above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, the hidden star sword also appeared in his hand. After seeing Fang Chen's transcendence body, the ghost-faced mad scholar felt an inexplicable pressure. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to attack Fang Chen. Phantom Sword Art, first level. Fang Chen displayed the first level of the Phantom Sword Art. This was the first battle after Fang Chen had reached the condensing reality realm. He immediately displayed his most powerful move to deal with the ghost-faced mad scholar. Rumble. The moment the Phantom Sword Art was displayed, countless illusory swords appeared in the sky. These illusory swords pierced towards the ghost-faced mad scholar. At the same time, the huge golden sword above Fang Chen's head continuously spewed out a wild sword intent, increasing the power of the illusory swords. For a moment, even the ghost-faced mad scholar was stunned. At this moment, his mind went blank. Not good. The ghost-faced mad scholar instantly sobered up. However, at this moment, those illusory swords had already appeared in front of him. He suddenly punched out to block those illusory swords. Bang! Bang! The ghost-faced mad scholar's fists blocked dozens of illusory swords. Just when he thought that Fang Chen's attack would not be able to do anything to him, he suddenly heard a sound. He looked down at his chest and was shocked to find that there was an illusory sword piercing his chest. How is this possible? The ghost-faced mad scholar was shocked. He could not believe that Fang Chen's strength had increased to such an extent. His transcendence body is strange. The ghost-faced mad scholar's body kept retreating as he thought to himself. Seeing the ghost-faced mad scholar retreating, Fang Chen's face revealed a smile. My transcendence body is indeed different. It seems to be much stronger than the transcendence bodies of other condensing reality realm experts. Fang Chen thought to himself. His transcendence body, the huge golden sword, seemed to be related to the golden heart. No matter what it was, as long as it was related to the golden heart, it would definitely not be simple. Looks like the one who will die today will be you. Fang Chen sneered. Kid, it's too early for you to be happy. The ghost-faced mad scholar roared angrily. Ghost fire. Following the ghost-faced mad scholar's roar, a gloomy flame suddenly appeared around his body. These flames turned into countless small fireballs and directly rushed towards Fang Chen. Phantom Sword Art. Chapter 460. Ghost-faced wild life displayed the ghost fire. He didn't believe that Fang Chen's strength had reached such a level. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. Rumble. The wild attack directly appeared in front of Fang Qin. At this moment, ghost-faced wildlife seemed to have sunk into the darkness and disappeared in an instant. Bang! Fang Chen's phantom sword technique, heavily bombarded, ghost-faced, wildlife's ghost fire. Suddenly, a wild sound erupted. However, at this moment, Fang Qin also noticed ghost-faced wildlife's disappearance. This made Fang Qin extremely vigilant. Ghost-faced wildlife was famous in Luishui City because of his dark shadow Dharma idol. As long as he activated this Dharma idol, ghost-faced wildlife could easily enter the darkness and launch a sneak attack on his opponent. Fang Qin looked around vigilantly. At the same time, the wild sword intent in his body constantly surged into the hidden star sword. Fang Qin was accumulating power, preparing to display the heaven-shocking sword at any time. Just as Fang Qin was preparing, ghost-faced wildlife suddenly appeared behind Fang Qin. In an instant, ghost-faced wildlife's attack fiercely appeared behind Fang Qin. "I've been waiting for you," Fang Qin sneered. Immediately, a wild aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, he displayed the heaven-shocking sword. With Fang Chen's current strength, if he used a shocking sword move, not to mention Ghost-Faced Guangsheng, even a martial artist stronger than Ghost-Faced Guangsheng would not be able to withstand it. Ghost-Faced Wild Life didn't even have time to speak. A cold light flashed past, and Ghost-Faced Wild Life's corpse directly fell to the ground, lifeless. After displaying the heaven-shocking sword, Fang Qin felt that more than half of the spiritual qi in his qi had been consumed. His body was very weak, much better than before. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile as he said faintly, "Before breaking through to the condensing reality realm, Fang Chen's qi was directly emptied when he displayed the heaven-shocking sword. But now, his qi wasn't emptied yet. As his strength increased, displaying the heaven-shocking sword would become easier." After confirming Ghost-Faced Wild Life's death, Fang Qin turned around and returned to the Baron sect. Ghost-Faced Wild Life's death made Fang Qin realize his own strength. Although he was now only a condensing reality realms, his combat power was comparable to a 5th stage condensing reality realm expert. However, if he were to fight against Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu, who were both at the 5th stage of the condensing reality realm, he would still be no match for them. Therefore, he still needed to work. Fang Qin had just returned when he heard a piece of news. The soul sect, spiritual sect, spirit sect. S-sect, spirit sect. A friendly competition between disciples. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he said in a low voice. Fang Qin had been in the Baron's sect for a while now. He could be considered as one of the top disciples in the Baron sect. Among the official disciples, other than the top few disciples, no one was his match. However, Fang Qin had never seen those core disciples. He didn't know how strong the core disciples were. Before Fang Qin returned to his residence, he met Qi Yang and Buhan. When the two of them saw Fang Qin, they couldn't wait to kill Fang Qin. However, due to Elder Amo and the others' prestige, they didn't dare to do so. Although they didn't dare to kill Fang Qin, it didn't mean that they didn't dare to humiliate Fang Qin. Therefore, when they saw Fang Qin, Qi Yang and Buhan quickly walked up and blocked Fang Qin's path. The two of them mocked and ridiculed Fang Qin. "Fang Qin, you piece of trash. You better pray that you don't meet me in the Spirit Sect's grand competition 3 days later." Qi Yang sneered. "Fang Qin, if you meet me in the Spirit Sect's grand competition, I'll make you wish you were dead." Buhan said in a gloomy voice. Looking at the two of them, Fang Qin didn't even bother to talk to them. He turned around and left. "Fang Qin, stop right there." Seeing Fang Qin ignore the two of them, Qi Yang's face changed and he said in a cold voice, "If you have something to say, just say it." Fang Qin said directly, "Fang Qin, do you think that you can act all high and mighty just because you got first place in the event? Let me tell you, in the face of absolute strength, Everything else is fleeting clouds, Chiang said. Fang Chen, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I swear that I'm not human, Bohan said. Fang Chen didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Just as Chiang had said, in the face of absolute strength, everything else was fleeting clouds. Since the two of them wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't show them any mercy in the spirit sex grand competition. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is fleeting clouds. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The corners of his mouth curled upwards as a cold smile appeared on his face. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the spirit sex grand competition. All the disciples on the Spirit Sex mountain peak were gathered in the plaza. Many of the higher-ups of the Spirit sect were also accompanied by Elder Amo to the main platform in the plaza. When Fang Chen arrived, the plaza was already packed with people. All the disciples were present. Elder Amo, who was on the main platform, nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw that everyone was present. He then said, "Everyone, today is the Spirit Sex Grand Competition. The main purpose of this competition is to test your strength. I hope that you can do your best." After a while, Elder Mo briefly explained the rules. It was nothing more than a one-on-one battle. The first round was an elimination round. Fang Chen's opponent was a LV3 Condensing Reality Realm Martial Artist. Before the battle even started, this martial artist was directly eliminated. What a joke! Although Fang Chen's cultivation wasn't high, this disciple knew that Fang Chen's true strength was definitely comparable to a LV3 Condensing Reality Realm Martial Artist. The other disciples who were ranked at the top also easily won the first round of the competition. After about 2 hours, the second round of the competition began. This round was still a battle between the weak and the strong. Because after all the weak were eliminated, the battle between the strong was the highlight of this Spirit Sex Grand Competition. None of the top 10 disciples made a move. They stood on the martial art stage and already intimidated their opponents. As the top 10 disciples won, the other disciples won and lost. When it was Fang Chen's turn, his opponent was a LV4 Condensing Reality Realm Martial Artist. This disciple seemed to think that his strength was enough to defeat Fang Chen, so he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen only used the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture and easily defeated this opponent. At this time, Fang Chen still didn't reveal his Condensing Reality Realm cultivation. All the disciples thought that Fang Chen's cultivation was still at the Qi-Hai realm. Next was the third round of the competition. After 2 rounds of elimination, there were only 20 disciples left. These 20 disciples were basically the top disciples of the Spirit sect. Fang Chen was also among them. From the third round onwards, the battles gradually became more intense. In this round, Fang Chen's opponent was an early LV5 Condensing Reality Realm Martial Artist. He was very powerful. Being able to be in the top 20 of the Spirit sect, he must have some skills. However, since he was up against Fang Chen, he could only be eliminated. Fang Chen just admit defeat. This disciple was called to pay. He looked at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, "On the square." After seeing Fang Chen's opponent, many disciples started to discuss. This time, Fang Chen was finally going to lose. Fang Chen's strength is increasing very fast. However, he is up against Depay. He is definitely going to lose. Depay is at the early LV5 Condensing Reality realm. Fang Chen is definitely not his opponent. That's right. Fang Chen is definitely going to lose. If I lose to Fang Chen, I will just admit defeat. If I continue fighting, I might get injured. He knows that he is going to lose, but he is still fighting. This is the most unwise choice. Many disciples did not think that Fang Chen would win. Even Elder Mo nodded slightly. He thought that this was Fang Chen's limit. What a pity. I did not expect him to meet Depay. He is definitely going to die this time. Qi Yang said with some regret. Yeah, if he meets me, I will definitely make him wish he was dead, Buhan said with a gloomy voice. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen looked at Depay quietly and said, "If I were you, I would not say such stupid words. I would even admit defeat." Fang Chen's words seemed to have angered Depay. Depay's face was filled with anger. "All right, since you want to die, then don't blame me." Just as Depay finished speaking, suddenly, a wild aura gushed out from his body. In the next moment, a strong soul power appeared around Depay's head. Depay's soul power had reached the late orange rank. He was only one step away from the peak of the orange rank. Hence, Depay's attainments in soul power were extremely high. At this moment, Depay decisively used a strong soul attack. He wanted to defeat Fang Chen directly. Daluo Soul Killer Flame. Fang Chen used the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. His soul power instantly turned into a strong flame and attacked Depay. Pucci! Indeed, as everyone had expected, Fang Chen's soul attack was instantly shattered when it came into contact with Depay's soul attack. Trash! You dare to use such a weak soul attack? That's right. What a piece of trash. If I were Depay, I would destroy his soul. Seeing this, Qiyang and Buhan continued to mock and ridicule. Bang! Just as Depay's soul was about to hit Fang Chen, it suddenly exploded. The wild air current caused Fang Chen's body to continuously retreat. Now, do you know the difference between us? Depay looked down at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I do." Depay thought that Fang Chen knew that he wasn't as good as him. However, he didn't know that Fang Chen had thoroughly understood his strength after that attack. Therefore, the battle can end now. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a wild aura gushed out from his body. In the next moment, a huge golden sword appeared above Fang Chen's head. Upon seeing this, Elder Mo's expression changed slightly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 461. Condensing Reality Realm. Elder Mo cried out after recovering from his shock. Fang Chen had broken through to the 9th level of the Qi High Realm in the Mu Ren Lane. Who would have thought that he would break through to the condensing reality realm so quickly? Moreover, the Dharma idol that he formed was a huge golden sword. The power that was contained within the huge golden sword made Elder Mo feel pressured. On the square, many disciples were also surprised. Fang Chen was already so strong when he was at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. How strong would he be when he reached the condensing reality realm? Condensing reality realm, so this is your trump card. Depay sneered as he saw the huge golden sword floating above Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen did not say anything. He used the hidden star sword in his hand to perform the phantom sword art. With a swoosh, countless illusory swords appeared in an instant. At the same time, the huge golden sword was trembling nonstop. The wild sword intent directly penetrated into Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Boom! Instantly, the phantom god sword skill was displayed and attacked towards Depay. Soul attack. Depay still used his soul attack. He believed that his soul attack was not weaker than Fang Chen's sword art. Boom, boom, boom. When the two attacks collided, a deafening sound was heard on the whole martial arts stage. The soul attack and the illusory sword collided. In an instant, Depay felt his vision go black and he fell into an illusion. Not good. When Depay regained his consciousness, the illusory sword had already destroyed his soul attack, and there was a long sword at his neck. Depay glanced at Fang Chen as a bitter smile appeared on his face. He then said, "I've lost." Depay lost. It was out of everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that Depay would lose to Fang Chen so easily. Fang Chen's strength is too strong. This kid's potential is too scary. Many disciples were discussing. At this moment, on the VIP stage, Elder Mo was extremely excited when he saw the scene. When he was recruiting Fang Chen, Elder Mo had said that Fang Chen's potential was the strongest he had ever seen. Now, Fang Chen had finally grown up. With only the first level of the condensing reality realm, he defeated De Pei, who was at the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. Good job. Elder Emo laughed in his heart. Although Fang Chen's battle had shocked countless disciples, the competition still continued. However, the following battles did not attract the attention of the crowd. When Qi Yang and Buhan saw that Fang Chen had won instead of losing, the two of them were very unhappy. Humph, I hope you'll meet me next time. Qi Yang and Buhan thought at the same time. Not long after, the 3rd round of the competition also ended. A total of 10 people were eliminated. In other words, the 10 people who advanced were the top 10 disciples. Among the original top 10 disciples, the disciple ranked 8th was a little unlucky. He encountered the disciple ranked 4th during the battle and lost the match, unable to enter the top 10. And Fang Chen had successfully replaced this disciple and entered the top 10. Among the top 10 disciples, only Fang Chen was a new disciple. The rest were all veterans. The 10 of you are the top 10 disciples of the Spirit Stream. The following battles will be 2-on-1. Elder Emo laughed. He was very happy that the Spirit Stream could produce an elite disciple like Fang Chen. With Fang Chen's current potential, it would not take long for him to become a core disciple. At that time, the sect leader would definitely reward the Spirit Stream. In the 4th round of the competition, Fang Chen met his arch-rival. It was Qi Yang, the top 10 disciple. When Qi Yang found out that his opponent was Fang Chen, his face was filled with joy. He was extremely excited. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, you're dead. Qi Yang looked at Fang Chen as if he was looking at his prey. There was no expression on Fang Chen's face. He calmly walked up to the arena and waited for Qi Yang to come up. After Qi Yang went up to the stage, he looked at Fang Chen and said with a sinister smile, Fang Chen, I told you before that if I met you in the Soul-type Grand Tournament, I would make you wish you were dead. I'm afraid you don't have the strength. Fang Chen said indifferently. Qi Yang heard this and laughed wildly. He thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant. Although Fang Chen defeated De Pei, Qi Yang's strength was many times stronger than De Pei's. Qi Yang's cultivation was at the late stage of the 5th condensing reality realm, while De Pei was only at the early stage of the 5th condensing reality realm. The gap between them was huge. I'll let you show off now. I hope you won't kneel and beg for mercy later. Qi Yang sneered. Fang Chen looked at Qi Yang, his heart filled with killing intent. However, he knew that Qi Yang was very strong. He didn't have 100% confidence that he could kill Qi Yang unless he used a shocking sword attack. Then Fang Chen shook his head. Let's take it one step at a time. Battles are constantly changing. I'll just have to adapt to the situation. Fang Chen, I will slowly torture you. Qi Yang looked at Fang Chen and said in a low voice. At the same time, a wild soul aura appeared in his mind. He was using a soul attack. Extinguishing sky flames. Qi Yang shouted and used the extinguishing sky flames. Suddenly, his powerful soul power turned into rolling flames. These flames contained an extremely majestic power and attacked Fang Chen. Phantom Sword Art. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen unleashed the first level of the Phantom God sword technique. Wild sword lights floated in the sky and blasted towards the soul flames. Bang! 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 Fang Chen's phantom sword art created illusory swords that constantly collided with the soul flames. However, what surprised Fang Chen was that each soul flame was extremely strong. When it came into contact with the illusory swords, it was able to consume the energy of the illusory swords. What a powerful soul attack! Fang Chen sighed inwardly. If it was just a soul attack, he wouldn't be Qi Yang's opponent. Fortunately, his martial strength was also very strong. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by Qi Yang. Whoosh! Qi Yang shattered Fang Chen's attack and continued to control the soul flames to attack Fang Chen. Fang Chen used the phantom sword art again. The wild illusory aura, along with the extremely dense sword intent, bombarded out once again. However, although Fang Chen's attack was powerful, it was still mercilessly shattered by Qi Yang. On the square, Buhan sneered when he saw the scene. "Trash," said Buhan. During this entire battle, Qi Yang had been suppressing Fang Chen the entire time. Because of this, all the disciples thought that Qi Yang would end Fang Chen's life. However, Elder Mo still believed that Fang Chen still had a trump card. What is this brat waiting for? Elder Mo saw that Fang Chen was dodging Qi Yang's soul attacks while waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen was dodging while performing the phantom sword technique to block Qi Yang's attacks. At the same time, he was rapidly approaching Qi Yang. About a minute later, he finally found the best opportunity to attack. It was also at that moment that Qi Yang was enraged. "Fang Chen, weren't you very fierce just now? Why are you dodging now?" Qi Yang roared furiously. His wild soul aura once more increased, and he directly launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. "Now's the time!" Fang Chen found the exact moment when Qi Yang was about to unleash his soul attack and suddenly unleashed a shocking sword strike. When he unleashed that heaven-shaking sword, the huge golden sword above Fang Chen's head trembled. A wild sword intent poured into the hidden star sword, emptying over half of Fang Chen's qi. Rumble! In an instant, the shadow of a giant sword appeared in the sky. The aura emanating from the shadow of the giant sword made Qi Yang's expression change drastically. Qi Yang was puzzled. However, despite his doubts, he still didn't stop his attacks on Fang Chen. Not good. On the rostrum, after Elder Mo sensed the danger of this move, he was prepared to intervene and stop the battle between the two. However, at that moment, the sword image stabbed into Qi Yang's body. No, Qi Yang was just about to attack when the huge sword stabbed him. He didn't have the slightest ability to block it. He cried out in pain, unable to believe what was happening. He had just been suppressing Fang Chen, but in the blink of an eye, he had been pierced by Fang Chen's sword. Furthermore, he realized that his life force was fading. This sword was too powerful. Even his consciousness was starting to fade. "I can't accept this." Qi Yang roared furiously. However, his body was also swaying. By the time Elder Mo arrived on the martial stage, Qi Yang's body had already collapsed to the ground. He had lost his life force. After glancing at Qi Yang, Elder Mo's gaze landed on Fang Chen. "Qi Yang has fallen!" Everyone in the plaza was dumbfounded. Qi Yang had actually fallen at Fang Chen's hands. That sword just now was too powerful. How could Fang Chen know such a fierce sword move? Damn it! Buhan roared furiously. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Just at this moment, Buhan stepped forward and loudly questioned, "Elder Mo, this brat's cultivation technique is too vicious. He actually killed Qi Yang during the competition. He should be executed." "That's right. With such vicious thoughts, he doesn't have the qualifications to be a disciple of our spirit stream." Following Buhan's words, many disciples began to shout loudly. They wanted to seek justice for Qi Yang. "Fang Chen, how could you know such a vicious sword technique?" Elder Mo calmly looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen glanced at him. His body was a bit weak. "My sword technique is vicious. In my eyes, there is only the viciousness of a person's heart. There is no viciousness of a cultivation technique." "Then you still shouldn't have killed Qi Yang," continued Elder Mo. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. "If I hadn't killed him, the one lying on the ground would have been me." After saying that, Fang Chen didn't say anything else. Hearing the commotion in the plaza, Elder Mo sank into silence. Qi Yang's hatred for Fang Chen was something he could see. But now that Qi Yang was dead, he had to give all the disciples an explanation. But Chapter 462. Elder Mo's face was filled with helplessness. He turned around and looked at the countless noisy faces in the plaza. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fang Qin had used up more than half of his spiritual qi to unleash the heaven-shocking sword. His body was a little weak, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Elder Mo, today, Fang Qin must give us an explanation. Otherwise, where are the rules of our barren sect? The person who spoke was Buhan. His face was filled with anger. He actually killed his own fellow disciple in the large competition of soul style. This kind of disciple is the disgrace of our large competition of soul style. That's right. Elder Mo, please punish Fang Qin. Otherwise, who among our large competition of soul style disciples will abide by the sect's rules in the future? Elder Mo, if you don't give us an explanation, does that mean that in the future we can kill whoever we want in the large competition of soul style? We can kill whoever we don't like. Many disciples directly questioned Elder Mo. Fang Qin didn't say anything. He had been watching this scene the entire time. When he killed Qiyang, he had already made his preparations. It wasn't just the ordinary disciples. Even the top 10 disciples spoke in support of Buhan. They also felt that Fang Qin had gone too far. It was just a large competition of soul style, yet he had killed Qiyang. It was truly intolerable. However, from the beginning to the end, Lun Ninghua and Wu Qiu didn't say anything. The two of them looked thoughtfully at Fang Qin, then shook their heads slightly. No matter what, Fang Qin was an extremely talented person. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to enter the ranks of the barren sect's core disciples in the future. But now it would be a little difficult for him to pass this hurdle. Fang Qin, get out of the large competition of Soul Style Mountain. Many disciples loudly shouted under Buhan's lead. Elder Mo was struggling in his heart. If it was an ordinary small matter, he could use his authority to suppress it. But now he had no other choice. Qiyang had died in the large competition. If he didn't give these disciples an explanation, which disciple would abide by the rules of the large competition of soul style in the future? Which disciple would be willing to join the large competition of soul style? At this moment, Elder Mo felt that he had let down Fang Qin. After a long time, Elder Mo turned around and looked at Fang Qin. His eyes were filled with pain. Fang Qin, Elder Mo, you don't need to say anything more. I was the one who did this, so I will naturally take responsibility for it. As for what they want, so what if I give them an explanation? Fang Qin said solemnly. Fang Qin, why don't you train in the martial arts school or the physical body school? Elder Mo asked. Fang Qin shook his head slightly and said, I've made up my mind. Since he was going to leave, he might as well leave thoroughly. Then he turned around and left. However, before he left behind a sentence. If you want to avenge Qiyang, come find me. After that, Fang Qin left the square and returned to his residence. After returning, Fang Qin began to pack his things. He threw everything that belonged to the barren sect into the pavilion. After that, he sighed slightly and left the Spirit Stream Mountain. It seems that I'm still not suitable to stay in the sect, Fang Qin said. When everyone was denouncing him, he had already made this decision. To be honest, Elder Mo had treated him very well. He didn't want to make things difficult for Elder Mo, so he chose to leave the barren sect. Just as Fang Qin was about to leave the Spirit Stream Mountain, Elder Mo suddenly chased after him with quick steps. Fang Qin, I'm sorry. I can't do anything about this matter. However, you can train in the other two schools, Elder Mo said as he looked at Fang Qin's back. Fang Qin shook his head and said, Elder Mo, thank you very much. However, I still have to leave. From today onwards, I, Fang Qin, will leave the barren sect. In the future, I will have nothing to do with the barren sect. After Fang Qin finished speaking, he turned around and left, gradually disappearing from Elder Mo's sight. At this moment, Elder Mo seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His expression was ugly as he slowly turned around and once again returned to the main stage. The battles in the Spirit Stream Grand Competition were still ongoing. However, Elder Amo was not in the mood to watch. After Buhan knew that Fong Qin had left the Baron sect, he was very happy. As long as Fong Qin left the Baron sect, killing Fong Qin would be as easy as crushing an ant. Around afternoon, the Spirit Stream Grand Competition had ended. The first place was still Lung Ninghua. He was extremely powerful, and no one could shake his position as the first place Spirit Stream Grand Competition. The second place was also Lung Ninghua's old partner, Wu Qiu. The latter's strength was second only to Wu Qiu. The two of them were the most promising disciples of the Spirit Stream to enter the ranks of the core disciples. As for the remaining disciples, there was a certain gap between their strength and the two people in front of them. As for the culprit who denounced Fong Qin Buhan, he was ranked 5th. After the event, the news of Fong Qin leaving the Baron sect was passed on to Elder Jean and Elder Wu by Elder Amo. Two elders hurriedly rushed to the Spirit Flow Mountain Peak to look for Elder Amo. When the two of them found Elder Amo, they hurriedly asked, "Old Amo, what exactly happened? Why would Fong Qin withdraw from the Baron sect for no reason?" "That's right, Old Amo. It's not like you don't know Fong Qin's potential. Why did he leave the Baron sect?" Hearing this, Elder Amo lightly sighed and said, "Fong Qin killed a disciple in the Spirit Stream Grand Competition. All the disciples are denouncing him. I can't do anything about it. Leaving the Baron sect is his own choice." "Old Amo, you are really muddle-headed. Fong Qin's potential is so high. It was not easy for us to find such a disciple. Just because of the disciples denouncing him, we can only watch as he leaves." Elder Wu was more impatient and said directly, "Didn't you let him come to our two factions to train?" Elder Jean asked. "I did, but Fong Qin has already made up his mind." Elder Amo was a little sad. The three elders fell into silence. Within the three factions, disciples were allowed to fight. However, killing each other was forbidden unless it was in the life and death arena. However, Fong Qin had openly killed a disciple in the Spirit Stream Grand Competition. The impact of this was too great. If they did not punish him, how would they manage the other disciples in the future? Therefore, Fong Qin did not want to make things difficult for Elder Mo and chose to leave the Baron sect. Of course, Fong Qin had another reason for leaving the Baron sect. Life within the Baron sect was too comfortable. What he wanted was a life where his blood boiled. After Fong Qin left the Baron sect, he appeared in Luoshui City. Unknowingly, he had already arrived in front of Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fei's mansion. He knocked on the door and entered the mansion. "Brother Fong, why are you here?" Seeing Fong Qin arrive, Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fei revealed a trace of a smile. "I left the Baron sect." Fong Qin sat on a chair and said, "What? Why did you leave the Baron sect for no reason?" Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fei was puzzled as he asked, "I killed a disciple in the Spirit Stream Grand Competition. In order to not make things difficult for Elder Amo, I left the Baron sect. Furthermore, I'm tired of that peaceful life. If I want to increase my strength, I must fight on the edge of life and death." Fong Qin said. Hearing Fong Qin's words, Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fei's gaze towards Fong Qin changed. "Fong Qin, you're really something. In order to not make things difficult for Elder Amo, you actually left the Baron sect." Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fei said. "However, this is also good. You have great potential. There's no point in staying in the Baron sect. Why don't you temper yourself in the southern mountain land?" Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fei said. Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fei was one of the top martial grandmasters in the southern mountain land. His vision was naturally very high. Furthermore, he had experienced many things and could see things more comprehensively. "I'll have to trouble Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fei for the next few days." Fong Chin said with a grin. What are you talking about? If you want to stay, feel free to stay, Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa said with a grin. For the time being, Fong Chin hadn't decided where he wanted to go. Therefore, he came to Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa's mansion. He planned to stay here for a few days before leaving Leaning Water City. Right now, his strength had reached the 5th condensing reality realm. As long as he didn't meet some powerful experts, he would definitely be able to protect himself. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Although Fong Chin had left the Baron sect, everything was normal in the Baron sect. The 3 great sects were still operating normally. Only the 3 great elders were regretful about Fong Chen's departure. However, there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't change Fong Chen's decision. During these few days, Fong Chen had nothing to do, so he was actually refining tools with Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa. Of course, Fong Chen had a master in Guzhong. His talent in refining tools was pretty good. Fong Chen discovered that refining tools could allow him to be completely focused. It could even allow him to reach a state of emptiness. When Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa discovered Fong Chen's talent in refining tools, he kept clamoring to accept Fong Chen as his disciple. However, Fong Chen said that he already had a master. In the end, Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa gave up on accepting a disciple. However, after seeing Fong Chen's outstanding talent in refining tools, Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa was prepared to wholeheartedly teach Fong Chen how to refine tools. Under Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa's guidance, Fong Chen's refining skills continued to improve. One day, Fong Chen had just finished refining tools when he saw Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa coming over. Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa, Fong Chen said with a smile, "Brother Fong, your talent in refining tools isn't ordinary. It's only been a few days, and you're already able to refine a top-grade mortal weapon." Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa smiled when he saw the weapon in Fong Chen's hand. Being able to refine a top-grade mortal weapon meant that Fong Chen was already a true master of refining tools. As long as he took one more step, he would be able to reach the title of Master Refiner. He was so young, yet he already had such powerful refining skills. Even some of the disciples of the Great Sect in Nanling Land wouldn't be able to do so. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you something. Marshal Grandmaster Ku Fa slapped his forehead and smiled. What is it? Fong Chen asked. Chapter 463. Fong Chen's state of mind had also transformed a lot during the time he spent refining with Grand Master Kufa. Grand Master Kufa had helped him a lot, so he naturally had to help with this small matter. No problem. Fong Chen smiled. Afterward, Great Grandmaster Ku Fa told him about Elder Fong Chen's information and handed him the interspatial ring, asking him to send it to the Divine Statue Gate. Although the Divine Statue sect belonged to Waterleaning City, their headquarters were not in Waterleaning City, but outside of it. The Divine Statue Gate was one of the only 3 three-star sects in Nanling. They had countless disciples and were one of the overlords of the entire Nanling region. The Black Armor Marquis, who had come with Fong Chen, had joined the Divine Statue Gate. It was unknown how he was doing. When Fong Chen arrived at the Divine Statue Gate, he was stopped by a guard. Who are you? This is the Divine Statue Gate's restricted area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter, said the guard. I am here to deliver a weapon to Elder Mu, said Fong Chen. Oh, a weapon for Elder Mu? The guard looked at Fong Chen suspiciously. The weapon that Great Grandmaster Ku Fa forged for Elder Mu, Fong Chen said. The guard hastily let him pass. If it was an ordinary person, he would naturally question them. But since this person had said Ku Fa's name, how could he dare to question him? Within Waterleaning City, no one dared to impersonate Ku Fa. After smoothly entering the Divine Statue Gate, Fang Chen encountered a few disciples. He walked up to one of them and smiled. "Brother, where is Elder Mu?" asked Fang Chen. "You're looking for Elder Mu?" Fang Chen nodded. The disciples said, "Elder Mu is on that mountain peak." After Fang Chen expressed his gratitude, he walked towards the mountain peak. Soon he arrived at the peak. At this time, there was a conflict happening on the mountain peak. "Black armor, what's there to be proud of with your broken defense?" sneered one of the disciples. "Xiahi, don't go too far." The Black Armor Marquis roared angrily. The Black Armor Marquis and Xia, he were both Elder Mu's disciples. They had always been cultivating on this mountain peak. Because the Black Armor Marquis talent was stronger than Xiahi's, he was deeply favored by Elder Mu. Normally, Elder Mu would take care of the Black Armor Marquis. On the other hand, the Black Armor Marquis' strength had also increased quite quickly. He had only been in the Divine Statue School for a short while, but his cultivation had already reached the 4th condensing reality realm. Of course, although Xiahi's talent was inferior to the Black Armored Marquis, his cultivation from the very beginning was much higher than the Black Armored Marquis. Thus, even now, the Black Armored Marquis cultivation was inferior to Xiahi's. When the Black Armor Marquis reached the 4th condensing reality realm, Xiahi's cultivation had already reached the early 5th condensing reality realm. However, an expert like Elder Mu could tell with a glance that the Black Armor Marquis would surpass Xiahi in a short period of time. Today, he had exchanged blows with the Black Armor Marquis. During the battle, Xiahi's moves were too ruthless and directly injured the Black Armor Marquis. Of course, he did it on purpose to make the Black Armor Marquis extremely furious. After he injured the Black Armor Marquis. He even mocked the Black Armor Marquis' defense for being too weak. The Black Armor Marquis could not bear it and instantly exploded. "Black Armor, although you are Master's proud disciple with your little bit of cultivation, you really do not have the qualifications to make me fight. In the future, don't come and spar with me, it's embarrassing." He deliberately provoked him. "Xiahi, you're going too far." The Black Armor Marquis roared in a deep voice. "Black Armor, don't be so shameless." Seeing the Black Armor Marquis' expression, he coldly said, "You." The Black Armor Marquis was furious. He suddenly roared and fiercely punched towards Xiahi. "You're courting death." Xiahi was furious. With a bang, his fist landed on the Black Armor Marquis' body and sent him flying. Just as the Black Armor Marquis was about to fall to the ground, he was suddenly supported by a pair of hands. The Black Armor Marquis was stunned and immediately turned to look. Fang Chen. When the Black Armor Marquis saw Fang Chen, his heart was filled with shock. "Are you all right?" Fang Chen looked at the incomparably shocked Black Armor Marquis. "I'm fine." The Black Armor Marquis instantly recovered from his shock, his face filled with excitement. Just at this time, Xiahi icily asked, "Who are you?" "What does who I am have to do with you?" Fang Chen icily asked. "Brat, are you courting death?" Xiahi was furious and suddenly launched a fierce attack, wanting to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Scram! Fang Chen roared and waved his hand, using the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. A wild aura immediately smashed into Xiahi's body. With a bang, Xiahi was sent flying by Fang Chen. Seeing this, the Black Armor Marquis was completely stupefied. Fang Chen's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. "Brother Fang." The Black Armor Marquis was incomparably shocked. His eyes burned as he looked at Fang Chen. After a long while, the Black Armor Marquis sighed, as expected of the former Sword Marquis. Fang Chen's potential was still the same as before. He had originally thought that he was dead, but now that he had met him again, his strength was already enough to easily defeat Xiahi. After being sent flying, he looked at Fang Chen with shock. The commotion here had disturbed Elder Mu. Creak, the door opened, and Elder Mu walked out. Yes? He had originally thought that Xia He and the Black Armor Marquis were fighting, but when he saw his own disciple lying on the ground and an unfamiliar man standing in front of him, he became displeased. Are you the one who injured Xia He? Icily asked Elder Mu. Master, he is my good friend Fong Qin. Just now, in order to save me, he injured senior apprentice brother Xia He. Sensing his master's displeasure, the Black Armor Marquis hastily explained. Elder Mu. Fong Qin nodded to the Black Armor Marquis. I came to the Divine Statue Gate to help Grandmaster Ku Fa deliver a weapon to you. But in the process, I just so happened to see someone bullying my good friend, so I took action. Elder Mu, who was about to fly into a rage, immediately changed his expression upon hearing Fong Chen's words. Then, a bright smile appeared on his face. Little friend is one of Grandmaster Ku Fa's people? Elder Mu chuckled. Fong Chen took out a spatial ring and handed it to Elder Mu. This is something Grandmaster Ku Fa told me to give to you. Elder Mu received the spatial ring and inspected it. He found that it truly was his weapon. Now, he was even more certain of Fong Chen's identity. Furthermore, his attitude toward Fong Chen had greatly changed. Little brother, I hope you don't take offense for not coming out to greet you. Elder Mu chuckled. Seeing this sudden change, the Black Armor Marquis was stunned. He looked at Fong Chen in shock. His master's position in the Divine Statue Gate was extremely high. Even his master treated Fong Chen like this. It's fine, said Fong Chen. In the end, Elder Mu invited Fong Chen in for a chat, but Fong Chen refused. Fong Chen requested to have a chat with the Black Armor Marquis. Elder Mu directly agreed. Furthermore, Elder Mu even warned Xia He not to harass the Black Armor Marquis in the future. In a certain plaza, Fong Chen and the Black Armor Marquis were walking side by side. After hearing Fong Chen's story, the Black Armor Marquis sighed endlessly. Fong Chen's experience was too fantastical. Brother Fong, what do you plan to do next? Asked the Black Armor Marquis. I plan to travel the world and increase my strength, said Fong Chen. Just as Fong Chen and the Black Armor Marquis were walking, they suddenly encountered several disciples. Originally, these disciples didn't feel anything, but when they saw the Black Armor Marquis, a mocking expression appeared on their faces. Oh, isn't this the Black Armor Marquis? Black Armor, you son of a bitch, you finally dare to come down the mountain. Black Armor, you coward, you actually dared to come down the mountain? Are you tired of living? Fong Chen and the Black Armor Marquis were walking when they suddenly heard these words. Then the Black Armor Marquis's expression changed. What's wrong? Asked Fong Chen. Some old grudges, the Black Armor Marquis whispered. Fong Chen nodded and walked forward. Don't harass my good friends in the future. Brat, who do you think you are? Said one of them disdainfully. Scram. Fong Chen became impatient and suddenly released a wild aura, instantly intimidating these people. Bang, bang, bang. They were unable to withstand Fong Chen's aura and instantly retreated. This, after sensing Fong Chen's aura, they were actually intimidated by Fong Chen's aura. Let's go, said the leader coldly. He then turned and left. Brother Fong, you helped me again, said the Black Armor Marquis. It's fine. We help each other, said Fong Chen. After chatting with the Black Armor Marquis for a while, Fong Chen also realized how powerful the Divine Statue Sect was. A 3-star sect was not something a 2-star sect could compare to. In the eyes of the Divine Statue Sect, the Desolate Sect was nothing. Fong Chen bid farewell to the Black Armor Marquis and left the Divine Statue Sect, returning to Water-Leaning City. At this moment, in a hidden place in Water-Leaning City, there were 2 figures paying attention to Fong Chen. Buhan, is this the brat you were talking about? Asked an unfamiliar man. Shuiguang, don't underestimate this brat. He killed Qi Yang in one blow, whispered Buhan. Oh, he killed Chiang in one blow? It seems this brat's strength isn't bad. But if the two of us work together, he'll definitely die, said Shuaiguang. I really didn't expect this brat to be related to Grandmaster Ku Fa. We have to do this secretly. Otherwise, if Grandmaster Ku Fa learns of this, he might take revenge for him. We can't bear the consequences of that, said Buhan. Don't worry, Buhan. I, Shuaiguang, never fail. Even if I fail, I won't implicate you, said Shuaiguang confidently. Chapter 464. After returning to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence, Fang Qin went straight to rest. Over the next few days, Fang Qin continued to learn how to refine weapons and temper his mental state. Finally, after some hard work, Fang Qin managed to refine a low-grade yuan weapon. This way, Fang Qin had become a blacksmith grandmaster. Brother Fang, congratulations on becoming a blacksmith grandmaster. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa grinned from the side. Fang Qin smiled faintly. In front of a martial grandmaster, my little achievement is nothing. Brother Fang, you can't say that. I wasn't even a blacksmith grandmaster when I was your age, said Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, my mental state has improved a lot after learning how to refine weapons from you. It's time for me to leave this place, said Fang Qin suddenly. Fang Qin, where are you going? Asked Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. During the time he had spent with Fang Qin, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa had discovered that Fang Qin's personality and other aspects were rather perfect. He could be considered a pretty good member of the younger generation. I'll take it one step at a time, said Fang Qin. Fang Qin, the Nanling continent is filled with danger. You have to be careful, warned Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Fang Qin nodded. The next day, Fang Qin left Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence and left Leaning City. The instant Fang Qin left Water Leaning City, two black figures followed closely behind him. Of course, after the two black figures left, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's figure appeared on the streets of Water Leaning City. As expected, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he watched the two of them leave. After leaving Luisui City, Fang Qin appeared in a wasteland. Although he could fly for a short period of time, Fang Qin still wanted to experience the scenery of the southern mountain range. However, what Fang Qin didn't know was that not far away from him, Shuaiguang and Buhan were trembling on the ground in horror. Senior, please let us go, Buhan cried out in fear. Humph! When you want to kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed by others. Grandmaster Ku Fa did not want the two of them to disturb Fang Qin, so he had taken a step forward and captured the two of them. After interrogating him, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa discovered that the warrior named Buhan was actually a disciple of the Baron sect. As he had a grudge with Fang Qin, he wanted to kill Fang Qin. Pucci Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa pressed his palm down and killed the two of them. He glanced in the direction that Fang Qin had left, then turned around and returned. After walking for about 6 hours, Fang Qin arrived at the foot of a mountain. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly met an acquaintance. Green-robed Sword Marquis. When Fang Qin saw this person, he called out. The green-robed Sword Marquis also noticed Fang Qin. The first time they met was in the tomb of the condensing reality realm expert. Back then, when the two of them exchanged blows, Fang Qin had gained the upper hand. After parting ways, they finally met again. We finally meet again. The green-robed Sword Marquis did not know Fang Qin's name, but he recognized Fang Qin. When he saw Fang Qin, his face was full of smiles. At this moment, the green-robed Sword Marquis was surrounded by dense sword intent. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Let's fight. The green-robed Sword Marquis was a martial arts fanatic. Back then, he was proud and arrogant, but he was defeated by Fang Qin. This time, he naturally wanted to fight again. All right. Fang Qin nodded. The green-robed Sword Marquis had a good character. Fang Chen was happy to make friends with this kind of person. Whoosh! Just as the green-robed Sword Marquis finished speaking, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. His wrist shook, and a wild sword intent appeared on the long sword. "Be careful!" The green-robed Sword Marquis growled and launched a fierce attack. Not bad. When Fang Chen saw the green-robed Sword Marquis attack, he nodded with satisfaction. The latter had made great progress. Although in his eyes there was nothing to be afraid of, this kind of progress was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Moreover, the green-robed Sword Marquis' control of sword intent had also reached a certain level. Illusion God Sword Art. Fang Chen used the Illusion God Sword Art. The wild illusory chi was integrated into the sword intent and instantly bombarded towards the green-robed Sword Marquis. Crack! The green-robed Sword Marquis originally thought that he would be able to defeat Fang Chen, but in just one move he had been defeated. How is this possible? The green-robed Sword Marquis was a bit puzzled. You've actually become so strong. Your strength isn't bad either, Fang Chen said. Why did I lose to you? The green-robed Sword Marquis seriously asked. There are 3 reasons why you lost to me. The first is because of the illusion, Sword Dao. The second is because your weapon is a low-level profound weapon. The third is because my sword intent has reached the 3rd minor realm. Fang Chen said. What? The green-robed Sword Marquis was thoroughly shocked by Fang Chen's words. He had originally thought that he was a genius in the Sword Dao and was complacent. But compared to Fang Chen, his so-called genius was simply laughable. Not to mention the difference in weapons, just the difference in sword intent was impossible to make up for. Your sword intent has actually reached the 3rd minor realm. Truly amazing. The green-robed Sword Marquis sighed inwardly. The green-robed Sword Marquis was known as a genius in the Sword Dao in the Water City. But after so many years, his sword intent had only reached the 2nd minor realm. Fang Chen's sword intent had actually reached the 3rd minor realm. This was definitely a heaven-defying genius in the Sword Dao. I'm leaving. Fang Chen finished speaking and turned to leave. I will definitely not give up. The green-robed Sword Marquis looked at Fang Chen's departing figure and said in a deep voice, The Sky Ghost Forest was a famous forbidden area outside of the Water City. It was extremely dangerous. It was said that if an ordinary condensing reality realm warrior entered, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Fang Chen had accidentally entered the Sky Ghost Forest. Just a moment ago, Fang Chen had encountered a 5th condensing reality realm demonic beast. This demonic beast was extremely strong. Fang Chen had to use all of his strength to kill it. After killing the demonic beast, Fang Chen continued to advance. However, after advancing for a while, he suddenly heard the sound of battle. Someone's here. Fang Chen was puzzled. Then, he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. When Fang Chen arrived at the scene of the battle, he was surprised to find that it was not a human. It was the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect fighting a demonic beast. There were 2 remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Their strength was roughly at the early 5th condensing reality realm. The 2 of them were fighting a demonic beast together. Under the 2's battle, the demonic beast was on the verge of collapse. Bang! Under Fang Chen's gaze, the 2 remnants of the Yellow Spring sect finally killed the demonic beast. Old Wu, your strength has increased a lot. I was bored, so I came out to kill demonic beasts. I don't know when I'll be able to leave this damn valley-fill forest. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, called Old Wu, said. Just as the 2 were talking, they suddenly discovered Fang Chen. There's a human. Old Wu was the first to discover Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with greed when he saw him. Old Wu, be careful of the map on you. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect saw that Old Wu was about to make a move and warned him, "Don't worry, this human warrior is so young. He's definitely not strong. Let's kill him and suck his blood dry. Then we'll go back." After Old Wu finished speaking, he directly appeared in front of Fong Qin. "I didn't expect there to be remnants of the Yellow Spring sect here," Fong Qin said coldly. "Kid, it's too late for you to know." Old Wu's voice fell and he directly attacked. However, Fong Qin's attack was faster than his. He performed the phantom sword art. The illusory aura instantly filled the air, and Old Wu was instantly trapped in an illusion. The hidden star sword in Fong Qin's hand directly pierced Old Wu's body. Crack! Old Wu didn't even have time to speak before he was killed by Fong Qin. This happened so suddenly that the other remnant of the Yellow Spring sect didn't even have time to react. By the time he reacted, Fong Qin had already picked up Old Wu's interspatial ring. "Put down Old Wu's interspatial ring!" The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect roared angrily. Fong Qin snorted coldly. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he walked straight towards him. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect instantly transmitted this matter back and then attacked Fong Qin. A second later, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was killed by Fong Qin. Then, Fong Qin quickly disappeared from the Heavenly Ghost Forest. In the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, there was an extremely dense evil aura. There was a secret stronghold of the Yellow Spring sect here. The person in charge of this stronghold was called Protector Zhigu. He had yet to recover from his serious injuries, so his cultivation base was only at the 7th stage of the condensing reality realm. However, even so, he was still strong enough. At this moment, Protector Zhigu was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the dense evil aura, recovering his strength. As time passed, his body continued to absorb the wild evil aura around him. Beside him, there were many remnants of the Yellow Spring sect guarding him. What map is lost? Protector Zhigu, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly roared angrily. "The map is lost. That idiot Old Wu." The other remnants of the Yellow Spring sect kept cursing Old Wu when they heard that the map was lost. Old Wu was killed and the map was lost. It was taken by a human warrior. All of you go and find him. He is still in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. We must find the map at all costs. Protector Zhigu roared angrily. Chapter 465. After Fong Qin killed the 2 remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, he quickly disappeared. He had also heard of the legend of the Heavenly Ghost Forest. It was said that this was a very dangerous place. Once one entered, it would be very difficult to leave. It was because of this that Fong Qin decided to enter this place to train. He did not expect to find the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect as soon as he entered. After Fong Qin killed the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect and took the interspatial ring, he found a hidden place and began to inspect the interspatial ring. I wonder what is in the interspatial ring. Why did the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect become so angry when I obtained the interspatial ring? Fong Qin looked at the interspatial ring and muttered to himself. Then Fong Qin opened the interspatial ring and his soul entered it. There were some cultivation techniques of the Yellow Spring sect and some spiritual stones in the interspatial ring. However, these were not enough to attract Fong Qin. When Fong Qin's gaze fell on a piece of rag, his expression changed slightly and his mind shook. Then, with a thought, he took the rag out of the interspatial ring and carefully studied it. The more he studied it, the more shocked Fong Qin was. This map was exactly the same as the one Fong Qin had obtained from the Marquis of Absolute Heaven. Could they be together? Fong Qin quickly pieced the 2 pieces of the map together and found that the map looked completely new. I see. Originally, Fong Qin had obtained a map from the Marquis of Absolute Heaven, but it was incomplete. Later on, he did not pay much attention to it and kept it in the interspatial ring. He did not expect to obtain the other half of the map in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. After looking at the complete map, Fang Chun found that the red dot on the map pointed to the Heavenly Ghost Forest. No wonder the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. They had already found some clues. Fang Chun thought to himself. At the same time, Fang Chun was very excited. Although he did not know where the map pointed to, he had already made up his mind. However, Fang Chun had already made his decision. He would go and investigate. Who knows, he might be able to encounter some opportunities. Fang Chun was a man of his word. After pondering for a moment, he followed the map and quickly advanced. The red dot on the map was in the deepest part of the Heavenly Ghost Forest. Fang Chun was currently in the outer part of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, and there was still a long way to go. Just as Fang Chun was heading towards the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, countless members of the Yellow Spring sect began searching for Fang Chun, wanting to take back the map. Somewhere in the Heavenly Ghost Forest, Fang Chun was walking. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting in front of him. He looked up and was surprised to see that it was a small group of humans fighting. There were 5 people in the team. 4 of them were male and 1 was female. They were fighting against a powerful demonic beast. Fang Chun briefly scanned the group and discovered that the overall strength of this small group was only at the 5th condensing reality realm. The 5 of them worked together to kill the demonic beast. The demonic beast could not hold on any longer and was about to die. Fang Chun saw this and did not say anything. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, it was at this moment that the small team killed the demonic beast. The small team of human ancient martial art practitioners discovered Fang Chun. The 5 of them looked at each other. Then the leader looked at Fang Chun and said, "Brother, which sect are you from?" Entering the Heavenly Ghost Forest alone. He must be a disciple of a big family or a big force. After all, the Heavenly Ghost Forest was a dangerous place. Normal people would not dare to enter. Fang Chun stopped and shook his head. He did not say anything and continued walking. Seeing Fang Chun leave, the only woman took a step forward and walked up to the leader. She whispered, "Senior Apprentice Brother Fang, just who is this brat? Will he ruin our plans?" Senior Brother Fang sneered and said, "This kid is very mysterious. I can't see through him. It's better to be careful. Senior Brother Fang, let's go," the other disciples said in a low voice. Then the 5 of them quickly moved forward. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, a small group of 5 people heard the sounds of fighting in front of them. Their expressions changed slightly and they quickly went forward. They were surprised to find that Fang Chun was fighting with an unfamiliar man. Why does this man have the same aura as the Yellow Spring sect? Senior Brother Fang said. Could it be that there are survivors of the Yellow Spring sect in the Heavenly Ghost Forest? The female disciple said in a low voice. Senior Brother Fang, should we help him? Another disciple asked. Although they could not see through Fang Chun's strength, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were the enemies of all the martial artists in the ancient Sword Continent. Wait a moment, Senior Brother Fang said. At this time, Fang Chun was fighting with a 5th stage condensing reality realm remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. Kid, hand over the map. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by all the members of the Yellow Spring sect. The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect roared angrily. You don't have the ability to do that. Fang Chun sneered and used the phantom sword art. Suddenly, a wild illusory sword shot out from the hidden star sword and pierced the body of the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. At this time, the 5 people hiding in the dark were slightly shocked when they heard the conversation between the two. Nap, what kind of map does this kid have? It seems to be very important to the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. Senior Brother Fang thought to himself. After a long time, a trace of greed flashed in Senior Brother Fang's eyes. His face was full of a sinister smile. Senior Brother Fang, This kid's sword art is very strange. He must be a disciple of a big force to have such achievements at such a young age. A disciple said in a low voice. When they saw Fong Chen's Phantom God sword technique, they were extremely shocked. That's right. This kid is too talented. Although his cultivation base is not high, his true strength is comparable to a fifth-stage condensing reality realm. Even if the 5 of us join forces, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill him. A tall and sturdy fatty said, I didn't expect to meet such a genius in the heavenly ghost forest. The few disciples discussed Fong Chin animatedly. Senior Brother Fong, who was the leader, was deep in thought. After a long time, Senior Brother Fong saw that Fong Chin was about to kill the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. He suddenly said, Let's go and help. Senior Brother Fong took the lead and said loudly, Brother, everyone has the right to kill the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. I'll help you now. However, just as he finished speaking, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were killed by Fong Chin. Fong Chin glanced at Senior Brother Fong, but did not say anything. At this moment, the other 4 people also appeared one after another. They came in front of Fong Chin. Brother, we were just passing by and happened to see you fighting with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I'm impressed. Senior Brother Fong said to Fong Chun with a grin, Brother, you're very powerful. Unfortunately, you're not a disciple of the Divine Statue Sect. The female disciple said in a low voice, her eyes shining. You're disciples of the Divine Statue Sect? Fong Chin asked. Yes, we're disciples of the Divine Statue Sect. This time, we're going to train in the Heavenly Ghost Forest alone. Why don't we team up and take care of each other? Senior Brother Fong asked. Fong Chin shook his head. No need. With that, Fong Chin turned around and left. The more Fong Chin refused, the more certain Senior Brother Fong was that Fong Chin was hiding some secret. Humph, do you think you can escape from me like this? Sneered Senior Brother Fong. Senior Brother Fong called the other 4 over and whispered to them. Before long, the 5 of them were rushing in the direction Fong Chin had left. After his battle with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, Fong Chin knew that the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect had realized he had obtained the map and were looking for him. It seems that this map will be of great use to them, Fong Chin thought to himself. Right now, Fong Chin's mind was filled with thoughts of how to deal with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, as well as the location marked on the map. As for the 5 disciples of the Divine Statue Gate, Fong Chin didn't care about them at all. One day, as Fong Chin was getting closer and closer to the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, his surroundings suddenly turned dark. Then Fong Chin found himself trapped in a formation. This formation was extremely strange. He couldn't see what was going on outside. Oh, a formation. Fong Chin was puzzled, but he remained calm. At this moment, a familiar laughter rang out in Fong Chin's ears. Brat, hand over the map and I'll let you live. Yes, a disciple of the Divine Statue School. When Fong Chin heard this, a trace of anger appeared in his heart. He hadn't expected the Divine Statue Gate's disciples to have set up a formation on his path ahead of time. Although this formation wasn't very high grade, only a top-grade Yuan tier formation, it would require a formation grandmaster at the very least to set up. It seemed some of the Divine Statue Gate's disciples had also cultivated formations. Furthermore, they had quite a bit of skill in the Tao of formations. Divine Statue Gate's disciples. Fong Chen's icy voice rang out. The 5 disciples of the Divine Statue School instantly appeared in the middle of the array. They were very confident in this array. Furthermore, they weren't afraid of Fong Chin. Brat, obediently hand over your spatial ring. You won't be able to escape in this mist formation, said Senior Apprentice Brother Fong. Chapter 466. Fong Chen's eyes were ice-cold as he looked at the 5 people from the Divine Statue Gate. His heart was filled with killing intent. Are you sure you want to do this? Asked Fong Qin. Brat, who do you think you can scare in my mist formation? Don't think that just because you're strong, the 5 of us aren't a match for you, sneered Senior Apprentice Brother Fong. He was extremely confident in his mist formation. That's right, Brat. Hurry up and hand over your spatial ring. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground, said another disciple. Senior Apprentice Brother Fong, why waste words with him? Said a fatty impatiently. Let's just join hands and kill him. Then we can take his spatial ring. Senior Apprentice Brother Fong nodded slightly. Since this fellow doesn't know how to appreciate favors, then let's join hands and kill him. As soon as Senior Apprentice Brother Fong's words rang out, the mist formation was activated to its peak. A wild aura instantly assaulted them. At the same time, the 5 disciples from the divine statue gate vanished without a trace. Fong Qin vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Although he couldn't find the 5 disciples, Fong Qin knew that they were definitely nearby. It was just that he hadn't been able to find them due to the mist formation. Swish! Just as Fong Qin was surveying his surroundings, a female disciple suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as she appeared, she waved her hand, causing countless flowers to shoot out from her hand and shoot towards Fong Qin's back. Bang! Fong Qin sensed the energy coming from behind him, and his expression changed. He activated his sword body and then took out the Hidden Star sword to use the Phantom God sword art to block those hidden weapons. Damned mist formation! Fong Qin couldn't help cursing. If it weren't for the mist formation, it would be extremely easy for him to kill these 5 people. But now he couldn't see them, and they could sneak attack him at any time. Fortunately, the mist formation only limited his speed and vision. It didn't limit his combat power. Swish! From time to time, the Divine Statue Gate's disciples would launch sneak attacks. Gradually, Fong Qin began to calmly deal with them. In the dark, the 5 Divine Statue School disciples gathered together. They stared at Fong Qin, who was constantly moving in front of them, and discussed countermeasures. Senior Brother Fong, although your fog formation is powerful, we are still no match for him. That's right. Within the bewildering fog array, we have the advantage of time and place. However, this brat's strength is truly valiant, especially his weapon. I suspect that it's a low-rank profound weapon. Xian Bing. Upon hearing the female disciple's words, Senior Brother Fong was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Fong Qin's star-concealing sword. At this moment, he was even more shocked, because the hidden star sword in Fong Qin's hand was indeed a primary profound weapon. It really is a Xian weapon. Senior Brother Fong was extremely excited. If he could kill this kid, the profound weapon would be his. With the profound weapon, he would be able to hold his head high in the divine statue sect. Kill him at all costs, Senior Brother Fong said in a low voice. Then, Senior Brother Fong arranged the battle strategy and asked everyone to disperse. At this moment, Senior Brother Fong quietly came to the front of Fatty, as if he wanted to talk to him. Fatty did not guard against Senior Brother Fong at all. Just as he was waiting for Senior Brother Fong to speak, Fatty suddenly realized that his body was flying forward uncontrollably. Fatty was a little puzzled. He turned his head and saw Senior Brother Fong smiling evilly. Not good. At this moment, Fatty also realized something. He tried his best to control his body, wanting to stop. However, it was too late. His body was already exposed to Fong Qin's sight. At this moment, Fong Qin was trying his best to find the 5 people. Suddenly, he discovered Fatty. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and cleanly pierced Fatty's chest. Fatty did not even have time to resist before he died under Fong Qin's star-concealing sword. At this moment, Fong Qin's back was facing Senior Brother Fong. They were very close to each other. When Senior Brother Fong saw this scene, his eyes were filled with madness. The reason why he sacrificed Fatty was to wait for this opportunity. A long sword appeared in his hand. However, His long sword was a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. The moment he pulled out his long sword, a wild sword intent suddenly emerged from his body and gathered in the long sword. Go to hell! Senior Brother Fong let out a furious roar. His long sword, which was imbued with wild sword will, immediately pierced into Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen had just killed Fatty and did not have time to withdraw his star-concealing sword. He had no time to dodge and was directly pierced by Senior Brother Fong's long sword. Fortunately, Fong Chen had already activated his sword body and helped him block Senior Brother Fong's long sword. Hiss! Although Senior Brother Fong's long sword pierced Fong Chen's body, it did not cause much damage. This was because the sword intent in the long sword had been absorbed by the sword body. Puchi! Senior Brother Fong withdrew his long sword. A sword wound appeared on Fong Chen's back and blood kept flowing out. Fong Chen withdrew his star-concealing sword and turned around to glare at Senior Brother Fong. At this moment, Senior Brother Fong appeared directly and stopped dodging. The other three also appeared behind Senior Brother Fong. They did not see Senior Brother Fong push Fatty, so they subconsciously thought that Fatty was killed by Fong Chen. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The female disciple shouted angrily. Fong Chen quickly stopped the bleeding on his back and looked at Senior Brother Fong coldly. Stop being a coward, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. Brat, it's a miracle that you didn't die after being stabbed by my immortal killing sword. Now you're still pretending? Senior Brother Fong sneered. He thought that Fong Chen was an arrow at the end of its flight. Ha 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 ha. A wild smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. In the next moment, he pushed his sword to its peak. A crazy sword intent surged out, and the star-concealing sword in his hand let out a sword cry. You're all going to die. Following Fong Chen's roar, the star-concealing sword was directly brandished. Senior Brother Fong's face was originally full of smiles, but when he saw Fong Chen erupt with such power, his expression changed. Attack together! He's using his last breath. As long as we can hold on, he'll definitely die, roared Senior Brother Fong. At the same time, the four of them threw out their weapons, wanting to block Fong Chen's terrifying attack. Crack! When their weapons came into contact with Fong Chen's star-concealing sword, it was like cutting tofu. They were all cut apart. This was the power of profound weapons. Spirit weapons and profound weapons were on completely different levels. Ah! The four people's weapons were shattered, and they retreated one after another, wanting to hide in the fog array. However, how could Fong Chen give them that chance? His wild sword intent instantly enveloped the four of them, making it impossible for them to hide in the mist formation. Die! A cold voice came from Fong Chen's mouth. He swung his sword with each step, killing one person with each slash. Puchi! After taking 3 steps, 3 people from the divine statue sect fell. There was only one person left, Senior Brother Fong. At this moment, Senior Brother Fong was terrified. He had not expected that Fong Chen could still erupt with such power after being pierced by his immortal killing sword. No, it's impossible. Senior Brother Fong roared as he retreated. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. Although this was the mist formation that he had set up, he realized that he could not control the mist formation when he was enveloped by Lin Fan's sword intent. Go to hell! Fong Chen took another step forward. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. With a Puchi sound, Senior Brother Fong was pierced by the sword. His eyes were filled with anger. When he was pierced by the star-concealing sword, the sword intent around him instantly dissipated. At this moment, a button appeared in Senior Brother Fong's hand. He pressed it hard and the button instantly shattered. Brat, even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. After saying that, Senior Brother Fong's body slumped to the ground. At this moment, Fong Chan realized that the mist formation had undergone a huge change. The surrounding mist was becoming denser, which surprised Fong Qin. Rumble! A deafening sound came from within the mist formation. After a long time, the mist formation recovered its bottleneck. At this time, Fong Qin realized that the mist formation had improved a lot. What's going on? Fong Qin was shocked. Before that brat died, he crushed the central control of the mist formation, said Patriarch Bronze. Generally, when the central control of a formation is broken, there are only two possibilities. The first is that the formation collapses. The second is that the formation's power increases and it becomes a dead formation. This was the first time Fong Qin had heard of a dead formation. A dead formation is a formation without a central control. Unless you're an array master a level higher than the one who set it up, it's impossible to break it, said Patriarch Bronze. Damn it! Fong Qin couldn't help cursing inwardly. The Divine Statue Gate's disciple had crushed the central control before dying, turning the mist formation into a dead formation. Then how do I get out? Asked Fong Qin urgently. This was the question he was most concerned about. This mist formation is a top-grade Yuan grade formation. Only an array master can set it up. If you want to break it, you'll need an array grandmaster, said Patriarch Bronze. Is that the only way? Asked Fong Qin. There is another way. That is to use absolute strength to directly crush the formation, said Patriarch Bronze. Fong Qin was speechless. What Patriarch Bronze said was the same as not saying anything. Fong Qin's strength clearly wasn't enough to crush the formation, so there was no way he could use this method to break it. To think that I've fallen into a death array, Fong Qin mumbled to himself. His face was filled with helplessness. A dead formation was a formation that would cause any martial artist's expression to change. What martial artists feared the most was a dead formation. A dead formation without a central control was extremely terrifying. That was because it was impossible to find a way to break it. Fong Qin had never come into contact with formations before, so he knew nothing about them. Even if he started cultivating now, it was impossible for him to become an array grandmaster. Chapter 467. Fong Qin was speechless. Although Ancestor Bronze had only given the method to break the death array, Fong Qin couldn't do any of them. Kid, your only choice now is to go to that kid's interspatial ring and see if there are any books on array formations. Then you can start learning array formations. This is your only way out, said Ancestor Bronze. Fong Qin shook his head slightly and sighed. He didn't expect to fall to such a state. Even when fighting with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, he wasn't afraid. Forget it. I can only take one step at a time, said Fong Qin. Then Fong Qin found Senior Brother Fong's interspatial ring and began searching. After a few minutes, he finally found a book on array formations. Array Formation Basics. This is the most basic book on array formations. Take a look first. After Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Fong Qin had no choice but to pick up the Array Formation Basics and begin studying it. The Tao of Formations was a very mystical Tao of cultivation. In the history of the ancient Sword Continent, countless genius array masters emerged. They were obsessed with array formations for their entire lives. As for the Tao of array formations, martial artists who cultivated to the pinnacle would be able to set up one extremely powerful array formation after another with a wave of their hand. Therefore, array masters who cultivated to the peak were also very terrifying existences. All paths lead to the same destination, whether it was array formations, alchemy, or weapon refinement. As long as one cultivated to the peak, they could touch the peak of martial arts. Unknowingly, Fong Qin was immersed in the vast ocean of the array formation basics. In the past, Fong Qin thought that array masters were just a special profession. Now he finally knew just how terrifying an array master was. Array formations are like the vast ocean, and I'm like a small boat in the vast ocean. I can capsize at any time, but I'm still moving forward. Fong Qin muttered to himself as he read the array formation basics. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The strange thing was that in this month the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect didn't find this place. Or rather, they found this place but didn't find the fog array. In any case, Fong Chen was very comfortable this month. He even gave up on cultivating and focused on studying the foundational scroll of Array Dao. In the beginning, Fong Chen felt that the Array Dao foundation scroll was very irritating and tasteless. However, he was gradually attracted to the Array Dao foundation scroll. In the end, he was completely immersed in it and could not extricate himself. At this time, he also discovered the charm of the Tao of arrays and fell deeply in love with it. In a month's time, Fong Chen had thoroughly understood the basics of Array's book. All the information about arrays had been memorized by Fong Chen. Over the past month, my state of mind has improved a lot. Fong Chen put away the book and smiled. In the beginning, Fong Chen was a little impatient when he fell into the fog array. But later, Fong Chen completely let go. Nothing could be forced. The more one forced it, the less likely one would succeed. Being a human was like learning array formations. Right now, Fong Chen's mind was filled with the knowledge of array formations. This month was also considered the time Fong Chen had entered the foundation of arrays. Even senior Brother Fong of the Divine Statue sect couldn't be compared to him in a month's time. Even old Ancestor Bronze, who was inside the Python sword, couldn't help but praise Fong Chen's talent. He was too amazing. Not only was his martial arts talent strong, but his array formation talent was also heaven-defying. In a month's time, Fong Chen could be considered to have entered the foundation of array formations. However, he still couldn't set up an array formation just by entering the foundation of arrays. At the very least, one needed to be an array formation apprentice to set up an array formation. Now, Fong Chen only had a rich theoretical knowledge. As for practical use, he was still a little lacking. To set up an array formation, one first needs array foundation materials. Then, one needs the incantation and hand seals. Only when these three are combined can the array formation be set up, Fong Chen said to himself. In the foundation of array formations, there were some simple ordinary array formations. These array formations were the simplest of array formations, which could be set up by an array formation apprentice. Now, Fong Chen was like a child learning how to walk. He recalled the information in the foundation of array formations over and over again in his mind while trying to set up an array formation. On this day, Fong Chen prepared to try to set up a simple binding array formation. This array formation was considered the simplest among ordinary array formations. Fong Chen had just learned about array formations, so he chose the simplest binding array formation. Setting up a binding array formation required spirit stones. Fong Chen had already prepared upper-grade spirit stones and memorized the incantation of the binding array formation. Finally, Fong Chen looked around and closed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a wild spiritual energy emerged from his body. In the next moment, Fong Chen waved his wrist, and his palms kept forming complicated hand seals. In the sky, hand seals appeared one after another. At the same time, 8 upper-grade spirit stones appeared in Fong Chen's hands, and he threw them directly on the ground. Rumble! At this moment, the hand seals in the sky quickly landed on the 8 spirit stones. In an instant, the 8 spirit stones emitted a bright light. Then, the light on the 8 spirit stones slowly revolved around each other. This process was a little long, but Fong Chen was still very happy when he saw the scene. After 15 minutes, the binding array formation was set up. Fong Chen looked at the binding array formation in front of him with a smile on his face. After learning for a month, he had finally become an array formation apprentice. Although it took a long time to set up the binding array formation, this was just the beginning. There's still a long time before I can break the array. I don't know when the Yellow Spring sect members will find this place. Fong Chen was speechless. He could only place his hopes on the Yellow Spring sect members. At this moment, there was a white-haired old man flying in the sky above the heavenly ghost forest. He was flying at an extremely fast speed. Just as he was flying above the heavenly ghost forest, he suddenly felt the fluctuations of an array formation. Yes, someone is setting up an array formation. The white-haired old man's heart trembled slightly. He immediately stopped and his figure flashed, entering the heavenly ghost forest. Strange, this kid is in the middle of a bewildering mist array, but he actually set up a binding array. What is he trying to do? The white-haired old man was an expert. Since he had nothing to do, he curiously observed Fong Qin in the dark. After a brief inspection, the white-haired old man discovered that Fong Qin was actually deep in the bewildering mist array. He was studying the array formation in order to leave this place. Not arrogant nor impatient. This kid's character is not bad. The white-haired old man faintly said, I just don't know how his talent in array formations is. Then the white-haired old man closed his eyes and his soul left his body, enveloping Fong Qin's body. In the next instant, his eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This kid has only been studying array formations for a month. The white-haired old man couldn't believe it. However, his soul clearly told him that this kid had only been studying array formations for a month. I really didn't expect that I would meet such an interesting fellow on this trip to the Five Elements province. The white-haired old man grinned. In the next instant, the white-haired old man entered the bewildering mist array. Kid, the white-haired old man called out. Who is it? Fong Qin looked around and saw the white-haired old man behind him. He cautiously asked, Kid, you've only been studying array formations for a month. Fong Qin nodded in response. Do you have a master? The white-haired old man asked. Fong Qin knew that the white-haired old man was asking about his master in array formations. He shook his head and said, This junior was trapped in the bewildering mist array. Now that the bewildering mist array has turned into a death array, this junior was forced to begin studying array formations. Oh, so that's how it is. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up. Then, how did you learn array formations? The white-haired old man was a little curious. Fong Qin took out the Array Formation Foundation scroll and said, I obtained this from a dead enemy. I've been studying the Array Formation Foundation scroll for a month. Now, I'm finally able to set up a simple binding array. Seeing the Array Formation Foundation scroll in Fong Qin's hands, the white-haired old man was stunned before he nodded in satisfaction. In this anxious world, it was rare for someone to be willing to memorize the Array Formation Foundation scroll from beginning to end. Furthermore, what surprised the white-haired old man was that Fong Qin had never come into contact with array formations before. Yet he was able to set up a binding array just by studying the Array Formation Foundation scroll for a month. Such talent in array formations was not something that ordinary array masters could compare to. At that moment, the white-haired old man had the thought of taking in a disciple. He asked, Kid, haven't you always been troubled by how to leave this place? Fong Qin nodded and looked at the white-haired old man. Senior, you want to help me? The white-haired old man smiled. If you're willing to be my disciple, I can take you away at any time. Fong Qin fell silent when he heard that. To take an unfamiliar old man as his master in order to leave this place was not his style of doing things. After pondering for a moment, Fong Qin shook his head and said, Junior's heart is no longer on the path of formations. The reason why I learned formations was because I had no other choice. Once I leave this place, my focus will still be on the martial way. You've really wasted your talent. The white-haired old man was a little speechless. He had such great talent in array formations, yet his mind was no longer focused on array formations. Kid, you should know that array formations, when cultivated to the peak, is not inferior to martial arts at all, said the white-haired old man. Fong Qin nodded and did not say anything. The white-haired old man pondered for a moment before saying, Forget it. Since you're not willing to take me as your master, I won't force you. If fate wills it, we'll meet again next time. I hope you'll change your mind then. Since I've met you here, it can be considered fate. No matter what, I'll give you a hand." The moment the white-haired old man said that, the death formation bewildering mist formation shattered instantly, and the white-haired old man was nowhere to be seen. Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings with joy on his face. After being trapped for a month, he was finally free. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 468. After being trapped in the mist array for a month, Fang Chen had thoroughly understood the power of array Dao. Although he had rejected the gray-haired old man's request to take him in as a disciple, he still preferred array Dao from the bottom of his heart. As long as it did not affect his cultivation of martial arts, Fang Chen would naturally not give up on array Dao. After all, one more skill was one more way to save his life. Now that he had finally escaped from the mist array, Fang Chen took out the map and glanced at it. Then he continued to rush towards the depths of the heavenly ghost forest. Since he had already come here, he naturally could not return empty-handed. Moreover, Fang Chen vaguely felt that the location marked on the map seemed to be hiding something very important to the Yellow Spring sect. Therefore, Fang Chen continued to move forward. He wanted to explore this mysterious place. About an hour after Fang Chen walked, he encountered the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect who tried to kill him. "Ha ha ha! Kid, I've been looking for you for half a month. You finally appeared." The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect laughed eerily. In front of Fang Chen, there were 3 remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. Their strength was roughly at the 5th stage of the condensing reality realm. Fang Chen did not speak. He immediately attacked. The hidden star sword in his hand danced continuously. Every time he used the phantom sword skill, one of the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect would be killed. The person who took the map has appeared. The last remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect only had time to send out this message before he was pierced by Fang Chen's sword. "Hurry up and leave." After killing the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen quickly disappeared. The next time he appeared, Fang Chen was already in the depths of the heavenly ghost forest. During this time, Fang Chen also encountered some powerful demonic beasts, but they were all killed by him. At this time, in the depths of the heavenly ghost forest, there was a 10,000 zhang tall peak. This peak towered into the clouds, and there was nothing on the cliff. The place marked on the map should be here. Fang Chen couldn't figure it out and muttered to himself. Not long after, a large number of Netherworld sect members appeared behind Fang Chen. Their leader was Protector Zhigu. In the past month, Fang Chen had disappeared without a trace. Protector Zhigu was furious and wanted to find Fang Chen personally. Finally, not long ago, they received news that Fang Chen had appeared. They followed the news and found this place. "Brat, hand over the map." Protector Zhigu's body emitted a wild aura as he roared. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that there would be a guardian of the 7th stage condensing reality realm in the heavenly ghost forest. "Run!" Without any hesitation, Fang Chen's figure flashed and fled, courting death. Seeing this, Protector Zhigu sneered. The evil aura around him gathered on his fist, and he punched toward Fang Chen. Bang! Without any ability to resist, Fang Chen flew back like a kite. His body crashed heavily into the cliff of the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. Puchi! Fang Chen's throat moved. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the cliff, and his body fell to the ground. "You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me with such little strength?" Protector Zhigu looked at Fang Chen and sneered. At this moment, the cliff suddenly began to tremble. A deafening sound was heard, and then countless wild auras gushed out from the cracks on the cliff. "What?" Seeing this, Protector Zhigu's face was filled with excitement. He said, "It must be here. Ha ha ha. Fang Chen struggled to get up. His qi and blood were boiling, and his body was extremely weak. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly realized that a crack had appeared on the cliff. Within this crack, a strange light was emitted. This light instantly enveloped Fang Chen before he disappeared from where he stood. "That brat has entered the cliff!" roared Protector Zhigu. At the same time, Protector Zhigu's body flashed. Before the strange light disappeared, he directly entered the crack. Boom! When the cliff returned to its original state and the crack disappeared, the entire ground began to tremble. The remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect stared at the barren cliff in shock. Their hearts were filled with fear. The aura that had been emitted from the crack in the cliff earlier had caused their hearts to palpitate. "What a terrifying aura!" muttered the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen was wrapped in that strange light and entered the crack. After an unknown amount of time, he appeared in a pitch-black palace. There were only a few night pearls illuminating this palace, but it was clear that these night pearls were too old to illuminate the entire palace. Crash! The strange light shattered, and Fang Chen's body fell to the ground. In an instant, an icy aura hit him, and Fang Chen shivered. "What is this place?" asked Fang Chen, puzzled. "Proceed according to my instructions." Suddenly, an aged voice was transmitted into Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen was startled. He was originally hesitating, but after sensing Protector Zhigu's aura, he immediately followed the direction the ancient voice was pointing. "Brat, stop!" shouted Protector Zhigu angrily when he saw Fang Chen. However, in an instant, Fang Chen discovered that he could no longer see Protector Zhigu's figure. At this moment, Fang Chen also discovered that he had unknowingly entered a formation. What kind of formation is this? Fang Chen's face was filled with vigilance. He looked around and muttered to himself, "Brat, being able to enter this place can be considered fate." Suddenly, the ancient voice rang out again. "Who are you?" asked Fang Chen. "I am the master of this palace. In the battle with the Yellow Spring sect, although we humans defeated the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, we did not completely eliminate them. Countless members of the Yellow Spring sect are suppressed in this palace." The ancient voice rang out again. "Is this why the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are looking for this place?" asked Fang Chen. "Of course not," the ancient voice said. "Then why?" asked Fang Chen. "Because a finger of the Yellow Spring sect master is suppressed in this palace," the ancient voice said in a low voice. Fang Chen was startled. He did not expect that a finger of the Yellow Spring sect master was suppressed in this palace. Fang Chen did not know how powerful the Yellow Spring sect was in the past. He only knew that there were many experts in the Yellow Spring sect. There were 36 protectors, and each protector was an expert at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Later, as Fang Chen came into contact with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, he gradually learned that there were many things that were not recorded in the unofficial history. For example, the hierarchy in the Yellow Spring sect was very strict. There were actually stronger existences above the protectors. Above the protectors were the 8 great kings and the 3 great venerables. Above them was the true leader of the Yellow Spring sect, the person who had once started the war on the ancient Sword Continent. There were no records of how powerful the Yellow Spring sect master was. Fang Chen did not know. But Fang Chen remembered that almost all the experts who had besieged the Yellow Spring sect master on the ancient Sword Continent had fallen. Even if a few survived, half of their bodies were paralyzed or died of depression. It was easy to imagine how powerful the Yellow Spring sect master was. And this palace actually suppressed a finger of the Yellow Spring sect master. "The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are after this finger?" asked Fang Chen anxiously. "Correct. If they obtain this finger, they'll definitely use it to summon the Yellow Spring sect master. Perhaps they'll be able to revive him." "That would be a disaster for humanity," said the ancient voice. "Is there any way to avoid that?" asked Fong Qin. Since the ancient voice had brought him here, it definitely needed his help. This was a matter of great importance, and Fong Qin couldn't ignore it. When I was alive, I was a magic array master. Here are some of my insights into the Tao of magic arrays. Take it. After saying that, a book appeared in Fong Chen's hand. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected to obtain a senior's insights into the Tao of formations here. This was definitely a treasure. Many thanks, senior. Fong Qin put away the book and cupped his hands with a smile. The Yellow Spring sect master's finger has been suppressed for too long. The seal is a bit loose, so I need you to bring the finger out and find an expert to reseal it. You want me to bring it out? Asked Fong Qin in surprise. That's right. This palace is about to collapse, and my remnant will also dissipate. I can guarantee that after the palace collapses, all of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect will die. However, I can't guarantee this finger. I'm also afraid that after the palace collapses, the finger will break free and cause casualties to the ancient Sword Continent. So I need your help. Thinking about the Yellow Spring sect master's finger, Fong Qin felt his scalp go numb. That was the finger of the Yellow Spring sect master. The slightest carelessness could lead to a fatal disaster. You don't have to worry. I've set up several powerful formations on my finger. They can last for at least 3 months. As long as you can find a mighty figure to reseal them within 3 months, you'll be fine, the ancient voice said. How powerful must the expert be to reseal it? Asked Fong Qin. An expert beyond the condensing reality realm. The ancient voice didn't care whether Fong Qin was willing or not, and directly took out the sealed finger. Immediately, the entire palace shook. An extremely wild and evil aura instantly filled the entire palace. In an instant, Fong Chen's eyes turned scarlet. His mind was invaded by the evil aura. He almost went crazy. Steady! Fong Qin shouted in his heart. Just then, a clear stream appeared. Fong Chen's mind calmed down. He felt a lingering fear. Chapter 469. There was no doubt that this finger had been severed during that great battle. Countless top almighties of the ancient Sword Continent had besieged the Yellow Spring sect master. When before Fong Chen's eyes floated a sparkling, translucent finger. There was a trace of blood on the finger, which contained a majestic, evil aura. The finger was wrapped in a layer of seal. It's the finger of the Yellow Spring sect master. Fong Qin was shocked. At the same time, Protector Zhigu suddenly attacked the array formation crazily. He had also sensed the aura of the Yellow Spring sect master. It's the sect master's finger. It must be the sect master's finger. Protector Zhigu screamed in his heart as he attacked the array formation crazily. Of course, Fong Qin didn't know that his gaze was directly attracted by the finger of the Yellow Spring sect master. After you leave, find an elite to seal this finger as soon as possible, the ancient voice said softly. Fong Qin nodded. As soon as he took the finger in the void, a burst of wild power gushed out and almost caused Fong Chen's finger to fall to the ground. Although this finger has been sealed, it can still affect my mind, Fong Qin thought to himself. Just as Fong Qin was about to put the finger into his interspatial ring, the little mouse and the Banxianshu suddenly appeared. Brother Mouse, I helped you this time. You have to give me a few more drops of blood, the Banxianshu said as it glanced at the little mouse. The little mouse chirped and gestured before nodding its head. Fong Qin was a little surprised. Why had these two fellows suddenly appeared? Could they have been eyeing the finger of the Yellow Spring sect master? Just as Fong Qin was deep in thought, the branches and leaves of the Banxianshu suddenly opened and a wild aura filled the air. The next moment, the branches and leaves of the Banxianshu wrapped around Fong Chen's sparkling finger and firmly held it in midair. Seeing the scene, the little mouse nodded in satisfaction. Then it crawled along the branches of the Banxianshu until it reached the finger. It opened its mouth and drooled as it looked at the finger of the Acheron sect master. No. When Fong Chin saw this, he yelled out loudly. However, it was too late. The little mouse opened its tiny mouth and bit down on the sect master's finger. Fong Chin thought that something strange would happen. But what shocked him was that the entire palace was very quiet. Only the sound of the little mouse biting its fingers could be heard. At this moment, Fong Chin was completely stupefied. Although he knew that the little mouse's teeth were very tough and could swallow anything. This was the finger of the Acheron sect master. The Acheron sect master was an unparalleled expert. If it weren't for the joint attack of the top experts of the ancient sword continent, he wouldn't have fallen. Although he had fallen, his strength was too strong. Even a finger of his had to be sealed with layers of seals. However, such a strong finger couldn't resist the little mouse at all. Crack! In the palace, only the sound of the little mouse biting the finger could be heard. The little mouse was quickly swallowing the finger while the Banksian shoe couldn't hold on any longer. Brother Mouse, hurry up! The Banksian shoe cried out in pain. Some of its branches and leaves were burnt. This was because the power of the Acheron sect master's finger was too strong. After another minute, the half-immortal tree couldn't hold on any longer. It let out a loud cry, and its branches and leaves were all broken. It was seriously injured, and with a muffled groan it fell to the ground. At this time, the little mouse had already swallowed the Acheron sect master's finger and was wiping its mouth with its paw. It ate it clean. Fong Chin looked at the little mouse and asked in shock, "Little guy, are you okay?" When the little mouse heard Fong Chen's words, its face was full of smiles. A purple halo appeared around its body, and it instantly jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder, chirping and gesturing. "You want to rest?" Fong Chen asked. After swallowing the Acheron sect master's finger, the little mouse had absorbed too much energy and needed to rest. It jumped in front of the Banksian shoe and looked at the injured Banksian shoe with a trace of embarrassment. Then it cut its finger and dripped 3 drops of blood onto the Banksian shoe's trunk. Hiss! After the Banksian shoe absorbed the 3 drops of blood, it instantly recovered its vitality. The Banksian shoe shamelessly approached the little mouse and asked cheekily, "Brother Mouse, I'm seriously injured this time. Give me a few more drops." The little mouse chirped and gestured. Then its figure flashed and disappeared into the special space ring. The Banksian shoe followed closely behind and entered the special space ring. In an instant, only Fong Chin was left in the palace. The aura of the Acheron sect had disappeared without a trace. Fong Chin had never been there. At this moment, even the ancient voice didn't know what to say. "Senior," the little mouse swallowed the finger. "Will it be all right?" Fong Chin hurriedly asked. He was a bit worried about the little mouse's situation. "I'm not sure either." After saying this, the ancient voice completely disappeared from this world. At this moment, Protector Zhigu was frantically attacking the formation when the evil aura of the Acheron sect suddenly disappeared. "What's going on? Where's the sect master's finger?" Protector Zhigu was puzzled. Crack! Just as Protector Zhigu was puzzled, the entire palace suddenly collapsed. Countless Acheron sect members died. Miserable cries resounded through the sky. No, Protector Zhigu felt that his life was in danger. He shouted loudly. He didn't want to die. However, in the end, he couldn't resist the last bit of power of the ancient voice and died in the collapsed palace. On the other hand, Fong Chin smoothly emerged from the cliff. The palace disappeared and the remnant consciousness of the ancient voice also completely dissipated. After Fong Chin came out, he bowed deeply to the cliff. Such a stunning almighty who had once given his life for the peace of the ancient sword continent had actually ended up like this. It was really tragic. However, just as Fong Chin bowed, the members of the Acheron sect who had been waiting outside all surrounded him. "Brett, you're actually not dead." Upon seeing Fong Chin, the remaining members of the Acheron sect roared furiously. At the same time, they were also puzzled. Why hadn't Protector Zhigu appeared yet. Could it be that Protector Zhigu had found the sect master's finger? No matter what, they had to kill this brat first. Seeing so many members of the Acheron sect surrounding him, Fong Chen revealed a strange smile. Then, the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. "You're courting death." Fong Chen instantly activated the sword body and used the illusion god sword technique. Whoosh! Sword light flashed, and some of the weaker members of the Acheron sect died instantly. Cries of agony filled the entire heavenly ghost forest. In just a short while, the remaining members of the Acheron sect were all killed by Fong Chen. Then, Fong Chen left the place. Fong Chen had gained a lot from this trip to the heavenly ghost forest. Although his strength hadn't increased, he had learned the Tao of array formations. Furthermore, the little mouse had swallowed the Acheron sect master's finger and resolved a huge crisis. As he hurriedly walked, Fong Chen instantly checked. The little mouse had already fallen into a deep sleep. The Banxian had also absorbed the little mouse's blood and was recovering from its injuries. After sensing that the little mouse was fine, Fong Chen released a wild aura and started flying at full speed. 5 days later, Fong Chen successfully left the heavenly ghost forest. After another 5 days, Fong Chen arrived at a city called Sky Array City. Sky Array City was quite far away from Water City. However, Sky Array City was one of the more famous cities in the southern mountain land. Sky Array City was famous because of its arrays. Sky Array City's Tao of array formations was one of the best in the entire southern mountain land. Countless powerful array masters came from Sky Array City. At this moment, Fong Chen was drinking tea in a restaurant in Sky Array City. As expected of the Sky Array City, the entire city is surrounded by a natural array. Even a warrior at the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm would not be able to break in. Fong Chen said to himself as he drank his tea, there was only one way to enter Sky Array City. That was to queue up and pay the spiritual stones. It was impossible to break in by force. After resting for a while, Fong Chen left the restaurant. After leaving the heavenly ghost forest, he walked in one direction and arrived at Sky Array City. Since he was already here, he naturally wanted to experience the charm of Sky Array City. Furthermore, Fong Chen had recently done some research on the Tao of spirit formations. On the streets of Sky Array City, there were stalls everywhere. These stalls all sold the same thing, array formation chants. From the most common array formations to mortal level arrays, there were even origin level arrays. As for spirit level arrays, Fong Chen had not seen any, because if it was called a spirit level array, it would definitely be very powerful. Normal warriors would not be able to obtain it. Just as Fong Chen was strolling around, countless people suddenly rushed towards him. Fong Chen was puzzled. He stopped a warrior and asked, "Brother, I see that everyone is rushing over. What's going on?" Hearing Fong Chen's question, the warrior immediately said, "The Flame Master wants to set up an array in public. He wants to explain the problems of array formations to us beginners." After speaking, the warrior hurriedly left. Chapter 470. The Flame Master was a master with decent strength in Sky Array City. He was considered outstanding among the many array formation masters. Of course, there were many array formation masters in Sky Array City who were better than the Flame Master. However, they were usually elusive and ordinary martialists simply couldn't see them. The Flame Master would often come to the public square and personally set up array formations before explaining them to martialists who were interested in array formations. Over time, the Flame Master had gained a large number of fans in Sky Array City. As long as the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations, many martialists would come to support him. Today was the day that the Flame Master gave public lecture on array formations. Fong Chen looked at the countless martialists on the street and couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed an array formation master. Just one public lecture could actually attract so many martialists. Fong Chen pondered this for a moment before quickly walking forward. He wanted to see what the Flame Master was capable of. Ever since he had come into contact with array formations, Fan Chen had realized that array formations were like a vast ocean with countless drifters. However, some drifters were unable to find the essence of array formations even after spending their entire lives. Some drifters, on the other hand, were gifted and quickly grasped the essence of array formations. Thus, they were able to innovate on array formations and grow rapidly. The Flame Master was one of them. Back then, the Flame Master had wanted to learn array formations from a master. However, during the test, the Flame Master had been found to have almost zero array formation talent. Everyone knew very well what this meant. A person with almost zero array formation talent simply couldn't learn array formations. Even if he tried, it would just be a waste of time. However, the Flame Master didn't believe in heresy. He searched for all the books on array formations and even memorized the array formation basics. In the end, he relied on his self-study to become an array formation apprentice. His tenacity attracted the attention of other array formation almighties, and he received their approval. Finally, he entered the array formation path. In the days that followed, there were countless legends about the Flame Master. However, no one knew that the Flame Master was the person with almost zero array formation talent. It wasn't until one day when the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations that everyone was enlightened. The Flame Grandmaster's life was very inspirational. The reason why he publicly explained the array Tao was because he wanted to help those martial artists who were like him but didn't have the talent for array Tao. When Fan Chen arrived at the square, there was already a sea of people. Countless warriors were looking at a figure in the middle of the square with frenzied looks on their faces. In the middle of the square, there was a middle-aged man in fiery red clothes. He was the Flame Master. The reason why he was called the Flame Grandmaster was because the formations he set up were most proficient in fire attribute formations. At this moment, the Flame Grandmaster looked at the sea of people with a smile on his face. Everyone, today I will be explaining the essence of the Fire Frost Array. Hearing the Flame Grandmaster's words, there was an uproar in the square. Countless warriors shouted the Flame Grandmaster's name. As expected of a Flame Grandmaster, he can even set up a formation like the Fire Frost formation, a warrior exclaimed. Fan Chen narrowed his eyes and sized up the Flame Grandmaster. Of course, Fan Chen knew about the Fire Chill Array that the Flame Grandmaster mentioned. The Fire Chill Array was a top-grade, origin-grade array formation. Among the origin-grade array formations, it was considered one of the top few. Of course, if it was set up by a powerful array formation grandmaster, its might would even be comparable to a spirit-grade array formation. Although the Fire Chill array formation was powerful, it was very difficult to set it up. The slightest carelessness could lead to failure and even a backlash. When he heard that the Flame Grandmaster was setting up the Fire Chill array, Fan Chen looked forward to it. As soon as the Flame Grandmaster said that, he suddenly waved his hands. Immediately, countless tiny rays of light scattered from his palms onto the square. In an instant, an extremely wild flame aura appeared on the square. Then, a small array formation appeared in the middle of the square. Within the array formation, there was a raging fire that looked as though it wanted to roast people. However, the surrounding warriors didn't feel any heat at all. Instead, they felt waves of coolness emanating from the array formation. "Is this the Fire Chill array?" some warriors exclaimed in a low voice. After the Flame Grandmaster finished setting up the Fire Chill array, he pointed at the array formation and said, "This array formation is the Fire Chill array. There are a total of 72 array bases. 64 of them are made of flame pearls, while the remaining 8 are made of ice pearls. The process of setting it up is very complicated. As for the control center of the array, it is in the raging fire within the array formation. Ordinary people can't find it at all." As the Flame Grandmaster spoke with assurance, the other warriors on the square fell into deep thought. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Flame Grandmaster, May I ask how you control the array bases when you set up the array formation? Hearing this voice, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. It's 9 array pavilions, Jiu-Su. Someone said, 9 array pavilion was one of the major forces in Sky Array City. Although it wasn't a top force, it couldn't be underestimated. Jiu-Su was one of the top experts of the younger generation in 9 array pavilion. His cultivation base had reached the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. He was very talented in arrays and had become an array master at such a young age. So it's 9 array pavilions, Jiu-Su. The Flame Grandmaster nodded at Jiu-Su and said, If I'm not wrong, you should have been promoted to an array master not long ago, right? The Flame Grandmaster's attitude towards Jiu-Su was very gentle, and his face was full of smiles. Hearing the Flame Grandmaster's words, many warriors exclaimed, Oh my God! Jiu-Su has already become an array master? No wonder the Flame Grandmaster is so gentle towards him. No wonder he's the most outstanding array master of the younger generation in 9 array pavilion. He's really amazing. To be able to achieve this at such a young age, he will definitely become a top array master in the future. Many warriors were discussing Jiu-Su, their hearts filled with shock. In the crowd, Fang Chen was also carefully sizing up this 9 array pavilion's Jiu-Su. At least in terms of arrays, he wasn't as good as this person. Jiu-Su, you haven't been an array master for long, so you don't know. You'll naturally find out after some time. But since you've asked me today, I'll naturally tell you. The Flame Grandmaster said slowly, the Cold Fire Array has a total of 72 array bases. If you observe carefully, these 72 array bases actually follow a pattern. That is, for every 8 fire array bases, there is an ice array base. When you're setting up the array bases, you just need to control it slightly. After hearing the Flame Grandmaster's explanation, Jiu-Su instantly understood and nodded his head in satisfaction. However, at that moment, a discordant voice entered everyone's ears. It's not like that. Fang Chen was observing the Cold Fire Array when he was suddenly awakened by the Flame Grandmaster's words and immediately blurted out. When they heard Fang Chen's voice, everyone's gaze turned towards Fang Chen. Even Jiu-Su and the Flame Grandmaster from 9 Array Pavilion turned their heads to look at him. Humph, he's just an ordinary warrior. How dare he criticize the Flame Grandmaster for setting up an array? The current Sky Array City is really a place where any Tom, Dick, and Harry can enter. Trash like him, who specializes in ruining the atmosphere, really deserves to die. Kid, if you say it's not like that, don't tell me you're better than the Flame Grandmaster. Kid, if you don't give us a good reason today, I definitely won't let you off. Many martialists thought that Fang Chen had come to cause trouble, and were furious. Kid, I'll give you a chance to apologize to the Flame Grandmaster. Jiu-Su from 9 Array Pavilion said icily as he slowly walked over to Fang Chen. His words were filled with threat, as if he would kill Fang Chen if Fang Chen didn't apologize. Could it be that the Great Flame Grandmaster only allows others to flatter him and not point out his mistakes? Fang Chen had wanted to keep a low profile, but he had accidentally said such a thing. He had originally intended to let it go, but he hadn't expected that Jiu-Su would actually threaten him to apologize. The Flame Grandmaster frowned when he heard Fang Chen's words. However, he was still a Grandmaster, so he slowly said, Since this little friend thinks that I'm wrong, then why don't you tell me the correct way to set up the array? Jiu-Su didn't say anything else after the Flame Grandmaster had spoken. However, he still glared icily at Fang Chen. Fang Chen took a step forward and looked at the Cold Fire Array. Then, a large amount of array formation information appeared in his mind. This information was basically the array formation comprehensions that Fang Chen had obtained from the Sky Ghost Forest. Of course, Fang Chen hadn't carefully looked through it all these days. He had only looked at a small portion, which just so happened to explain how to set up the Cold Fire Array. It was very detailed. The cold fire array is a top-grade Yuan-grade array formation. If set up properly, its might can completely compare to a spirit-grade array formation. You can't deny this, right, Flame Grandmaster? Fang Chen asked. The Flame Grandmaster nodded, but didn't say anything. Fang Chen continued, in truth, the cold fire array is just as the Flame Grandmaster said. There is a pattern to how it is set up. As long as you grasp that pattern, you can easily set it up. Jiu Su's expression changed when he heard Fang Chen's words. He icily said, Do you even need to tell me that? You're not just stalling for time, are you? Fang Chen directly ignored Jiu Su and continued. The Flame Grandmaster's method of setting up the array foundations isn't wrong. It's just that this method is extremely difficult for an ordinary formation Grandmaster to control. The failure rate would be a bit higher. In truth, the cold fire array's array foundations can be set up like this. There are a total of 72 array foundations that can be set up 3 times. Fang Chen spoke frankly. At first, the Flame Grandmaster hadn't been moved. He had even been disdainful. However, as Fang Chen's explanation went deeper, the Flame Grandmaster's expression began to change. Why have I never thought of this method before? The Flame Grandmaster was filled with doubt. He actually couldn't find the slightest mistake in Fang Chen's method of setting up the array foundations. Furthermore, he had a faint feeling that this method was much simpler than his own method. It also had a higher success rate. All right, that's all I wanted to say, said Fang Chen. Chapter 471. Jiu Su's expression was icy. He was infuriated. He had been planning on humbly asking the Flame Grandmaster a few things, but his plan had been ruined by Fang Chen. Furthermore, this brat was still spouting such arrogant words. That infuriated him. Brat, you only have 2 choices now. Apologize or scram, roared Jiu Su. Correct. This is Heavenly Formation City, not a place for you to behave atrociously. The Flame Grandmaster has studied formations for so many years. How could he not know how to set up the cold flame formation? Is there a need for you to spout nonsense here? After Jiu Su, another person spoke. His words were filled with fury at Fang Chen. When everyone heard this person speak, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It's the Maqian Palace's immortal M.O. I never thought he would also come to listen to the Flame Grandmaster's lecture on the Tao of Formations. The Maqian Palace was on the same level as the 9 Formation Pavilion in Heavenly Formation City. They were both powerful sections. The immortal M.O. was one of the peak experts of the Maqian Palace's younger generation. Of course, geniuses like Jiu Su could only be considered second-tier geniuses within Heavenly Formation City. As for the first-tier geniuses, they couldn't compare to them. The immortal M.O. didn't understand formations. This time he had come with Jiu Su. At first, he hadn't said anything when Fang Chen had spouted nonsense. But now he couldn't bear it any longer. The immortal M.O. and Jiu Su both berated Fang Chen. As for the latter, he was smiling mockingly. Whether it's true or not, you can just ask the Flame Grandmaster. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with the two of them. After saying that, he turned and left. This kind of public lecture on the Tao of Formations was fine. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to leave, the immortal M.O. and Jiu Su both took a step forward. A wild aura erupted from their bodies. Brat, you've ruined the Flame Grandmaster's lecture, and you still think you can leave? That's right. You can stay here today, threatened the immortal M.O. Fang Chen, who was walking, suddenly stopped when he heard the threats of the two. After that, he turned his head and looked at the two of them. His eyes were filled with an ice-cold expression as he coldly said, "Ignorant." After that, Fang Chen continued to move forward. Jiu Su's face darkened when he saw this. He was an array grandmaster on the same level as the Flame Grandmaster. He did not expect this person to treat him this way. Damn it! Jiu Su shouted angrily. His body exuded a wild aura as he prepared to attack. However, at this moment, the Flame Master, who had been silent all this while, finally opened his mouth. "Stop!" The Flame Master was deeply attracted by Fang Chen's words. After listening to Fang Chen's words, a door seemed to appear in his mind. His understanding of the Tao of array formations had deepened. However, just as he was comprehending the Tao of formation at a deeper level, he was suddenly awakened by Jiu Su's scolding. Then he realized that Jiu Su, an immortal among demons, were about to attack Fang Chen. "Master of Flames." Jiu Su turned to look at Master of Flames and asked, "Nonsense." Master of Flames snorted coldly. After saying that, he chased after Fang Chen. Many cultivators in the square were in an uproar when they saw this. Master of Flames is chasing after that brat? Is what that brat said true? Heavens, where did this brat come from? How could he say such things? Is this brat a hidden array grandmaster? Otherwise, he would not know how to set up the cold fire array. As the disciples were talking, Master of Flames had already caught up to Fang Chen. "Little brother, please wait." Master of Flames walked in front of Fang Chen and said with a smile, "Master of Flames, how can I help you?" Fang Chen asked. "Little brother, are you an array grandmaster?" Master of Flames asked. Fang Chen shook his head, then nodded. "You can say so." Fang Chen had studied array formations for a month with his own efforts. Now he could be considered an array apprentice. An array apprentice could only be considered half an array grandmaster. So his answer to Master of Flames couldn't be considered a lie. Hearing this, the Flame Grandmaster's face was full of smiles as he said, "Little brother, after listening to the method of setting up the cold fire array, I was deeply inspired. Thank you very much." After Grandmaster Flame finished saying those words, he took a glance at Fang Chen. Then he asked, "Little brother, did you come up with this formation by yourself, or did your master teach you this?" "My master taught me," whispered Fang Chen. Master of Flames nodded. The cold fire array's foundation that Fang Chen had mentioned was extremely ingenious. If Fang Chen had come up with it himself, then it would be a bit terrifying. To be able to come up with such a profound foundation at such a young age, it was hard to believe. But after hearing that Fang Chen had a master, Master of Flames did make a fuss over nothing. "Little friend, I feel that your understanding of array formations is extremely profound. Would it be possible for you to come to my residence for a chat?" asked Master of Flames. Fang Chen thought for a moment and then said, "That's fine too." In any case, he had just arrived in Sky Formation City and didn't have anywhere to go. Going to Master of Flames' place wasn't a bad idea. Not bad. Fang Chen muttered to himself for a moment. But what? Master of Flames was very happy to hear that Fang Chen had accepted his invitation. As long as he could interact more with Fang Chen, Master of Flames was confident that he would be able to reach the Grandmaster Realm soon. The Grandmaster Realm was a realm he had always dreamed of. "There are two people who don't seem to want me to go." Fang Chen glanced at Jiu Su and Immortal Mo Zhongxian, who were glaring at him from the plaza. "Them? Just you wait." Hearing this, the Flame Grandmaster grinned and quickly returned to the square. "Master of Flames, do you still want to continue lecturing about array formations?" asked a disciple. Master of Flames shook his head. "Today's lecture ends here." With that, the Flame Master turned to look at Jiu Su and Immortal and Devil and said in a low voice, "From today onwards, that little brother will be the Flame Master's honored guest. The two of you better restrain yourselves and not cause trouble for him." Jiu Su and Immortal Mo Zhongxian had complicated expressions when they heard Master of Flames' words. "Master of Flames, why is it that when I've tried to visit your residence so many times to ask for your knowledge of array formations, you've always refused? Yet an ordinary cultivator like him can go to your residence?" asked Jiu Su. "You're doubting my words," said Master of Flames coldly. "Master of Flames, You're one of Sky Array City's older generation's grandmasters. Although I'm also a grandmaster of array formations, I can't compare to you. I just can't accept it. How can someone who's inferior to me be able to gain your favor? Asked Ju Su. Master of Flames shook his head. You're different. After saying those words, Grandmaster Flame left the plaza with Fong Qin and headed toward his residence. After Master of Flames left, the other cultivators also dispersed. However, Ju Su and Immortal Mo Zhongxian didn't leave. The two of them stared at Fong Chen's back furiously. Brother Jiu Su, whispered Immortal Mo Zhongxian. Damnable brat, he actually dared to ruin my plans. I want him dead, roared Jiu Su furiously. Brother Jiu Su, I just secretly checked. This brat's cultivation base isn't very high. If you want to kill him, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. There's no need to get angry over trash like him, said Immortal Mo Zhongxian with a sinister smile. I've always wanted to gain Master of Flame's favor, but Master of Flames has always refused to let me in. I never thought that this brat would take advantage of me. I can't accept this, growled Jiu Su. Immortal Mo Zhongxian was silent for a moment before saying, Since Brother Jiu Su doesn't want him to live, I'll send people to deal with him. When Fong Chen was invited into Master of Flame's residence, countless cultivators were envious. Immortal Mo Zhongxian and Jiu Su hated Fong Chen to the core. They even wanted to secretly kill Fong Chen. Of course, Fong Chen didn't know any of this. After staying in Master of Flame's residence for 3 days, Fong Chen had a rough understanding of the situation. Compared to Near Water City, Sky Array City didn't have a 3-star sect. There were only a few top 2-star sect. Below the top 2-star sect were forces like 9 Formation Pavilion and Matian Palace. The younger generation of 9 Formation Pavilion and Matian Palace was only at the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. They were considered the 2nd tier of the younger generation in Sky Array City. The 1st tier of the younger generation was basically in the top 2-star sect. One day, Fong Chen was resting when Master of Flames suddenly came to his courtyard. Brother Fong. After Master of Flames learned of Fong Chen's name, he had been calling Fong Chen Brother Fong. Master of Flames. Fong Chen greeted when he saw Master of Flames arrive. Brother Fong, can you explain some of the mysteries of the cold fire array to me? Master of Flames asked. Fong Chen nodded and said sure. In the following time, Fong Chen explained the essence of the cold fire array to Master of Flames. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon had passed. When Fong Chen finished explaining to Master of Flames, it was already night time. Brother Fong, after listening to your explanation, I have benefited greatly. I feel that it won't be long before I can become an array grandmaster. Master of Flames was very excited. Brother Fong, you have helped me so much. If you need anything, just let me know. Master of Flames said and turned to leave, leaving Fong Chen to rest. The reason why Fong Chen could help Master of Flames was because he had obtained a book about arrays. He had read some of it, and it just so happened that there was an explanation of the cold fire array. If Master of Flames asked about other things, Fong Chen wouldn't be able to answer. I'll stay here for a while. Fong Chen thought to himself. The atmosphere for cultivating array formations here was very good. Fong Chen wanted to raise the level of his array formations. The more he came into contact with the Tao of array formations, the more Fong Chen realized that arrays played an important role in battle. Chapter 472. Learning array formations in the Flame Master's Mansion was very comfortable, and almost no one came to disturb him. The Flame Master would look for Fong Chen to discuss array formations. Fong Chen would vaguely explain to the Flame Master some of the information he had gained from understanding array formations. As for the Flame Master, after listening to Fong Chen's explanation, he would immediately enter a state of enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this 1 month, Fong Chen's understanding of the array Dao had improved tremendously. Because of the Almighty's array formation comprehension, Fang Chen's array formation had improved very quickly. Now, Fang Chen had changed from an array formation apprentice to a true array formation master. To be called an array formation master meant that he could set up mortal array formations. Although he could only set up mortal array formations, Fang Chen was already very satisfied. One day, the Flame Master came to Fang Chen's courtyard. "Brother Fang, there's a small auction in a restaurant in Sky Array City today. Do you want to go take a look?" The Flame Master asked directly. "A small auction?" Fang Chen was puzzled. Why would a small auction be held in a restaurant? That's right, it's a small auction. This kind of auction isn't something that can be attended with money alone, the Flame Master said. The Flame Master said, "This auction is led by Jiu Su. It's a small auction where many second-tier geniuses of the younger generation in Sky Array City will participate. The martialists who will participate in the auction are second-tier geniuses. The others won't be able to enter the restaurant," the Flame Master said. "What's being auctioned?" Fang Chen was a little curious and asked. "It's nothing more than some useless items obtained by various geniuses. They'll be auctioned off. Basically, it's an exchange between the second-tier young geniuses," the Flame Master said. Flame Grandmaster said, "If you want to go, I can send you there. I believe they will give me some face." Fang Chen nodded and said, "Flame Master, I can go there myself." After coming out of the Flame Master's mansion, Fang Chen followed the map provided by the Flame Master and soon arrived in front of the restaurant. This restaurant was called Nature Restaurant. Normally it was open to the public, but today it was closed to the public. The Nature Pavilion. Fang Chen looked at the Nature Pavilion and grinned, even though they were all second-tier geniuses. But he couldn't guarantee that they didn't have what he wanted. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to come and take a look. Then, Fang Chen walked straight to the nature building, but he was stopped by the guards. Fang Chen activated his majestic aura and instantly intimidated the guard. The latter's face was filled with terror as he directly let them pass. After entering the nature building, Fang Chen went straight to the 4th floor. There were no rooms on the entire 4th floor. It was like a pavilion, and there were about 20 young warriors here. They were chatting with each other when they suddenly realized that a strange man had arrived. "Brat, did you come to the wrong place?" someone suddenly shouted. Fang Chen looked around and said, "I didn't come to the wrong place. This is the place." "Brat, hurry up and leave, or you'll never be able to leave," said a warrior coldly. At this moment, Jiu Su and Immortal Mo saw Fang Chen. A trace of ridicule appeared on their faces. "Brat, you really have guts. You actually dared to come here." Jiu Su grinned. His words were filled with threat. "Why wouldn't I dare?" asked Fang Chen. "Brat, with your strength, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to come here. Are you here to humiliate yourself?" Immortal Mo laughed sinisterly. "I'm here to participate in the auction," said Fang Chen seriously. When they heard Fang Chen's words, the surrounding warriors all looked at Fang Chen curiously. They didn't understand where this brat had come from to actually dare to participate in their auction. "Scram!" roared Immortal Mo furiously. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiu Su. "Isn't this so-called auction just a gathering for the second-tier geniuses of the younger generation? As long as you're strong enough, you can participate." Jiu Su nodded when he heard Fang Chen's words. "That's right. As long as you're strong enough and have obtained the approval of the second-tier geniuses, you can participate. However, if some people try to sneak in here, the consequences will be very severe." Crash! All of a sudden, Fang Chen unleashed a ferocious aura that swept across the entire 4th floor, causing the surrounding geniuses to be astounded. Those warriors sensed that Fang Chen's aura contained boundless danger. They were actually a bit speechless. "Is this enough?" asked Fang Chen. Jiu Su narrowed his eyes and carefully examined Fang Chen. At this moment, he realized that he was unable to see through Fang Chen. Putting on an act. Jiu-Su said coldly. Brother Jiu-Su, this kid's strength has reached the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. He's qualified to participate. That's right. This kid has some skills. We can let him stay. If there's nothing else, the auction can begin. The warriors spoke one after another. Hearing this, Jiu-Su turned his head and no longer looked at Fang Qin. Wait until the auction ends. You'll suffer, Jiu-Su said in his heart. Then, Jiu-Su walked back to his original position and sat cross-legged on the ground. He said, "Since everyone is here, the auction will officially begin. This auction will be the same as before. Everyone can take out their own items to auction. You'll exchange your money with your goods. If you discover any false bids, everyone will attack together." As he spoke, Jiu-Su deliberately glanced at Fang Qin. Fang Qin found a place and sat cross-legged, waiting for the auction to begin. At this moment, a warrior took out a pitch-black flute and said, "I obtained this flute by accident. This flute is a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. It's very useful for cultivators who cultivate sound wave attacks." Hearing this warrior's words, everyone was shocked. One of the girls in white said with an excited smile, "Brother Lu, I want this flute." The starting bid is 1,000,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. Lu Ran said, "I bid 2,000,000 upper-grade spiritual stones." The woman in white smiled. "This disciple with a supreme-grade spiritual weapon is most suitable for Miss by Yen Ran," the other warriors said. Lu Ran looked around and found that no one was bidding. In the end, the flute was won by Yen Ran at the price of 2,000,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. Next, someone took out a few more treasures. These treasures were not very attractive to Fang Qin. However, during this time, Fang Qin got to know many young second-tier warriors. Lu Ran was a disciple of the Heavenly Armament Tower, and the woman in white, Yen Ran, was a disciple of the Sound Pavilion. The strength of these two people was second only to immortal Mo and Jiu-Su. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. After an hour, someone took out a treasure that instantly attracted Fang Qin's attention. "This item was obtained by me in a certain ruin. It's useless to me. Furthermore, this item itself is broken, so I might as well sell it." A tall and sturdy man held a jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant contains a broken array formation. If this array formation was complete, it would be at least a black-grade array formation. However, because it's broken, its power must have decreased. The warrior explained. After listening to the warrior's introduction, Fang Qin was suddenly tempted. The jade pendant contained a broken array formation. When one was in danger, one could crush the jade pendant and the array formation would appear instantly. This was definitely a life-saving treasure. Moreover, if the array formation was complete, it would be at least a black-grade array formation. One had to know that an array master who could set up a black-grade array formation was at least an array grandmaster. There were only a few of such experts in the entire Nanling land. Most importantly, the broken array formation in the jade pendant could be repaired. Once it was repaired, its power would be unimaginable. A broken array formation. Seeing the jade pendant in the burly man's hand, Jiu-Su's eyes were filled with passion. No one knew the value of this jade pendant better than him. "I must get this jade pendant at all costs," Jiu-Su said to himself. The starting bid is 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The burly man said. Then Jiu-Su directly bid 2,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones, 3,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones, 5,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of the jade pendant had risen to 10,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. However, when the jade pendant's price rose to 10,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones, most of the geniuses stopped bidding. They weren't array masters, so even if they could get the jade pendant at a high price, they might not be able to repair it. So after weighing the pros and cons, they felt that it wasn't worth it. 12 million upper-grade spirit stones. Ju Su's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone, Brother Ju, Su really wants this item. Why don't we give him some face? At this moment, Immortal Mo spoke up. He had a good relationship with Ju Su. So seeing Ju Su like this, he naturally had to speak up for him. Hearing Immortal Mo's words, everyone fell silent and stopped bidding. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. But at this moment, Fong Qin spoke up. 13 million upper-grade spirit stones. Immortal Mo and Jiu Su's eyes were cold when they heard Fong Chen's bid. They turned to look at Fong Chen. Kid, you'll be punished if you don't bid. Immortal Mo said in a low voice, a mere 13 million upper-grade spirit stones is nothing. Fong Chen said, 14 million upper spiritual stones. Jiu Su was enraged as he enunciated each word. 15 million upper-grade spirit stones. Fong Chen continued to bid. Jiu Su had the urge to kill someone. The jade pendant was right in front of him, so no one dared to bid against him. Who would have thought that someone would come out of nowhere? Chapter 473. Jiu Su's face was filled with malevolence. His hatred for Fong Qin had reached its peak. So you're the only one allowed to compete, and I'm not? Fong Chen retorted. Good, very good. Jiu Su suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, 17 million. Jiu Su continued to bid. 18 million. Fong Chen said, close to 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. Even for Jiu Su, it was a huge sum. Jiu Su was powerless to raise the price to such an extent. 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. When Fong Chen called out a bid of 20 million high-grade spirit stones, Jiu Su finally gave up. However, he glared at Fong Chen with a murderous glint in his eyes. Kid, this jade pendant will be mine sooner or later, Jiu Su said to himself. Then Fong Chen paid the 20 million upper-grade spirit stones and received the jade pendant. He then put it into his space ring. In the following period of time, everyone took out their treasures. Almost none of them attracted Fong Chen's attention. After half a day, the auction finally ended. After the auction ended, Fong Chen prepared to leave. At that moment, a warrior blocked Fong Chen's path and said, Kid, I want to challenge you. Why should I accept your challenge? Fong Chen asked. Kid, this is an unwritten rule here. As long as someone challenges you, you have to accept the challenge. The person who spoke was Jiu Su. The warrior who challenged Fong Chen was called Ning Xuehan. He was Jiu Su's lackey. Since Jiu Su was humiliated, he naturally wanted to help Jiu Su get back at him. Therefore, as soon as the auction ended, he could not wait to challenge Fong Chen. Ning Xuehan's strength was not considered strong among the second-tier geniuses. He was only at the early stage of the 5th condensing reality realm. However, because of Jiu Su's protection, he had always been in the second-tier geniuses. This time, when Ning Xuehan challenged Fong Chen, many warriors watched curiously. When Fong Chen heard Jiu Su's words, he understood that if he didn't show off his skills today, he wouldn't be able to leave this place safely. Thinking of this, Fong Chen said, When I make a move, there will definitely be blood. What a coincidence. When I attack, there must be blood. Ning Xuehan sneered. Rumble suddenly, a wild aura emanated from Ning Xuehan's body. The next moment, a wild light flickered on Ning Xuehan's finger. Finger of wind and cloud. Ning Xuehan bellowed. She gathered all the strength in her body on her finger and pointed it out, wanting to kill Fong Chen. Courting death. Seeing this, Fong Chen snorted coldly. In the next moment, he performed the phantom sword technique. The wild illusory aura combined with the sword intent instantly surrounded his body. Then, Fong Chen's star-hidden sword was violently brandished. Poochie, what everyone expected didn't happen. After Fong Chen's star-hidden sword was brandished, a miserable shriek was heard. Everyone turned around and saw that Ning Xuehan's finger had been cut off by Fang Chen's star-hidden sword. Her finger fell to the ground. I'm going to kill you, Ning Xuehan roared furiously. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, even Jiu-Su and Immortal Zhongxian were stunned. Could it be that this kid had been hiding his strength all this time? At this moment, Immortal Zhongxian noticed the weapon in Fang Chen's hand. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This kid is holding a dark weapon." As soon as Immortal Zhongxian said this, all the geniuses looked at the star-hidden sword in Fang Chen's hand. When they saw it, a trace of greed appeared in their eyes. Go to hell! At this moment, Ning Xuehan pounced on Fang Chen again. She wanted to kill Fang Chen. Poochie, but this time, after her body came out, she couldn't move at all. Fang Chen's star-hidden sword was stabbed into her chest. Bang! Fang Chen pulled out the star-hidden sword. Ning Xuehan's body fell to the ground, lifeless. Fallen! The genius Ning Xuehan died at the hands of Fang Chen, just like that. Many geniuses were shocked. A dark weapon, as expected of a dark weapon. Although Fang Chen killed Ning Xuehan swiftly and decisively, many geniuses believed that it was all because of the dark weapon. If not for the dark weapon, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to kill Ning Xuehan. After Fang Chen killed Ning Xuehan, he turned around and left. When Jiu-Su saw this, he was furious. He wanted to attack, but was stopped by Immortal Zhongxian in the end. Why did you stop me? Jiu-Su shouted angrily. This kid's strength is strange. Moreover, he has a dark weapon. We can't fight him head-on. Moreover, Immortal Zhongxian said in a low voice, I won't rest until I kill him. Jiu-Su roared furiously. News of Fang Chen possessing a dark weapon instantly spread throughout Sky Array City. Whether it was the younger generation or the older generation, they all asked about Fang Chen. Of course, Jiu-Su had purposely released this news to give Fang Chen some pressure. After returning to the Flame Grandmaster's residence, the Flame Grandmaster also heard this news. He was a bit worried about Fang Chen. Brother Fang, are you all right? Asked the Flame Grandmaster. I'm fine, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you killed Ning Xuehan. The Ning family won't let this matter rest. You should leave Sky Array City and hide for a while, said the Flame Grandmaster. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then nodded. That night, Fang Chen disguised himself and left Sky Array City. However, no matter how well Fang Chen disguised himself, he was still discovered by warriors in the dark. Soon after, the news of Fang Chen leaving Sky Array City spread to the geniuses of the second tier. Let's go. We must kill this kid at all costs. With Jiu-Su as the leader, the geniuses all left Sky Array City to chase after Fang Chen. When Fang Chen arrived at a mountain range outside Sky Array City, the younger generation finally caught up to him. Kid, you will die today. Jiu-Su roared angrily. Then he waved his hand and prepared to set up a formation. Fang Chen was already on guard against Jiu-Su. The moment he saw Jiu-Su set up the formation, his figure flashed and he immediately escaped. You can't escape. With Jiu-Su as the leader, the geniuses began to chase after Fang Chen. Damn it! Fang Chen's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill everyone who was chasing after him. In the darkness, Fang Chen kept running. If it were just ordinary warriors chasing after him, he would definitely not run away. However, among these geniuses, there was a formation master, Jiu-Su. Once he set up a formation, it would be too dangerous for him to fall into it. I must kill this person first. Fang Chen thought to himself. At a certain moment, Fang Chen hid in a towering ancient tree. Below him, Jiu-Su and the others advanced quickly. When they arrived in front of the towering ancient tree, they stopped and looked around. Jiu-Su said, coldly he was here just now. He must not have run far. Brother Jiu-Su, what should we do now? Immortal Mo asked. Chase, Jiu-Su said. Many geniuses were at the front, while Jiu-Su was at the back. They moved forward quickly. However, at this moment, Fan Chen's figure descended from the towering ancient tree like a ghost and appeared behind Jiu-Su. Illusion God Sword Art. Fan Chen displayed the first level of the Phantom God sword technique. The hidden star sword fiercely pierced towards Jiu-Su. Jiu-Su sensed the wild aura behind him and was suddenly startled. Soon after, he became a little dazed. However, while Jiu-Su was dazed, he was still able to set up a top-grade origin grade formation. Fan Chen's hidden star sword was about to pierce Jiu-Su's body when he suddenly fell into a formation. Damn it! Fan Chen was furious that Jiu-Su was still able to set up a formation even when he was dazed. He's here! Jiu-Su shouted when he saw Fan Chen fall into a formation. The geniuses immediately returned. Attack the formation together! Jiu-Su roared. All right. Immortal Mo and the others joined forces to unleash their strongest attacks, which directly bombarded the formation. The powerful attacks passed through the formation and directly bombarded Fan Chen's body. Bang! Although Fan Chen had activated the sword body, he was still hit by the powerful attack. His body flew out and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Uft! Fan Chen was a bit pale. These people's combined attacks had actually managed to heavily injure him. Damn it! Fan Chen took out the jade pendant and prepared to crush it to use this trump card. However, at this moment, Fan Chen noticed that there was a hole in the formation. It must be caused by Jiu-Su's dazed state. Fan Chen found this loophole and used it to quickly disappear into the array formation. But Jiu-Su and the others were completely oblivious to this. They continued to attack the formation. After a long while, they were exhausted and finally stopped. Brother Jiu-Su, even if that brat had 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he would have died in the formation. Immortal Mo smiled. He's just trash. He only relied on his profound weapon to kill Ning Xuehan. Jiu-Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and sneered. Brother Jiu-Su, we've mobilized so many people. If we can't even deal with a minor character like this, then we'll be a joke, said Lu Ran. Beside Lu Ran, Bai Yanran also smiled. With so many of us attacking together, no matter how strong that brat is, he'll definitely die. But how should we split his things? Asked one of the geniuses. Jiu-Su pondered for a moment and said, I've contributed the most in killing this brat. I only want the jade pendant. As for the profound weapon, you can all split it equally. How about it? After thinking about it, Jiu-Su decided to take the jade pendant. Once the formation in the jade pendant was completed, its power would not be inferior to the profound weapon. He wanted to take the profound weapon as well, but the other geniuses definitely wouldn't agree, so he might as well give it up. All right, then it's decided. The geniuses all agreed. Crash. Chapter 474. Their faces were full of smiles. They had thought that they would be able to obtain a dark weapon, but when the array disappeared, there was no one inside. He's gone. Lu Ran rubbed her eyes in disbelief, afraid that she had seen wrongly. Brother Jiu-Su, where did he go? Bai Yanran asked. Even the immortal among demons looked at Jiu-Su, his face full of astonishment. He was trapped in Brother Jiu-Su's array. It's impossible for him to escape. How is that possible? Jiu-Su's face was full of shock. He carefully sized up the empty ground in the array, unable to understand. What's going on? Jiu-Su's heart was full of doubts. At this moment, his face was full of anger. Damn it, this kid is too tough. The immortal among demons said in a low voice. If I see him again, I'll definitely kill him. Lu Ran said angrily. The many second-tier young geniuses of Sky Array City had joined forces to encircle Fan Chen, but the latter had escaped. This made everyone furious, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, Everyone returned to Sky Array City in low spirits. Fang Chen, who was covered in blood, hid in a secluded place in the mountain range, healing his injuries. 3 days later, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the aura around his body had obviously increased by a lot, and his temperament had also undergone a great change. I didn't expect to profit from a disaster and reach the second level of the condensing reality realm. Fang Chen's face revealed a cold smile. He had been encircled by so many geniuses and had almost died. Now he had profited from a disaster and reached the second level of the condensing reality realm. His overall strength had increased. After adjusting his body slightly, Fang Chen turned and left. When Fang Chen left the mountain peak, a martialist suddenly appeared behind him. It seems that we are fated to meet. The martialist grinned. Fang Chen turned around and saw that the person who had come was the white-haired old man who had saved him in the heavenly ghost forest. "Kid, I didn't expect to meet you here." The white-haired old man grinned. Fang Chen cupped his hands at the white-haired elder. The latter asked, "Have you thought about what I told you?" "Senior, may I ask how strong you are?" Fang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "My strength." The white-haired elder laughed loudly and said, "You wouldn't know even if I told you the details. Anyway, let's compare it to Sky Array City. No one in Sky Array City is my match." Fang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Senior, I have a few enemies. They're all outstanding figures of the younger generation from the major powers of Heaven Array City. If I take you as my master, I wonder if I can take revenge." Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, the white-haired elder knew that Fang Chen was worried about the revenge of those large factions. "Don't worry. With me around, no one in Sky Array City will dare to touch you," the white-haired elder guaranteed. "Is that true?" asked Fang Chen. The white-haired elder smiled, and a wild aura enveloped Fang Chen. In that instant, Fang Chen felt like he was about to suffocate. Crash! The white-haired elder withdrew his aura. Fang Chen felt his qi and blood roil. He looked at the white-haired elder in shock. "Now you should believe me, right?" asked the white-haired elder. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. Fang Chen once more appeared in Sky Array City. This time he appeared openly. Accompanying Fang Chen was the white-haired elder. With the latter's support, Fang Chen could boldly slaughter as he pleased within Sky Array City. His heart was filled with killing intent for Ju Su and the others. If he didn't kill them, he wouldn't be at ease. The news of Fang Chen's return to Sky Array City spread like wildfire. Countless martial artists gathered at the city gates. Fang Chen stood at the city gates. There was a lot of space here, enough for him to kill. Beside Fang Chen stood the white-haired elder. 1 spread to 10. 10 spread to 100. Immediately, countless martial artists who were greedy for Fang Chen's profound weapon rushed over. Of course, even Ju Su and the others came. "Kid, you're really lucky. I let you escape last time. This time, you'll stay here," said Ju Su coldly. As soon as Ju Su finished speaking, a 5th-level condensing reality realm martial artist quickly attacked Fang Chen. This martial artist was a middle-aged man, also a rogue martial artist. "Pucci." When Fang Chen saw this person attack, he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. He used the phantom sword art and directly pierced through the martial artist's chest, killing the enemy with 1 sword. Fang Chen's strength shocked many martial artists. Stop putting on an act. Let me take you on." An outstanding martial artist of Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation attacked. He had comprehended the concept of gold and was very strong. Phantom sword art. Fang Chen used the phantom sword art again. With 1 sword, Jin Xing died. Many martial artists of Mount Dazzling Gold were furious that Jin Xing had been killed by Fang Chen in 1 sword. Quickly inform the sect's higher-ups. A martial artist of Mount Dazzling Gold roared. 2 swords killed 2 people. This scene made countless martial artists retreat, not daring to step forward. Let me. Lu Ran attacked. His strength was much stronger than Jin Xing's. He attacked like lightning, wanting to kill Fang Qin. Puchi! A cold light flashed. Fang Qin used the phantom sword art once more. The hidden star sword was like a life reaper, instantly killing Lu Ran. What? Even Lu Ran is dead. Lu Ran's death made many martial artists cry out. Lu Ran was a peak expert of the second tier of the younger generation. They hadn't expected that even he would die at the hands of this martial artist. It must be his profound weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Lu Ran. Damn it! Kill him and take his profound weapon. Fang Chen's actions had completely infuriated Heavenly Array City's younger generation. After a short while, the higher-ups of Mount Dazzling Gold and the Pavilion, Cloud Pavilion, all arrived. Bastard, you dare kill my Mount Dazzling Gold's Jinxing? You're courting death. The higher-ups of Mount Dazzling Gold were infuriated. The outstanding martial artist of the younger generation that they had nurtured with great difficulty had actually been killed in one sword strike. When they heard this news, they were infuriated. It wasn't just Mount Dazzling Gold. The Pavilion, Cloud Pavilion's higher-ups were also infuriated. Lu Ran was an outstanding disciple of their Pavilion, Cloud Pavilion, but he had died here. They wanted justice. A bunch of trash. You think you have the qualifications to be called outstanding? I'll help you clean up your sect so they don't occupy our resources. Fang Qin was incomparably arrogant. He wasn't the slightest bit afraid of them. Just at this moment, the Matian Palace and the 9 Formation Pavilions people also arrived. They had also heard what had happened at Heavenly Array City's gates. They were afraid that something had happened to their disciples. Who is it that dares cause trouble in Heavenly Array City? Berated the 9 Formation Pavilion's expert. A mere rogue cultivator dares to provoke our Heavenly Array City's various powers? He's truly courting death, said the Matian Palace's expert sinisterly. For a moment, the various sects experts were all trying to suppress Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He glanced at the white-haired elder behind him and then turned to look at the other sect's experts. Your sect's disciples wanted to steal my priceless treasure and almost killed me. As for me, I've come back for revenge. Fang Chen's voice was very loud. Jiu Su's expression had completely sunk. Brat, you're courting death. Jiu Su was about to attack, but he was stopped by Fang Qin. The 3 of you can come together, sneered Fang Qin. The 3 people Fang Qin was referring to were Jiu Su, Mo, Zhongxian, and Bai Yanran. Of the second-tier geniuses present, only those 3 remained after Fang Qin killed them. Brother Jiu Su, let's attack together and kill him, roared Mo Zhongxian. Just at this moment, one of the 9 Formation Pavilion's higher-ups spoke up. Jiu Su, since that's the case, the 3 of you can attack together and kill this person. Jiu Su nodded. With a flick of his wrist, a top-grade Yuan tier formation appeared and Fang Qin was trapped within it. Attack! Shouted Jiu Su. The 3 of them joined hands and unleashed a fierce attack to kill Fang Qin. The white-haired elder smiled faintly when he saw this. His eyes flickered, and a trace of fluctuation appeared within the top-grade Yuan tier formation. In the next moment, Fang Qin sensed that there was a loophole in the formation. After discovering the loophole, Fang Qin sneered. Using the loophole, he charged out of the supreme grade origin rank formation and performed the Phantom God sword technique. Swish! Chapter 475. The 3 geniuses were fighting Fang Qin, but Wang Yanran had been instantly killed by Fang Qin. This was a disgrace. Die. When Fang Qin killed Wang Yanran, Jiu Su and Immortal Mo Jiu roared furiously. Their bodies emitted a wild aura. Joint attack formation. The two of them used a combination formation, which increased their offensive power several times over. Jiu Su's hands were constantly forming hand seals. He was setting up a formation, while immortal Mo, Jiu Su's body was filled with a wild, bloody aura as he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. As time passed, countless cultivators gathered at the city gates. Even some small sects cultivators had arrived. At this moment, the upper echelons of the various powers were all paying attention to this battle, especially Skyscraping Palace and 9 Formation Pavilion. As long as there was the slightest sign of trouble, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. This kid was too big of a threat. He had to be eliminated. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Jiu Su had set up a formation that trapped Fang Chen. Jiu Su exchanged a glance with immortal Mo Jiu Su, and immortal Mo Jiu Su once more used a combination formation. Seeing Jiu Su set up a formation, the white-haired elder smiled faintly. A hole instantly appeared in the formation. Bullying with numbers and setting up a formation, muttered the white-haired elder. At that moment, no one paid any attention to the white-haired elder. Everyone thought that the white-haired elder was just an ordinary warrior. No one would have thought that the white-haired elder was Fang Chen's backer. Uft! Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and pierced through the formation. He instantly came out of the formation and used the illusion god sword art once more. A wild, illusory aura enveloped immortal Mo Jiu Su. No. The hidden star sword carried a valiant sword intent and directly pierced into the chest of the immortal of devils. The latter let out a miserable scream. Crack! Fang Chen's wrist twisted, and the hidden star sword rotated 180 degrees inside immortal Mo Jiu Su's body. Immortal Mo Jiu Su's body instantly fell to the ground. This sudden scene infuriated the Skyscraping Palace's cultivators. Brat, you're dead. No one can save you. The Skyscraping Palace's experts instantly unleashed their wild auras and joined the battle. However, at that moment, an even wilder aura stopped the Sky Machin Palace's powerhouse. This is a battle between the younger generation. Don't you think it's shameful for the older generation to interfere? An indifferent voice rang out. The Machin Palace's experts were horrified to find that they were unable to move. Who is it? The Machin Palace's experts were all terrified. They looked around and shouted, "Which expert is it?" The Skyscraping Palace's experts' words were blocked. They didn't dare to be careless. Too strong. He can easily stop us from the shadows. The many upper echelons of the Machin Palace said with lingering fear. Uft! At that moment, Fang Chen wielded his long sword and took a step forward. He used the phantom sword technique. He pushed his sword to the extreme and stabbed out. Jiu Su wanted to escape, but it was too late. The sword pierced through his head. Bang! Jiu Su's body fell to the ground. Without the protection of the formation, he was unable to block Fang Chen's attack. The strongest second-tier genius of the younger generation, Jiu Su, had died. Following Jiu Su's death, the 9 Formation Pavilion's experts were all infuriated. They wanted to personally kill Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing on the ground with a long sword in his hand. His eyes were flickering and he was emitting a terrifying aura. Are you satisfied? The white-haired old man leisurely walked in front of Fang Chen and asked. I'm very satisfied, said Fang Chen. The white-haired elder nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned his gaze to the 9 Formation Pavilion's experts. Crash! Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around the white-haired elder. Heaven and earth changed color. The 9 Formation Pavilion's experts were all shocked. The white-haired elder's aura was too powerful. It had definitely surpassed the condensing reality realm. When did such a grand existence appear in Heavenly Array City? Cried the 9 Formation Pavilion's experts in horror. Now, do you still want to kill him? Asked the white-haired elder. The upper echelons of the various factions lowered their heads as they pondered. After a long while, a helpless expression appeared on their faces. With the white-haired elder present, how could they dare attack Fong Qin? "Senior, my 9-formation pavilion gives up," said the 9-formation pavilion's leader. "My Mount Dazzling Gold gives up. My Matian Palace also gives up." The many factions that were furious and wanted to avenge the death of their outstanding disciples lowered their heads at this moment. The white-haired elder was too powerful, and they did not dare to attack rashly. The white-haired elder nodded. He turned to Fong Qin and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Fong Qin didn't say anything. The white-haired elder continued, "Let's go. I'll take you to a place." After saying that, the white-haired elder brought Fong Qin into the depths of heavenly Aracity. Seeing Fong Qin leave with the white-haired elder, the various experts shook their heads. "Pavilion Master, could it be that Ju Su died for nothing?" asked an elder. The 9-formation pavilion's pavilion master pondered for a moment. "With that mysterious expert present, what can we do?" "Pavilion Master, Jiu Su is one of the peak experts of our 9-formation pavilion's younger generation. We must take revenge for him," said an elder. The 9-formation pavilion's pavilion master looked around. Then he said to the various experts, "Everyone, I'm sure you all feel a trace of unwillingness in your hearts. Why don't you come to my 9-formation pavilion and we can discuss this?" "All right, let's discuss this." "Jean Kong cannot die for nothing," said a Mount Dazzling Gold's expert. "That's right. An immortal amongst demons cannot die for nothing. He must pay the price," said a Matian Palace's expert. For a moment, the entire heavenly Array City was filled with news of Fong Qin killing geniuses with his sword. He had killed several second-tier geniuses by himself. This matter shocked the entire heavenly Array City. Of course, the most shocking thing was the mysterious elder behind Fong Qin. He had actually made the 9-formation pavilion and the other powers lower their heads. That was enough to show how powerful that mysterious elder was. Although everyone in Heavenly Array City was talking about Fong Qin, he had already followed the white-haired elder to the number 1 power in Heavenly Array City, the Ling Formation Mountain. The Ling Formation Mountain was the number 1 power in Heavenly Array City. It was an extremely large sect. All the disciples in the sect were formation geniuses. "Master, why did you bring me here?" asked Fong Qin curiously. "To borrow this place," said the white-haired elder as he brought Fong Qin into the range of the Ling Formation Mountain. In the next instant, the white-haired elder and Fong Qin silently appeared in a study room. At this moment, a middle-aged man was reading in a certain study room of the Ling Formation Mountain. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation in the air. His expression changed slightly and he instantly raised his head. He saw Fong Qin and the mysterious elder. "Who are you?" asked the middle-aged man coldly. "Mountain Master, I've come here to borrow a courtyard of your Ling Formation Mountain." "Is that possible?" asked the white-haired elder with a smile. "Humph. Where do you think our Ling Formation Mountain is? You think you can come and go as you please? You even want to borrow our treasured land," said the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain coldly. The white-haired elder didn't say anything. He only erupted with a powerful aura that instantly swept through the entire study room. The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain was stunned and his expression changed. This aura. The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. He could clearly feel that this aura definitely surpassed the condensing reality realm. "Senior, why do you want to borrow my Ling Formation Mountain's treasured land?" The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain instantly revealed a trace of a smile as he asked. "I want to teach my disciple," said the white-haired elder as he pointed at Fong Qin. "All right, not to mention 1 courtyard. Even 10 courtyards are fine," said the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain with a smile. Soon after, the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain arranged an independent courtyard for Fong Qin and the white-haired elder to live in. At this moment, the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain also received the news. Today, at the entrance of the Sky Array City, a youth wielding a sword had killed geniuses. He had killed many geniuses of the second tier in one breath, causing the various large forces to be furious. However, when the white-haired elder appeared in the end, all the forces lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. Could it be them? The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain thought inwardly, if that's the case, then this kid's strength is also very strong. He fought against the geniuses of the second tier in the Sky Array City alone, said the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain thoughtfully. Soon after, the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain made a decision, and that was to befriend the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder's strength had definitely surpassed the condensing reality realm. He wasn't someone he could compare to. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? In one of the courtyards of the Ling Formation Mountain, Fang Qin and the white-haired elder sat on a stone bench. Fang Qin, you're still too weak, said the white-haired elder. Fang Qin nodded. If he was strong enough, then he wouldn't need the support of the white-haired elder today. He could intimidate all the large forces by himself. I can't stay in the southern mountain land for long, so I'll borrow your Ling Formation Mountain's place to teach you arrays for a few months. You have to learn well, said the white-haired elder. I will, said Fang Qin. If he could raise the level of his arrays, then he would be able to easily deal with those who were stronger than him. However, at this moment, Fang Qin took out the jade pendant and asked, Master, can you repair the arrays in this jade pendant? The white-haired elder took the jade pendant and carefully observed it. Then he said, Kid, you have quite a lot of good stuff. This jade pendant contains a profound level array. Once it's activated, it's very powerful. However, this array is incomplete. Crash! The white-haired elder's wrist shook. Suddenly, a grayish aura entered the jade pendant. Then the white-haired elder handed the jade pendant to Fang Qin and said, It's already repaired. Hearing this, Fang Qin was shocked. He looked at the white-haired elder with a complicated expression. He couldn't believe it. Chapter 476. Don't use this jade pendant carelessly. It can be considered as your trump card. It can save your life if you encounter danger. The white-haired old man said. Fang Qin had once asked the white-haired old man for his name, but the old man did not tell Fang Qin. He said that Fang Qin would know in the future. Array, Grandmaster. Fang Qin's heart was filled with shock. To think that his master was an array Grandmaster. That was way too amazing. In the following time, Fang Qin wholeheartedly followed the white-haired old man to learn about arrays. Ever since the white-haired old man arrived, the mountain lord of the spiritual array mountain specially issued an order. That was, all the disciples were not to go near the courtyard, and they were not to disturb the warriors in the courtyard. This order puzzled many of the disciples. Some of them even raised their doubts, but they did not get an answer. Of course, there were also some disciples who were observing. What kind of warriors lived in this courtyard? Why did the mountain lord value them so much? Despite the chaos in the outside world, Fang Qin quietly studied the Tao of array formations. After a month, Fang Qin was able to easily arrange a superior grade mortal level array. This made the white-haired old man very happy. Fang Qin's talent in arrays was much stronger than his talent in martial arts. Not bad. Now that you can arrange a superior grade mortal level array, it won't be long before you can arrange an origin grade array. The white-haired old man nodded in satisfaction. Because of the white-haired old man's guidance and his understanding of arrays, Fang Qin learned very quickly. Some arrays were often strange and could be arranged with a different method. Even the white-haired old man could not help but praise Fang Qin. Just like this, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In half a year, Fang Qin did not take a step out of the spiritual array mountain. He had been learning arrays from the white-haired old man. In this half a year he had also gained a lot. While learning arrays, his cultivation had also broken through to the peak of the third level of the condensing reality realm. Moreover, his state of mind had also improved greatly. As for array formations, Fong Qin could already easily set up a supreme-grade origin array formation. Compared to a Flame Grandmaster, there was not much of a difference. The current Fong Qin was already a true array Grandmaster. Furthermore, the supreme-grade origin rank array formations that Fong Qin had set up were comparable to spirit rank array formations. Fong Qin, your potential is much greater than I imagined. I'm very satisfied with the past half year. The white-haired elder said with satisfaction when he saw Fong Qin set up a formation. It was all taught by Master, Fong Qin said with a smile. Although he hadn't fought anyone in the past 6 months, he felt that his strength had increased a lot. Fong Qin, you'll have to walk the rest of the path on your own. I have some matters to attend to, so I have to leave. Originally, I wanted to bring you with me. However, after thinking about it carefully, experts are forged through the tempering of life and death. Thus, I will not bring you with me, said the white-haired old man. Master, will we meet again? Fong Qin asked. We definitely will, said the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man left, leaving Fong Qin alone. This was the first time Fong Qin had left the courtyard in the past 6 months. He had only just left the courtyard when he was discovered by the disciples of Spirit Array Mountain. Many disciples instantly gathered here. Brat, you're the one who lived here and didn't let us approach, directly questioned a disciple when he saw Fong Qin. That's right, said Fong Qin. Brat, you're quite capable. You actually have such special privileges in my Spirit Array Mountain. I just don't know if your strength matches your special privileges, sneered the burly disciple. Won't you know if you try, said Fong Qin. You're courting death, snorted the disciple. With a wave of his hand, a formation was set up, and Fong Qin was caught within it. You still want to escape after being caught in my formation? Seeing Fong Qin fall into his formation, the burly man sneered and prepared to attack Fong Qin. However, the formation he had set up suddenly shattered, and Fong Qin appeared in front of him. This kind of trashy formation. Fong Qin smiled indifferently. The formation the burly man had set up was a Yuan tier formation. However, it was the lowest level of Yuan tier formation. In Fong Qin's eyes, it was indeed a trashy formation. Furthermore, the Yuan tier formation the burly man had set up had several loopholes. Fong Qin took advantage of the loopholes and instantly broke the formation. Seeing this, the burly man's expression changed. He angrily roared, Without this formation, I'll still defeat you. Bang! Following the burly man's roar, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that Fong Qin was quietly standing in his original spot, not moving at all. As for the burly man's body, he was sent flying. He fell to the ground, causing the floor to crack. Heavens! He defeated Wang Ling with one strike. That's too powerful. In an instant, the news of Fong Qin defeating Wang Ling spread throughout the entire spiritual Array Mountain. Many powerful disciples were in the process of rushing over. Fong Qin did not leave. He wanted to test the results of his half a year of hard work. Soon, the top 10 disciples of the younger generation of the spiritual Array Mountain had all arrived. They glared at Fong Qin like a tiger eyeing its prey. Kid, you dare to cause trouble in the spiritual Array Mountain? A disciple questioned in a deep voice. Fong Qin looked around at the crowd. The spiritual Array Mountain was comparable to the Barren sect in the water-leaning city. The top 10 disciples of the spiritual Array Mountain were equivalent to the core disciples of the Barren sect. If it was before, Fong Qin would naturally not be their opponent. However, with his current strength combined with the formation, he was not even afraid of a 6th-stage condensing reality realm martial artist. It seems like he was the one who came looking for trouble with me first. Fong Qin said, Senior Brother Wu, he's too arrogant. He doesn't put us, the disciples of the spiritual Array Mountain, in his eyes. You have to help us. A disciple shouted. Wu Ling's face was gloomy. As one of the top 10 disciples of the spiritual Array Mountain, he naturally had to take action when a disciple of the sect was hurt. Moreover, for the past half a year, the mountain master of the spiritual Array Mountain had ordered that no one was allowed to go near the courtyard. This caused many disciples to be dissatisfied. Now that Fong Qin had come out, they naturally had to make things difficult for him. At this moment, in a hidden place, the mountain master of the spiritual Array Mountain was watching everything. It seems like that almighty person did not appear. Let's just leave the duel between the younger generation to them. The mountain master of the spiritual Array Mountain said with a smile. At this moment, Fong Qin and Wu Ling had already started their battle. Wu Ling and Fong Qin set up a formation at the same time. Although Fong Qin's formation was a top-grade Yuan-level formation, its power was comparable to a spirit-level formation. Wu Ling's formation was clearly weaker than Fong Qin's. Crack! Wu Ling's formation was the first to break. It immediately shattered, and Wu Ling was trapped in Fong Qin's formation. Damn it! Wu Ling roared. Immediately, a wild aura burst out from his body. He wanted to block Fong Qin's attack. The third level of the Phantom Sword Art. In the past half a year, Fong Qin had trained the Phantom Sword Art to the third level, coupled with his peak third condensing reality realm cultivation, even if Wu Ling was an early sixth condensing reality realm warrior. Fong Qin was not afraid at all. Swoosh! The Phantom Sword Art created countless illusory swords. These illusory swords were extremely powerful. When they hit Wu Ling's body, Wu Ling instantly lost his ability to fight. Bang! Wu Ling's body fell to the ground and he fainted. Senior brother Wu Ling. Many disciples hurriedly helped Wu Ling up and shouted. Seeing Wu Ling fall into a coma, the top 10 disciples finally started to take Fong Qin seriously. Being able to defeat Wu Ling means that your strength is enough to be ranked first among the younger generation of the Sky Array City. Ding Chuan squinted his eyes and said, Ding Chuan was the strongest among the younger generation of the spiritual Array Mountain. His cultivation was at the peak of the 6th condensing reality realm. He was only one step away from the 7th condensing reality realm. So what? Fong Qin said, If you can withstand 10 moves from me, I won't make it difficult for you. Ding Chuan said. Fong Qin thought for a moment, then said, 10 moves? That's too troublesome. How about this? If I can't defeat you in 10 moves, then I lose. Fong Qin said. Hearing Fong Qin's words, the crowd went into an uproar. Countless warriors looked at Fong Qin in shock. They thought that Fong Qin was too arrogant. Kid, you are too arrogant. You will regret what you said. How dare you talk to our senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan like that? Are you looking for death? Senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan is the strongest among the younger generation of the Sky Array City. No one in the younger generation dares to challenge senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan. How dare you say that you can defeat him in 10 moves? Arrogant, too arrogant. Many disciples sneered. The faces of the top 10 disciples changed slightly. There was a hint of displeasure between their brows. Originally, they saw that Fong Qin's strength was not bad and wanted to befriend him. However, Fong Qin actually said that he would defeat Ding Chuan within 10 moves. Even a 7th condensing reality realm warrior wouldn't dare to say that to Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan sneered and said, You are stupid. Do you know that? Stupid or not, it's not up to you to decide. Fong Qin said. His cultivation was at the 3rd condensing reality realm, and his Phantom Sword Art was at the 3rd level. He was invincible among the 6th condensing reality realm warriors. At this moment, the leader of the spiritual Array Mountain, who was hiding in the dark, squinted his eyes and laughed. This kid was interesting. Is he talking nonsense, or can he really do it? The leader of the spiritual Array Mountain said faintly. Thinking about the mysterious old man behind him, the leader of the spiritual Array Mountain He felt that this kid was not talking nonsense. He was even a little curious about whether this kid could defeat Ding Chuan in 10 moves. If you can really defeat Ding Chuan in 10 moves, I will definitely find a way to take you into the spiritual array mountain. The leader of the spiritual array mountain said to himself. At this moment, the top 10 disciples were staring at Fang Chen furiously. Kid, you are looking for death. You can't blame others. That's right. Only you would dare to say that you can defeat senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan in 10 moves. Chapter 477. At this moment, Ding Chuan stood in the crowd with an indifferent smile on his face. He was laughing at Fang Chen for being too arrogant, and also laughing at Fang Chen for being too weak. Reading novels. The top 10 disciples had disdainful smiles on their faces. They thought that Fang Chen was hitting a rock with an egg. Ding Chuan was the strongest among the younger generation of the spiritual array mountain. Not to mention that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of condensing reality realm. He had also become an array grandmaster at a young age. That's right, you didn't see wrong. He was an array grandmaster. Although Ding Chuan was a newly promoted array grandmaster, no one dared to underestimate his strength. Even the mountain lord of the spiritual array mountain had high hopes for Ding Chuan. 10 moves. The indifferent smile on Ding Chuan's face finally disappeared. This was a blatant provocation. An unknown little guy actually dared to provoke him. Ding Chuan, if I can't defeat you in 10 moves, I will never find trouble with you again. Ding Chuan said in a deep voice. All right. Fang Chen nodded. The hidden star sword in his hand let out a sword cry. In the next moment, Fang Chen's wrist shook and instantly set up an origin level array. Seeing Fang Chen set up an origin level array, Ding Chuan was not moved at all. He even revealed a wild smile on his face. Origin level array? Ding Chuan muttered to himself. I'll let you see what a real array is. As soon as Ding Chuan finished speaking, he suddenly shook his wrist. Suddenly, countless spiritual stones appeared in the sky. These spiritual stones contain boundless spiritual energy. Crash! Like a goddess scattering flowers. Ding Chuan controlled these spiritual stones and used them as the base of the array. In an instant, he set up a majestic array. After the array was set up, it instantly rushed out with an extremely wild aura. The most shocking thing was that when Ding Chuan set up the array, Fang Chen's origin level array actually broke by itself. This situation caused Fang Chen to be startled. An array grandmaster? Fang Chen looked around. He had fallen into a terrifying array formation. This array formation was even stronger than the fog array formation he had encountered before. This array formation was obviously a spirit-grade array formation. Although it wasn't considered powerful among spirit-grade array formations, it was considered very powerful for Fang Chen, an array formation master. Fang Chen carefully looked at this spirit-grade array formation, and some memories of the array formation's comprehension appeared in his mind. At this moment, Ding Chuan's voice was transmitted into the array formation. Kid, if you admit defeat now, you can still lose with dignity, Ding Chuan said in a low voice. Ding Chuan believed that Fang Chen would not be able to withstand a single blow from his spirit-restricting array. At that moment, the mountain master of Spiritual Array Mountain, who was hiding in the dark, smiled when he saw Ding Chuan setting up the ceiling spirit array. This kid, Ding Chuan, has not wasted my efforts in nurturing him. He has just advanced to an array formation grandmaster. Yet, he can actually set up a ceiling spirit array. The mountain master of Spiritual Array Mountain was very happy. The ceiling spirit array was a beginner spirit grade array formation. It had a special characteristic, which was that martialists who fell into the ceiling spirit array would not be able to use the spirit chi within their bodies. The most important thing for a martialist was spirit chi. Once one was unable to use spirit chi, one would be at the mercy of others. Therefore, many array formation grandmasters or array formation grandmasters liked to use sealing spirit arrays for this reason. Of course, the sealing spirit array set up by an array formation grandmaster was even more powerful. It was simply not something Ding Chuan could compare to. Fang Qin did not respond to Ding Chuan's words. At the moment, his mind was filled with the memories of the array formation comprehension book. Fang Qin had been studying array formation with a white-haired old man for half a year. He had already thoroughly familiarized himself with the array formation comprehension book that he had obtained back then. This book had recorded a lot of the Almighty's array formation comprehension book when he had been young. Among these comprehensions, there was a description of the sealing spirit array. The sealing spirit array set up by ordinary people has a certain loophole. As long as the loophole is exploited, the sealing spirit array is no longer scary. This was what was recorded in the array formation comprehension book. In the beginning, Fang Chen was a little panicked when he was trapped in the sealing spirit array and realized that he was unable to use spirit chi. However, when he learned that this was a sealing spirit array, he instantly relaxed. At the moment, his mind was filled with memories. After a long time, Fang Chen began to search for the loophole in the sealing spirit array. After a while, Fang Chen found the loophole in the sealing spirit array according to the records in the array formation comprehension book. Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword directly pierced the loophole in the sealing spirit array. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared within the sealing spirit array. Immediately after, the sealing spirit array's effect disappeared. As expected, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles when he saw this. It was also at this moment that Ding Chuan entered the sealing spirit array. He did not even notice the changes in the sealing spirit array. Holding the war saber in his hand, he directly launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Limitless saber. Ding Chuan growled, and the war saber in his hand drew a strange trajectory. In an instant, it turned into countless saber lights and slashed on Fang Chen's body. The third level of the phantom sword technique. Naturally, Fang Chen would not sit still and wait for his death. He instantly displayed the third level of the phantom sword technique to block the attack. Resistance is meaningless within the sealing spirit array. Ding Chuan growled and controlled the war saber to slash at Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword heavily collided with Ding Chuan's war saber. With a cracking sound, Ding Chuan's war saber actually broke in an instant during the fierce collision. Ding Chuan felt a gravitational force coming from the broken war saber, causing his body to fly out uncontrollably. How is this possible? At this moment, Ding Chuan did not even care about the broken war saber. Instead, he was shocked that Fang Chen could use spirit chi within the sealing spirit array. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ding Chuan's body flew out, and he yelled in disbelief. However, this could not cover up what happened just now. When his body fell to the ground, the sealing spirit array instantly disappeared, and Fang Chen quietly stood on the ground. Many disciples originally thought that Fang Chen would definitely lose after being trapped in the sealing spirit array. However, the result was out of their expectations. Senior brother Ding Chuan was sent flying, and his war saber was also broken. How is this possible? How is this kid so strong? Being trapped in the sealing spirit array and unable to use spirit chi, how is he a match for senior brother Ding Chuan? Could it be that the sealing spirit array is immune to him? At this moment, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked, and even the top 10 disciples were looking at each other. The spiritual array mountain's mountain lord, who was hiding in the dark, was also shocked for a long time. After a long time, the spiritual array mountain's mountain lord's eyes flickered, and he said, "This kid's potential is too strong. We must keep him here." Ding Chuan slowly crawled up from the ground. He glanced at his broken saber and then looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. "Do you still want to fight?" asked Fang Chen. Ding Chuan thought for a moment before shaking his head. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He threw away his broken saber and cupped his hands to Fong Chen. From today onwards, I, Ding Chuan, will no longer make things difficult for you. Ding Chuan was someone who could afford to lose and let go of things. He would naturally honor his words. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. Furthermore, he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Can you tell me how you were able to use spirit qi within the sealing spirit array? Ding Chuan humbly asked for guidance. Fong Chen nodded slightly. This wasn't a secret, so he directly told Ding Chuan, the sealing spirit array you set up had a bit of a loophole, and I just happened to use that loophole to make it ineffective against me. So that's what it was. Ding Chuan nodded. Although he didn't know what loophole there was in the sealing spirit array, at least he knew the reason for his failure. At this moment, Ding Chuan was filled with admiration for Fong Chen. Even without the sealing spirit array, he still wouldn't be Fong Chen's match in a one-on-one fight. If his guess wasn't wrong, the weapon in Fong Chen's hand should be a profound armament. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to break his top-grade spirit artifact saber in one strike. Thinking of that, Ding Chuan nodded heavily at Fong Chen. Thank you for showing mercy. Fong Chen grinned. He didn't say anything and prepared to leave. At this moment, not a single person dared to stop Fong Chen. His strength had been acknowledged by all the disciples. Even the publicly acknowledged strongest disciple of spiritual Array Mountain, Ding Chuan, wasn't his match. Could anyone else stop Fong Chen? Seeing that Fong Chen was about to leave, the disciples in the plaza all opened up a path for Fong Chen. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Fong Chen, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain appeared with a smile on his face. Many disciples cupped their hands and greeted the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain. Fong Chen also turned around and looked at the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain. Oh, I don't know what the Mountain Lord wants. To be able to call out his name, it seemed that the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain had investigated him. Fong Chen, half a year ago, you killed many second-tier geniuses. They hate you to the core. If you go out like this, you will definitely be surrounded by them. With your strength alone, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for those great sects, the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain said thoughtfully. Although I'm not a match for them, they might not be able to stop me. Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he said, Fong Chen, I hope that you can join the Spiritual Array Mountain. You are a genius in the Tao of Arrays. If you can join the Spiritual Array Mountain, I will spare no effort to nurture you. The Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain said bluntly. Fong Chen was stunned when he heard this. Soon after, he shook his head and said, Half a year ago, I left the Baron's sect. Many disciples sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard Fong Chen's words. They never thought that Fong Chen had already become a disciple of the Baron's sect half a year ago. The Baron's sect was a sect on the same level as the Spiritual Array Mountain. They were both peak 2-star sects. Yet, Fong Chen had actually taken the initiative to leave the Baron sect. Even the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain was stunned. However, he immediately smiled and said, Fong Chen, when I said that you would join the Spiritual Array Mountain, it's not for a long time. It's only for a short period of time. In a month, the Spiritual Array Mountain will represent the Sky Array City and have an exchange with the younger generation of the nearby Tianshui City. This exchange is to compete for a spot in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. If you can represent our Spiritual Array Mountain to participate, I can give you a spot in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Chapter 478. The Mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond. When Fong Chen heard those words, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing that Fong Chen was interested in the mysterious yellow immortal pond, the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord grinned and said, Fong Chen, in a strange realm not far from our Sky Array City and Skywater City, there's an immortal pond called the Mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond. Within the mysterious yellow immortal pond, there's mysterious yellow water. This mysterious yellow water is produced by the will of the earth, and it's extremely useful to cultivators. Ever since we found the mysterious yellow immortal pond, Sky Water City and Sky Array City have been fighting over it. Because of the mysterious yellow immortal pond, there's been a lot of fighting between the two cities. In the end, we've come to an agreement that the younger generation will compete to determine the quota for the mysterious yellow immortal pond, said the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord. In another month, it'll be the annual mysterious yellow immortal pond battle. Last year, because Ding Chuan was in seclusion, our Sky Array City lost the battle. In the end, the quota for the mysterious yellow immortal pond was obtained by Sky Water City. Our Sky Array City only has a few spots. This year, we don't want to repeat the same mistake, continued the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord. After listening to the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord's explanation, Fang Qin understood that the mysterious yellow immortal pond was a holy land for cultivation. The two cities were fighting over the right to control the mysterious yellow immortal pond, as well as the quota. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord had a bad feeling. He continued, "Of course, the mysterious yellow immortal pond isn't just a holy land for cultivation." "Oh, what's so special about it?" asked Fang Qin. Fang Qin, I don't know if you've heard of it. In the ancient era, when a Yellow Spring sect didn't even exist, an overlord force appeared in the southern mountain range. No, to be exact, it was just a small branch of an overlord force, said the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord with a solemn expression. You're talking about the Heaven-Raising Gate? Fang Chen's face was filled with shock as he hurriedly asked. The Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord nodded heavily and said, Heaven-Raising Sect. At that time, a branch of the Heaven-Raising Sect appeared in the southern mountain range. As for what kind of existence the Heaven-Raising Sect was, I'm sure you know. At this moment, Fang Heaven-Raising Sect was Heaven-Raising Sect. Could it be that the mysterious yellow immortal pond was the Heaven-Raising Heaven Sect? In ancient times, the Heaven-Raising Sect was an extremely powerful sect. It was said that a branch of the Heaven-Raising Sect easily became an overlord in the southern mountain land. A sect was a sect. Sect. Ping. Sect. In any case, there were countless legends regarding the Heaven-Raising Gate. As for which one was true, Fang Qin wasn't sure. However, there was one thing that could not be denied. The terrifying thing about the Heaven-Raising Gate was that they could nurture Dharma idols. That's right, nurturing the Dharma idol. Imagine if a condensing reality realm cultivator could nurture their own Dharma idol and make it stronger. How terrifying would that be? You're saying that the mysterious yellow immortal pond is related to the Heaven-Raising Sect? Fang Qin asked hurriedly. The Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord nodded and said, The reason why our two cities are fighting for control of the mysterious yellow immortal pond is to explore the secrets of the Heaven-Raising Sect. It's said that the mysterious yellow immortal pond contains some secrets about the Heaven-Raising Sect's branch sect. If we can obtain it, we might be able to find the old site of the Heaven-Raising Sect. However, after so many years, our two cities still have no clue, said the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord. Fang Qin tried his best to calm the excitement in his heart and said, Okay, I promise you. He was just representing the Spirit Array Mountain to participate in the mysterious yellow immortal pond battle. This was nothing to Fang Qin. What really attracted Fang Qin was that the mysterious yellow immortal pond might contain the secrets of the Heaven-Raising Sect. That was a fatal attraction. Seeing that Fang Qin had agreed, the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord revealed a smile. All right, with you around, our chances of winning this time will greatly increase. The Mountain Lord of Ling Array Mountain grinned. When the news that Fang Qin had temporarily become a disciple of the Spirit Array Mountain spread throughout the entire Sky Array City, the various forces led by the 9 Array Pavilion were furious. However, with the Spirit Array Mountain backing Fang Qin, they didn't dare to voice their anger. Although they didn't dare to voice their anger, they continued to spread rumors behind their backs. They said that Fong Qin had only become a disciple of the Spirit Array Mountain through the back door, and even had to participate in the annual mysterious yellow Immortal Pond battle. At first, this news only spread within a small area. However, in less than 3 days, the entire Sky Array City was discussing this matter. All the martialists were berating Fong Qin, believing that Fong Qin didn't have the qualifications to represent the Sky Array City in the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond battle. At first, the Spirit Array Mountain didn't pay any attention to this matter. However, as the matter intensified, the various large sects actually joined forces to protest against the Spirit Array Mountain. At this time, the Spirit Array Mountain couldn't sit still any longer. They immediately called for a grand competition among the younger generation of the Sky Array City. Of course, the purpose of this disciple competition was to let everyone witness Fong Qin's true strength. The grand competition would be held today, at a certain large square in the Sky Array City. The disciples of the Spirit Array Mountain had already arrived. They were resting in the resting area of the Spirit Array Mountain. Many martialists had come early in the morning to watch. The entire square was filled with people. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold arrived. When they saw Fong Qin, their faces were filled with anger. However, because of the Spirit Array Mountain, they didn't dare fly into a rage. Fong Qin, just you wait. You will die miserably, the upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold said coldly. Ma Qin Palace was the next to arrive, followed by 9 Matrix Pavilion. Many cultivators from Lu Yin Pavilion also arrived. They all had a common enemy, and that was Fong Qin. Everyone, since everyone is here, let's begin the disciples' grand competition. The Mountain Master of Ling Array Mountain grinned. Among the various factions present, the Spirit Array Mountain was the strongest. However, there were many other factions in the Sky Array City. The Spirit Array Mountain couldn't be the absolute overlord. As the Mountain Master of the Spirit Array Mountain spoke, Fong Qin was the first to step onto the stage. He looked around at the various large sects and said, "The Spirit Array Mountain has only sent me. If you think that I don't have the qualifications to participate in the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond battle, then feel free to send someone up." The various factions became even more furious when they heard Fong Qin's words. The first to be unable to hold back were the upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold. "Jin Lan, you go," said the Mountain Master icily. As soon as he finished speaking, a lady in golden clothes ascended the stage. There was a murderous look in her eyes. Although she hid it well, Fong Qin still managed to catch it. Jin Lan was a disciple of the Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation, who was second only to Jin Heng. In the past, she had always been suppressed by Jin Heng. However, half a year ago, after Jin Heng's death, the Mount Dazzling Gold had gone all out to nurture Jin Lan. In this short period of time, Jin Lan's strength had surpassed Jin Heng's, and she had become a new expert of the Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation. "Spirit Mountain Master, should we restrict the use of formations in this competition?" asked the Mount Dazzling Gold's Mountain Master suddenly. The Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes. The upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold were all smiles when they heard the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master agree. At the same time, they were even more certain that Jin Lan would definitely be able to kill Fong Qin. "Mountain Master, may I ask if we can kill people in this competition?" asked Fong Qin suddenly. "There are no restrictions in this competition. If you're not as strong as others and get killed, you can't blame anyone. Don't you all agree?" asked the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master as he looked at the leaders of the other sects. Those leaders all nodded. With the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master's words, they weren't afraid of the Spirit Array Mountain's retaliation if they killed Fong Qin. Fong Qin nodded. He looked at Jin Lan and said, "You're not my match. I don't want to attack a girl. You should step down. Let another man come up." Jinlan sneered when she heard Fang Chen's words. Fang Chen, you are my Mount Dazzling Gold's enemy. Today, I, Jinlan, will personally kill my enemy. Since that's the case, Fang Chen shook his head and said softly, "Watch this." Jinlan shouted in a low voice. Golden light instantly appeared around her body. The dense golden light made Jinlan's aura become incomparably wild. The second minor realm of the concept of metal. The concept of metal was known for its toughness. Using the concept of metal could instantly increase a martial artist's combat power. Even Jin Kongming hadn't been able to cultivate the concept of metal to such a high level in the past. It seemed Mount Dazzling Gold had really invested a lot. But wasn't this more interesting? Killing their so-called genius would make them feel heartache. Illusion God Sword Art. Fang Chen used the third level of the Illusion God Sword Art. A wild sword intent instantly poured into the Hidden Star Sword. In the next moment, the Hidden Star Sword erupted with a wild aura. Whoosh! Under Fang Chen's control, the Hidden Star Sword directly smashed into Jinlan's palm. The golden light was crazily absorbed by the Hidden Star Sword. Jinlan's expression changed. She felt the concept of metal within her body crazily pour into her opponent's sword. What's going on? Jinlan was shocked. She was actually unable to control the concept of metal. Break! Jinlan shouted and clenched her hand into a fist. The concept of metal forcefully condensed in her fist. She then sent a punch at Fang Chen. "I've been waiting for you." When Fang Chen saw Jinlan attacking him, he instantly raised the Hidden Star Sword and pierced it towards Jinlan's fist. At this moment, an extremely dense concept of metal appeared on the tip of the Hidden Star Sword. How is this possible? Jinlan cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Fang Chen's Hidden Star Sword cut through Jinlan's fist like cutting through tofu. Then, the Hidden Star Sword pierced into Jinlan's body like a spear. Pucci Jinlan's delicate body trembled. Her eyes were filled with terror as she vomited blood. No. On the martial stage, this sudden scene caused the experts of Mount Dazzling Gold to be stunned. Soon after, they let out furious roars. Bang! Jinlan's body softly fell to the ground. Although the opponent was a woman, Fang Chen would never be lenient to those who wanted to kill him. Chapter 479. The #1 expert of Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation, an elite that the entire sect had nurtured, had fallen at the hands of Fang Chen just like that. The upper echelons of Mount Dazzling Gold could no longer sit still. "Brat, you're courting death." The Mount Dazzling Gold's Mountain Master roared furiously. The other elders also stood up, preparing to attack Fang Chen. However, how could the Mountain Master of the Spiritual Array Mountain sit by and watch? Everyone, I've already said this before. There are no restrictions in this battle. It's a competition between disciples. Could it be that you, the older generation, want to take action as well? Said the Mountain Master of the Spiritual Array Mountain. Mountain Master, don't be rash. Some elders of Mount Dazzling Gold stopped the Mountain Master. After a long while, the experts of Mount Dazzling Gold finally calmed down. Their eyes were filled with fury, but they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking because the Mountain Master of the Spiritual Array Mountain was present. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" asked Fang Chen as he glanced at the Cloud Pavilion, Nine Formation Pavilion, and Machin Palace. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on the few great sections. "My Cloud Pavilion doesn't believe that you're that strong." Lu Hong, the strongest expert of the younger generation that the Cloud Pavilion had nurtured, said coldly, "The three of you come at me together." His tone was the same as half a year ago. However, those words had successfully angered the three of them. "Brat, you're courting death." In the past 6 months, the major sects had been doing their best to nurture the best of the younger generation. Although Dazzling Gold's Jinlan had fallen, the younger generation of Lu Yun Pavilion, Nine Array Pavilion, and Machin Palace believed that Fang Chen's strength was only slightly stronger than Jinlan's. Lu Hong, Jiao Wu, and Mo Wanqing were furious when they heard Fang Chen's words. They instantly stepped onto the martial stage. The eyes of many cultivators lit up when they saw this scene. Half a year ago, Fang Chen had used his sword to kill geniuses. He had single-handedly suppressed all the second-tier geniuses. Today, half a year later, he once again fought 1 against 3 and prepared to fight against the 3 geniuses. This Fang Chen is really courageous. He actually dares to challenge all 3 of them at the same time. Many disciples on the square were discussing spiritedly. The Mountain Lord of the Spirit Array Mountain had never expected that the grand competition between the disciples of Sky Array City would end up like this. However, since Fang Chen had done this, he might as well let him do as he pleased. Lu Hong's face was cold as he looked at Fang Chen and said, "Brat, half a year ago, Senior Lu Ran died in your hands. Today I will avenge him." "Lad, even though you were able to kill Senior Brother Ju Su, my strength has long surpassed Senior Brother Ju Su in this half a year's time. Today only death awaits you." Ju Wu sneered. Monster of Devils had a sinister smile on his face. He didn't say anything, but his expression told everyone that he wanted Fang Chen dead. The 3 second-ranked geniuses had joined hands to fight Fang Chen, yet the latter didn't seem to be afraid at all. "Are you all done?" Fang Chen looked at the 3 of them and asked. Boom! As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a wild aura suddenly burst out. In this half a year, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of level 3, condensing reality realm. His phantom sword art had also reached the 3rd level. At this moment, he directly released his golden giant Dharma idol. The moment the golden giant Dharma idol appeared, the entire martial arts arena was instantly enveloped by a wild sword intent. Even the Mountain Lord of the Spirit Array Mountain was a little shocked when he saw the golden giant Dharma idol. This Dharma idol, the Mountain Lord of the Spirit Array Mountain, actually felt a dangerous aura from the golden giant Dharma idol. Seeing Fang Chen release his Dharma idol, Lu Hong and the other 2 also released their own Dharma idols. The Dharma idols appeared above their heads, and suddenly a wild aura soared into the sky. "Lad, go to hell." Lu Hong was the first to attack. He was very eager to kill Fang Chen. Jiao Wu and Monster of Devils attacked Fang Chen from the left and right. Phantom Sword Art 3rd level. Fang Chen displayed the 3rd level of the Phantom Sword Art. A wild aura burst out from the golden giant Dharma idol and instantly rushed into the Hidden Star Sword. Crack! The Hidden Star Sword fiercely collided with Lu Hong's long spear. With a crack, the long spear broke. Lu Hong did not have time to dodge and was directly pierced by Fang Chen's sword. Lu Hong, the leader of the younger generation of Lu Yun Pavilion, had fallen. Lu Hong had fallen in a single blow, which shocked countless warriors. How is it possible? How can he be so strong? His Dharma idol made my heart palpitate. In the arena, many warriors exclaimed. Seeing Lu Hong die, Monster of Devils and Jiao Wu's faces were also filled with shock. Then, the 2 of them attacked Fang Chen from the left and right. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword body was pushed to the extreme. He used the golden giant Dharma idol to display the 3rd level of the Phantom Sword Art. At this moment, Fang Chen's battle power had reached its peak. Even if Fang Chen was facing a 7th condensing reality realm warrior, he could still fight with them, let alone Monster of Devils and Jiao Wu. "You're courting death." Seeing Jiao Wu and Monster of Devils attacking from the left and right, Fang Chen growled and turned to look at Monster of Devils. Then, he displayed the Phantom Sword Art with the Hidden Star Sword and stabbed towards Monster of Devils. When the Hidden Star Sword stabbed towards Monster of Devils, Fang Chen's back was exposed in front of Jiao Wu. Seeing this, Jiao Wu revealed a sinister smile. Then he clenched his fist and punched Fang Chen's back. Bang! Fang Chen's back was hit by Jiao Wu's punch. Fang Chen endured the pain and stabbed his sword into Monster of Devil's body. Skyscraping palaces, Monster of Devils had fallen. The three of them had joined forces to fight Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, two of them had fallen. This scene shocked all the upper echelons of the various forces. However, when Jiu Wu's fist hit Fang Chen's body trembled. After Fang Chen killed Monster of Devils, he tried to stabilize himself. His back was in pain, but fortunately he had a strong sword body, which helped him block most of the force. His eyes were cold as he looked at Jiu Wu and said, "Now it's your turn." When Jiu Wu saw Fang Chen's eyes, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. However, it was too late. Fang Chen had already displayed the third level of the Phantom Sword art. I refuse to believe that you're still capable of unleashing such a powerful attack after being struck by my fist. Seeing this, Jiu Wu snorted coldly and unleashed another powerful attack. However, before he could even finish speaking, an expert from the 9 Formation Pavilion shouted, "Jiu Wu, be careful!" Upon hearing this sound, Jiu Wu cursed silently. He tried his best to control his body to dodge, but suddenly there was a puffed sound. Jiu Wu felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he looked down, he realized that a sword had pierced his chest. No, Jiu Wu's life force rapidly dissipated. He extended his hand, wanting to attack Fang Chen, but in the end he wasn't able to endure. Uft! Fang Chen pulled back his hidden star sword, and Jiu Wu collapsed to the ground. For corpses were lying on the martial stage. They were all second-tier geniuses of Heavenly Array City. Half a year ago, Fang Chen had killed many second-tier geniuses. Half a year later, he had killed 4 more geniuses. Damnable brat, you mercilessly killed your disciples. You deserve death. The 9 Formation Pavilion's upper echelon was infuriated. We have to kill him. The skyscraping palace's upper echelon was also infuriated. The upper echelon of several large sects' upper echelon were denouncing Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd in a domineering manner. He had an incomparable temperament. Everyone, I've already said that there are no restrictions in this competition. If he dies, it means his strength isn't enough. Fang Chen is a disciple of my Spirit Formation Mountain. If anyone dares to attack Fang Chen, they will be my Spirit Formation Mountain's enemy, said the Spirit Formation Mountain's Mountain Master. His words were filled with threat. Hearing the words of the Mountain Master of the Lingzhen Mountain, the leaders of the various sects tried their best to suppress their anger. However, if the Lingzhen Mountain wanted to protect Fang Chen, there was nothing they could do. Right now, they were all pondering how to kill Fang Chen. "Who else is there?" asked Fang Chen loudly. Suddenly, the entire square fell silent. All the martial artists unconsciously retreated, not daring to speak. Seeing this, the Spirit Formation Mountain's Mountain Master smiled. "Now, do you have any objections to Fang Chen representing Heavenly Array City in this competition for the Xianhuang Immortal Pond?" The upper echelon fell silent. They didn't say anything else. "If my Heavenly Array City obtains the Xianhuang Immortal Pond, we will compensate your sect," said the Spirit Formation Mountain's Mountain Master when he saw that the various leaders were filled with resentment. Chapter 480. Fang Chen had killed the top second-tier geniuses of the younger generation in Sky Array City, which had infuriated many forces. If it hadn't been for the protection of a big shot like the Spiritual Array Mountain Master, he would have died many times over. However, when they heard the Spiritual Array Mountain Master say that if they could obtain the right to control the mysterious yellow immortal pond, they would be given a few spots in the sect as compensation. After hearing this, the expressions of the upper echelons of the various forces eased a little. No matter what, the mysterious yellow immortal pond was still very important to them. Of course, what puzzled the upper echelons of the various forces was why there were only second-tier geniuses fighting Fang Chen in this Disciples' Grand Competition. None of the first-tier geniuses had appeared. Fang Chen's massacre on the martial arts stage had intimidated countless martialists. At this moment, Not a single martialist dared to step onto the martial arts stage to challenge Fong Chen. Many people's gazes were focused on Ding Chuan. Fong Chen was too arrogant. He had killed people as soon as he made a move, which made them feel disgusted. They had pinned their hopes on Ding Chuan and wanted him to teach Fong Chen a lesson. However, Ding Chuan acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He had no intention of making a move. Of course, if everyone knew that not long ago, Ding Chuan had been defeated by Fong Chen, and within 10 moves at that, who knew what they would think? Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Fong Chen asked in a deep voice. His voice reverberated throughout the entire square. Although this was a disciples' grand competition of the younger generation in Sky Array City, Fong Chen had taken advantage of this opportunity to kill many of the younger sect's disciples once again. At this moment, Mount Dazzling Gold, Lu Yunj, Ma Tian Palace, 9 Array Pavilion, and the other sects didn't say anything. They didn't want the disciples they had painstakingly nurtured to be killed by Fong Chen. Fong Chen was brimming with fighting spirit. He was waiting for the disciples of the sect to challenge him. But nothing happened even after a long time had passed. Finally, the Mountain Master of Lingzhen Mountain slowly stood up and surveyed his surroundings. After which he smiled and said, "Since no one wants to challenge Fong Chen, this year's disciple competition will end here." As soon as the Spiritual Array Mountain Lord spoke, the Sky Array City disciple competition ended. From that day onwards, Fong Chen's name would spread throughout Sky Array City. Within Sky Array City, the streets and alleys were all talking about Fong Chen. He had even become an unavoidable topic of conversation. After the disciples' tournament ended, Fong Chen followed the crowd of Spiritual Array Mountain and returned to Spiritual Array Mountain. He had killed many second-rank geniuses, and the sect would surely regard him as a thorn in their side. This was why the Spiritual Formation Mountain was the safest place for him. There was only 1 month left before the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond competition. Fong Chen wanted to use this 1 month to try his best to break through to the 4th level of the condensing reality realm. In this way, he would be able to easily kill a 7th level condensing reality realm disciple. He would even be able to challenge an 8th level condensing reality realm martial artist. After returning to Spiritual Array Mountain, Fong Chen immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. As for Ding Chuan and the others, they also began to cultivate. The mysterious yellow celestial pond battle in a month's time would affect the entire Sky Array City. They could not be careless. At this moment, in the garden of a mansion in Sky Array City, the leaders of the 4 great sects were gathered together. They were discussing how to kill Fong Chen. This kid's improvement is too great. In just half a year, he has actually grown to this extent. If we let him continue to grow, he will become a threat to us. Lord Dazzling Gold said coldly. No, Lord Dazzling Gold is right. We must find a way to kill this kid and avenge our dead disciples. Pavilion Master Lu Yin said eerily. Beside him, towering Sky Palace Master also nodded heavily and said coldly, "This kid must be killed. Otherwise, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace." The 9 Array Pavilion Master nodded slightly. He was the core of the 4, and his words carried weight. He looked around at the other 3 and slowly said, "Now that this kid is in the Spiritual Array Mountain, we can't deal with him. However, he will definitely leave the Spiritual Array Mountain in a month's time for the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond battle." "Pavilion Master, you mean?" Lord Dazzling Gold's eyes lit up as he asked, "Should we kill this kid on the way to the mysterious yellow celestial pond?" Towering Sky Palace Master asked. 9 Formation Pavilion Master shook his head and said, "This kid is very powerful. There are few among the younger generation who can match him. This time he might be able to contribute greatly to the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle. Therefore, we should wait until the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle is over before taking action." Hearing 9 Formation Pavilion Master's words, Pavilion Master Lu Yin revealed a sinister smile and said, Wonderful, truly wonderful. Pavilion Master's thoughts coincide with mine. Wait until the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle is over. After our four sect have received the compensation we deserve, we will kill this kid. Even the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain will have nothing to say. Ha ha ha, good. It's settled then. The leaders of the four sect had already discussed a strategy to deal with Fong Qin. However, Fong Qin, who was in Spiritual Array Mountain, had no idea. Time passed in the blink of an eye. On the 25th day of Fong Qin's closed-door cultivation, he successfully broke through to the 4th level of the condensing reality realm. Although it was only the early level of the 4th level, it still made Fong Qin extremely excited. After reaching the 4th level of the condensing reality realm, Fong Qin's strength had increased once again. Now he even dared to challenge a level 8 condensing reality realm martial artist. After breaking through, Fong Qin successfully exited his closed-door cultivation. At this time, there were only 5 days left until the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle. Fong Qin, you've exited your closed-door cultivation. The Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain laughed when he saw Fong Qin. Thank you for your concern, Mountain Master. Fong Qin cupped his hands and said, Since you've exited your closed-door cultivation, let's set off today. The Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain said. This time, the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle would be held in Tianshui City. Although Tianshui City wasn't too far from Tianshui City, it still required 3 days of walking. When they arrived at Tianshui City, everyone still needed to recover their strength. Therefore, it was better to head to Tianshui City as soon as possible. Previously, Fong Qin had been in closed-door cultivation. Today, he had finally exited his closed-door cultivation. Therefore, the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain gathered all the participating disciples at the plaza. In this mysterious yellow celestial pond battle, the 10 of you will represent the entire Tianshui City. I hope that you will do your best to defeat your opponents. The Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain said loudly. On the plaza, the disciples all nodded. After exchanging a few words, the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain led the 10 disciples and left Spiritual Array Mountain in a grandiose manner. They appeared on the streets of Tianshui City. Seeing the disciples of Spiritual Array Mountain leave, many cultivators on the streets of Tianshui City began to discuss. A short while later, Fong Qin and the others left Tianshui City. At this moment, in a hidden area of Tianshui City, the leaders of the 4 great sect revealed sinister smiles. Let him live for a few more days, said the Lord of Dazzling Gold coldly. Is everything ready? Asked the 9 Formation Pavilion Master. Everything is ready. As long as this Brett finishes participating in the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle, we will immediately take action. He will definitely die, said the Pavilion Master. Even if the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain wants to save him, it's impossible. This plan is foolproof, said the Skyscraping Palace Master. After leaving Tianshui City, Fong Qin and the others entered a vast plain. Between Tianshui City and Tianshui City, there was a vast plain. As long as they crossed this plain, they would reach Tianshui City. On this plain, there were often bandits roaming about. However, Fong Qin and the others were not worried at all. Their team was very strong. It was not something that ordinary bandits could compare to. However, there were still bandits who were not afraid of death. They blocked the path of Fong Qin and the others and were prepared to rob them. Let me do it, said Ding Chuan coldly as he looked at the bandits in front of him. 3 minutes later, Ding Chuan returned to the team. The plain was in a mess. All the bandits were dead. Not a single one was left alive. In the following period of time, as long as bandits appeared, the disciples would fight to be the first to deal with them. In the end, everyone came to a consensus. Each disciple could only take action once. 2 days later, they had already killed 7 groups of bandits. It was bad luck for the bandits to encounter them. This was also because the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain did not take action. Once he took action, the bandits would not even have a chance to resist. "There's still one more day before we reach Tianshui City," said the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain. The bandits that appeared on the plain were just training for the disciples. Just as the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain finished speaking, a group of bandits suddenly appeared in front of them. This group of bandits was not very strong. "Let me do it," a burly disciple sneered. His figure flashed as he directly entered the group of bandits and started a massacre. However, at this moment, the expression of one of the members of the bandit group changed slightly. A faint evil aura appeared around his body. Fong Qin noticed this, and his face changed. His figure flashed as he took out the Hidden Star Sword and displayed the Phantom God sword art. "Fong Qin, this is my dish," the burly disciple shouted when he saw Fong Qin take action. His voice was filled with displeasure. Whoosh! Just as Fong Qin took action, the bandit's aura suddenly became stronger. A powerful black light appeared on his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the black light flew towards the burly disciple. Not good. At this moment, Ding Chuan and the others also noticed that something was wrong and shouted. Whoosh! Fong Qin displayed the third level of the Phantom God sword art. Countless illusory swords instantly pierced the black light, causing it to explode. Because the burly disciple was closer, he was sent flying by the explosion and fell to the ground. In a flash, Fong Qin once again displayed the Phantom God sword art. With a whoosh, the Hidden Star sword pierced the body of the bandit. "You!" The bandit's face was filled with unwillingness as he slowly fell to the ground. "Fatty Li, are you all right?" After killing the bandit, Ding Chuan and the others came to Fatty Li's side and asked, "I won't die." Fatty Li was clearly injured. This made him feel a little embarrassed. He had been injured before even reaching Tianshui City. However, he still looked at Fong Qin gratefully. If it wasn't for Fong Qin, perhaps he wouldn't have just been injured. At this moment, the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain slowly walked over. His face was grave as he said, "You found out." Chapter 481. Hearing about the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, the faces of the disciples changed as they looked at the Mountain Master of Ling Array Mountain. "Let's go." After a thorough check, Fatty Li was fine. The most important thing now was the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle. Hence, even if the Mountain Master wanted to follow the clues, he could not find any clues. Hence, he gave up. The group quickly left the plain and hurried. After a day, they finally arrived at Tianshui City. Tianshui City is right in front. The Mountain Master smiled. Then, the group of 11 entered Tianshui City. As soon as they entered Tianshui City, someone came to welcome them. "Mountain Lord Lingzhen, you've come quite early this time around." A burly middle-aged man with a sinister smile on his face asked. "Not bad." The Mountain Master nodded slightly as he replied. The burly middle-aged man was the Palace Master of the Tianshui City's overlord, the Tianshui Palace. He was also the main opponent of Ling Array Mountain in the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle. "Your accommodations have already been arranged. Follow me." The Heaven River Temple Master smiled. Then he led the group of people from Spiritual Array Mountain to a quiet mansion. "This mansion will be your accommodation. The mysterious yellow celestial pool battle will begin the day after tomorrow. You can rest well during this period," the Tianshui Palace Master said. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Tianshui Palace Master left. The numerous disciples of the Spiritual Array Mountain began to rest. After traveling at full speed for 3 days, their bodies were exhausted. Therefore, they needed to adjust their bodies to their best condition. 2 days later, the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle began. Mountain Lord Lingzhen brought Fong Qin and the others to a public square in Tianshui City. there was a sea of people outside the public square. They were all ordinary warriors of Tianshui City. The square was divided into two areas. One area was filled with warriors. They were the disciples of the Tianshui Palace. The other area was reserved for the disciples of Ling Array Mountain. Let's go over. The Spirit Array Mountain Master was the first to arrive at his area and sat down. The other 10 disciples also sat down one after another. Seeing the arrival of the people from Ling Array Mountain, an old man stood in the middle of the martial arts practice stage and said slowly, "Everyone, I believe you are clear about the rules of the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle." The Tianshui Palace Master and the Mountain Master nodded. Since that's the case, this old man won't say anything more. For this battle for the profound yellow immortal pond, each side will send out 10 disciples. They will take turns to fight. Whichever side loses, all their disciples will be eliminated. The rules are very simple, said the old man. With the old man's command, the battle for the mysterious yellow immortal pond officially began. Ling Zhan Mountain Lord, I'm afraid that Tianshui City will still be victorious in this battle for the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Tianshui Palace Lord looked at Ling Zhan Mountain Lord and said with a sinister smile, Last year, during the battle for the mysterious yellow immortal pond, their Sky Water City suppressed Sky Array City and seized control of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. In the past year, the Celestial River Palace had sent many disciples into the Xianhuang celestial pond to cultivate. The strength of the disciples had generally increased. The Celestial River Palace Master believed that they would win again this time. Moreover, they still had a trump card. We still don't know who will emerge victorious. Mountain Lord Ling Zhan sneered. As the two leaders faced off, the disciples behind them were also filled with anger. The first to go up was a disciple from the Celestial River Palace. I alone can defeat all your Sky Array City's disciples. That disciple was extremely arrogant as he stood on the martial stage. Let me have a go at you. Li He of Spirit Array Mountain went up. Seeing the Celestial River Palace's disciple act so arrogantly, he was infuriated. Who is this brat? Asked Feng Chun of Spirit Array Mountain. This disciple is an elite disciple of the Celestial River Palace. His name is Shui Ge. He specializes in the concept of water, explained Ding Chuan. As they spoke, Li He and Shui Ge began fighting. Li He had immediately set up a formation. But because of Shui Ji's powerful attacks, there were holes in his formation, and he wasn't able to trap Shui Ge. Trash! You want to trap me with this kind of formation? Sneered Shui Ge. He instantly released his concept of water. Ripples appeared around his body. Then the concept of water gathered in his palm, and he threw out a punch. Bang! With a loud bang, the array was shattered. Li He's body flew out and fell below the martial arts stage. Shui Ge wins, announced the judge. At this moment, Feng Chun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the concept of water around Shui Ge. His eyes flickered. After a long time, he said, his concept of water has reached the peak of the 2nd minor realm. He's only 1 step away from the 3rd minor realm. Shui Ji's cultivation was at the 7th stage of the condensing reality realm. He could be considered one of the top disciples in the Celestial River Palace. With the concept of water at the 2nd minor realm, his strength completely suppressed Li. After Li, he was helped away. Shui Ge arrogantly yelled again, Next! The 2nd disciple went up and fought fiercely with Shui Ge, but he still wasn't Shui Ji's match and was defeated. In the blink of an eye, 2 disciples of Spirit Array Mountain had been defeated. This made the Spirit Array Mountain's leader's face darken. Spirit Array Mountain's leader, can your disciples break through Shui Ji's seal? Sneered the Celestial River Palace's leader. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, all the disciples of Spirit Array Mountain had been defeated by Shui Ge. 8 disciples. A total of 8 disciples had been defeated by Shui Ge, especially Fatty Li, who had been injured before. After being hit by Shui Ge, he had almost died. Fortunately, the Spirit Array Mountain's leader had saved him in time. On the other hand, Shui Ge became more and more courageous as he fought. His body was filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Are all the disciples of Spirit Array Mountain so weak? Shui Ge roared. His voice was filled with disdain. In the Celestial River Palace's area, many of the Celestial River Palace's disciples had cold smiles on their faces. They were all mocking Spirit Array Mountain. Let me. Ding Chuan, who had been suppressing his anger, finally went up the stage. Shui Ge, let me end you. Ding Chuan said coldly. You can't. Shui Ge said arrogantly. Crash. Without another word, Ding Chuan immediately set up a supreme grade Yuan rank array. Wild spiritual energy instantly filled the entire martial arts arena, trapping Shui Ge within the supreme grade Yuan rank array. Below, in the Celestial River Palace's area, some disciples couldn't help cursing. What an idiot! He clearly knows that the opponent is Ding Chuan, but he's still so careless. On the martial arts stage, Shui Ge was trapped in the formation set up by Ding Chuan. He roared angrily, and at the same time unleashed a wild attack. Bang! Bang! However, no matter how powerful his attacks were, they were unable to break Ding Chuan's formation. Clearly, Ding Chuan's formation had been set up perfectly. I don't believe that a broken formation can trap me, Shui Ge. Shui Ge roared furiously. The second minor level of the concept of water was unleashed. He had used his strongest attack in an attempt to break the formation, but in the end he failed. Let's end this. Seeing Shui Ge struggling in the formation, Ding Chuan sneered. He clenched his fist and punched the formation. Bang! Shui Ge's body was sent flying. At the same time, Ding Chuan made fun of the formation. Ding Chuan wins, announced the referee. Shui Ge was incomparably furious. He crawled up from the ground and bared his fangs, wanting to attack Ding Chuan. However, he was stopped by the Celestial River Palace Master. Haven't you lost enough face? Hearing the Celestial River Palace Master's words, Shui Ge's face was filled with helplessness. He lowered his head and returned to the Celestial River Palace's area. We only lost one match. Let me go. A disciple volunteered to fight Ding Chuan on the stage. However, Ding Chuan was stronger than the Celestial River Palace's disciples had imagined. Ding Chuan was able to instantly set up a perfect top-grade Yuan formation. This gave the Celestial River Palace's disciples a headache. Bang! After an intense battle, Ding Chuan sent the Celestial River Palace's disciple flying with a punch. This was already the fifth Celestial River Palace's disciple that Ding Chuan had defeated. Without exception, he had used a top-grade Yuan formation to defeat his opponent. When the sixth disciple went on stage, he loudly cursed, Ding Chuan, you bastard! Do you dare not use a formation and fight me head-on? Ding Chuan looked at the disciple as if he was an idiot. He sneered, My Spirit Array Mountain cultivates formations. You want me to give up my formation and fight you head-on? How can you be so stupid? Upon hearing Ding Chuan's words, the disciple was infuriated and launched a wild attack. Crash! Ding Chuan once again set up a perfect top-grade Yuan formation, trapping the Celestial River Palace's disciple. At this moment, many disciples in the Celestial River Palace's area were ashen. Ding Chuan's formation is very powerful. Once he sets it up, our side will basically be at a disadvantage, said a disciple. Let me fight the next match. The person who spoke was a young, bewitching man. Seeing him speak, many disciples were delighted. Bang! On the martial stage, Ding Chuan defeated the sixth disciple of the Celestial River Palace. He was full of smiles. At this moment, the bewitching man slowly walked onto the martial stage in the Celestial River Palace's area. Ding Chuan, your winning streak ends here, said the bewitching man. His voice was filled with bewitchment. Ding Chuan stared at the bewitching man and frowned. He actually felt a trace of danger from this man. Just as Ding Chuan was about to speak, he suddenly fell into a trance and fell into an illusion. Seeing Ding Chuan's body sway on the martial stage and the bewitching man's eyes glowing, Fang Chen knew that things weren't going well. Proficient in illusions, Fang Chen looked at the bewitching man with a grave expression. This bewitching man's illusions were actually able to make Ding Chuan fall into an illusion. It was too terrifying. Ding Chuan, go down. The bewitching man's eyes flickered as he said softly. As soon as he said that, Ding Chuan actually walked down the martial stage. Seeing this scene, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless martialists were shouting crazily. Someone as strong as Ding Chuan had actually lost the match like this. After walking down the martial stage, Ding Chuan instantly woke up. He turned his head to look at the bewitching man. He was furious and wanted to attack. Ding Chuan, you have already lost. You don't have the right to attack me, mocked the bewitching man. Chapter 482. Ha ha ha. The first disciple of the spiritual array mountain, Ding Chuan, actually lost just like that. What a disgrace. The disciples of the spiritual array mountain are just SOO. Is there no one left in the spiritual array mountain? Ding Chuan doesn't even have the courage to fight. He just walked off the stage himself. Trash from the spiritual array mountain. Many of the martialists shouted in succession. They were all mocking Ding Chuan. At this moment, Ding Chuan's heart was burning with anger. However, due to the rules, he could only dejectedly return to the spiritual array mountain region. Mountain Master, I'm sorry, Ding Chuan said softly. His illusion technique is very strong. It's normal that you fell for it. The spiritual array mountain master said softly. At this point, the spiritual array mountain master could only place all his hopes on Fang Chen. If Fang Chen lost, the Sky Array City would be completely finished. Fang Chen, you're up. The spiritual array mountain master glanced at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen nodded. Before he left, he patted Ding Chuan's body gently, indicating that the latter didn't need to worry too much. When he saw Fang Chen walk up the stage, the demonic man's face was filled with mockery. Last one. As the demonic man spoke, he secretly cast an illusion technique. His eyes flickered and a formless aura appeared on the stage, wrapping around Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen fell into a daze and his entire body swayed. Go down. When the demonic man saw that Fang Chen had fallen into an illusion, his face was filled with disdain. Below the stage, the spiritual array mountain master squinted his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the Heaven River Temple region, a few disciples were smiling. I thought that this lad was the trump card of the spiritual array mountain. I didn't expect him to fall into an illusion. A disciple said disdainfully, This time, it's really not challenging at all. We can control the mysterious yellow immortal pond for another year. In the future, the gap between the spiritual array mountain and us will only grow bigger. As the disciples were talking, Fang Chen's eyes were dull as he staggered towards the demonic man. The demonic man's expression changed when he saw this, but he instantly understood. Fang Chen had fallen into an illusion and was in a delirious state. It seemed that he wanted to leave the martial stage from his side. You may leave. The demonic man's voice was like a lullaby that drilled into Fang Chen's ears. The latter moved forward in a daze. When Fang Chen's figure was 1 meter away from the demonic man, Fang Chen's dull eyes suddenly disappeared and were replaced by a strong fighting spirit. Walla the Hidden Star sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. In the next moment, he displayed the Phantom God sword technique without hesitation. The wild sword intent carried an illusory aura and directly enveloped the bewitching man. How is this possible? The demonic man originally thought that Fang Chen had fallen into his illusion and was very pleased. However, the sudden change made the demonic man panic. Especially when Fang Chen's sword intent enveloped him, he felt his mind tremble. Illusory aura, the demonic man cried out. At this moment, he finally understood why Fang Qin did not fall into his illusion. Everything is an illusion, the demonic man shouted angrily. He used all his strength to activate his illusion to resist Fang Chen's sword intent. The scene on the martial stage changed too quickly. Even the spiritual array mount master was stunned. Soon after, a bright smile appeared on his face. In the Heaven River Temple area, the Heaven River Temple master narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Qin. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the spiritual array mountain to have an illusory sword principle martialist." In the beginning, Fang Qin pretended to fall into the demonic man's illusion. He took the opportunity to get close to the demonic man. Then he took the opportunity to display the Phantom God sword technique. It should be known that Fang Chen's illusory sword principle was very powerful. It was not inferior to the demonic man's. Under the attack of Fang Chen's illusory sword principle, the demonic man finally could not resist and fell into the illusion. In the next moment, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced the demonic man's arm. With a bang, the demonic man was kicked off the martial stage by Fang Qin. When the demonic man woke up, he realized that he had been blasted off the martial stage. He was furious, but it was too late. Next, after Fang Qin defeated the demonic man, he said calmly, "The demonic man was able to defeat Ding Chuan because his illusion was very powerful. However, Fang Qin was a cultivator of the illusory sword principle. Naturally, he was not afraid of the demonic man's illusion. Moreover, Fang Chen's cultivation base had reached the fourth condensing reality realm. It was too easy for him to defeat a seventh condensing reality realm martial artist." Hearing Fang Chen's words, a martial artist in the Heaven River Temple area stepped onto the stage. However, before he could speak, he was hit by Fang Chen's sword and blasted off the martial stage. Too weak. Fang Qin shook his head and said, "Fang Chen's words made many disciples of the Heaven River Temple furious. However, they could not do anything. After Fang Qin defeated 2 people, only 2 disciples of the Heaven River Temple were left. Shui Zhen, you go," the Heaven River Temple master said coldly. Shui Zhen was the top expert of the younger generation of the Heaven River Temple. His cultivation base had reached the 7th condensing reality realm. He was much stronger than Shui Ge. When Shui Zhen stepped onto the stage, the Heaven River Temple master glanced at the black-clothed martial artist beside him and nodded. This black-clothed martial artist was the Heaven River Temple's trump card. Even if Shui Zhen failed, they still had this martial artist. The Heaven River Temple still had a chance. After Shui Zhen stepped onto the stage, he looked at Fang Qin and narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Kid, your illusory sword principle is not bad. However, it is not worth mentioning in front of me." Shui Zhen said sinisterly, "Get lost." Fang Qin did not want to waste any more time. With a low roar, his figure flashed. He instantly performed the 3rd level of the illusory sword principle. A wild sword intent immediately enveloped Shui Zhen. Seeing this, Shui Zhen's expression changed slightly. He performed the concept of water. Splash! The concept of water wrapped around Shui Zhen's body, forming a strong defense. The concept of water. Fang Qin sneered. In the next moment, he also urged his own concept of water. Although it was not as strong as Shui Zhen's, it was enough to deal with Shui Zhen. Splash! The concept of water formed ripples in the void. In the next moment, a wild water aura instantly filled the entire martial arts stage. Bang! When Fang Chen's water concept came into contact with the water concept defense around drenched, a wild sound instantly erupted. How is this possible? Shui Zhen did not expect that Fang Qin could actually comprehend the concept of water. Moreover, it was the 2nd minor level of the concept of water. Damn it! Fang Chen's concept of water corroded Shui Zhen's concept of water, weakening his defense. Despite Shui Zhui's desperate defense, he still couldn't stop his defense from weakening. When his defense weakened to a certain extent, Fang Chen's phantom sword technique was instantly used. The low-level dark weapon, Star Hidden Sword, pierced Xue Zhui's defense and blasted him away. No. When Xue Zhen's body flew out uncontrollably, he roared loudly. Seeing this scene, the Heaven River Temple Master suddenly stood up with a slight change in his expression. He immediately said the second minor level of the concept of water. Furthermore, he specializes in the illusory sword principle and possesses a primary dark weapon. The Spirit Array Mountain really hit it well. Hearing the Heaven River Temple Master's words, many disciples were shocked. A dark weapon was too precious for many disciples. Even Xue Zhen of the Heaven River Temple was only using a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Although there was only a small difference between a supreme-grade spiritual weapon and a primary dark weapon, the difference was too big. Fang Chen possessed a primary dark weapon, which gave him a huge advantage in terms of weapons. Furthermore, he also possessed the second minor level of the concept of water. This made the Heaven River Temple disciples lose their advantage in front of him. Damn it! The Heaven River Temple Master squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen as he cursed. At this moment, in the Spirit Array Mountain region, the Spirit Array Mountain Master's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of that Almighty's disciple, he can casually use a dark weapon. Of course, the Spirit Array Mountain Master didn't know that Fang Chen's spiritual weapon wasn't given to him by his Spirit Array Master. It was refined with the help of Grandmaster Ku Fa. At this moment, Fang Chen held the Hidden Star sword in his hand as he stood on the martial stage. He looked like a god of war, his body filled with battle intent. Spirit Array Mountain Master, in order to win this competition, you've put in a lot of effort. You even took out a dark weapon, said the Heaven River Temple Master coldly. This weapon was obtained by this disciple. It doesn't belong to my Spirit Array Mountain. I have no right to question it, said the Spirit Array Mountain Master. Spirit Array Mountain Master, your Spirit Array Mountain's preparations have truly shocked me. However, I want to say that even so, your Spirit Array Mountain is useless, said the Heaven River Temple Master sinisterly. Just as the Heaven River Temple Master finished speaking, the black-robed man stood up and walked onto the martial stage. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he looked at Fang Chen and said, I originally thought that I wouldn't have to make a move in this competition. However, I never imagined that the Spirit Array Mountain would actually have such a powerful disciple. My blood is already boiling. I hope that you won't disappoint me. The black-robed man's words were filled with arrogance. He even believed that Fang Chen only had the qualifications to make him make a move. When he saw the black-robed man walk onto the stage, the Heaven River Temple Master glanced at the Spirit Array Mountain and sneered. Spirit Array Mountain Master, your Spirit Array Mountain isn't the only one who has made preparations. The Heaven River Temple is also prepared. This kid is our Heaven River Temple's trump card. With him making a move, even if your Spirit Array Mountain's disciple possesses a low-grade dark weapon, what can he do? The Spirit Array Mountain Master stared at the black-robed man. He was shocked to discover that he couldn't see through the black-robed man. However, he still chose to believe in Fang Chen. Fang Chen, be careful, warned the Spirit Array Mountain Master. On the martial stage, the black-robed man's battle intent was overflowing. He stared at Fang Chen with a strange glint in his eyes. Opposite the black-robed man, Fang Chen held the Hidden Star sword. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. Chapter 483. When Chen Dao said those words, his body was like an unsheathed saber, extremely sharp. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Dao. His intuition told him that Chen Dao was extremely powerful. Moreover, Chen Dao gave him a very heavy feeling as he stood on the martial arts stage. Chen Dao. Fang Chen Softly said Chen Dao's name. Crash! In the next moment, Chen Dao exploded with an extremely wild aura. His saber intent soared into the sky and instantly filled the entire martial arts stage. On the square, in the spiritual array mountain, many disciples saw this scene and could not help but be speechless. Too powerful. Chen Dao's strength was actually to such an extent. Peak of the seventh condensing reality realm. The mountain lord of the spiritual array mountain saw, through Chen Dao's cultivation, peak of the seventh condensing reality realm. With this kind of strength, even in the entire southern mountain land, he could be considered as a top genius. Where did this Chen Dao come from? How could he possess such a powerful strength at such a young age? Whoosh! Extremely powerful saber intent surrounded his body. In the next moment, his palm suddenly slashed towards Fang Chen. Using his palm as a saber, a powerful saber light instantly appeared in front of him. This saber light was like a peerless saber as it directly pierced towards Fang Chen. Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chen displayed the third level of the Phantom Sword Art. The wild Phantom Sword principle aura instantly filled the entire Hidden Star Sword and then blasted towards the saber light. Crack! After the saber light collided with Fang Chen's Hidden Star Sword, it was not as powerful as expected. Instead, it directly shattered with a cracking sound. Seeing this scene, Chen Dao's face revealed a trace of a smile. He said in a deep voice, "You are qualified for me to use my saber." As he spoke, a pitch-black battle saber appeared in Chen Dao's hand. As soon as the battle saber appeared, a strong pressure instantly appeared. Rumble! The saber seemed to have a mind of its own as it let out a wild saber cry. Saber intent soared into the sky and gathered within the saber. "You are not the only one who has a dark weapon," Chen Dao said in a low voice while holding his saber. Even without Chen Dao's explanation, Fang Chen could tell that the saber was definitely not an ordinary saber to be able to emit such a wild saber intent. It was a profound weapon. So what if it was a dark weapon? At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with an invincible belief. He held the Hidden Star Sword in his hand and performed the Phantom God Sword Art again. His previous opponents were not qualified to make him use his full strength, but Chen Dao was. "I'll use you to test my true strength," Fang Chen thought to himself. Seeing that Fang Chen had executed the Phantom Sword Art, Chen Dao didn't dare to be careless. The corners of his mouth curled up. In the next moment, he gripped his battle saber and slashed towards Fang Chen. Disillusionment Blade. Chen Dao had also sensed Fang Chen's strength. Thus he executed his strongest saber art, the Disillusionment Saber Art. As soon as the Disillusionment Saber Art was executed, an extremely wild saber intent instantly filled the entire arena. Following that, countless saber rays flickered continuously, carrying a powerful force as they pierced towards Fang Chen. Bang, 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 that illusory sword and the saber rays clashed fiercely, producing a deafening sound. Fang Chen and Chen Dao were both forced to take a few steps back. At this moment, in the entire arena, everyone's eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe that such a powerful force could be unleashed in a battle between the younger generation. It was too unbelievable. What an interesting guy. Chen Dao licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. In the next moment, the battle saber in Chen Dao's hand started to spin. The wild saber intent around Chen Dao all flowed into the battle saber. Disillusionment Saber Art, Ultimate Saber Art. Chen Dao roared as he slashed out with his battle saber. This saber attack contained Chen Dao's strongest attack. He didn't want to waste any more time. Initially, Chen Dao thought that he could easily defeat Fang Chen. However, after exchanging blows, Chen Dao realized that Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't hesitate to use his strongest attack to suppress Fang Chen. Let's give it our all. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with an unprecedented obsession. His body was surrounded by a wild sword intent. The spiritual array mountain lord and the heaven river palace lord were stunned. What third minor realm of sword intent? When the heaven river palace lord and the spiritual array mountain lord discovered Fong Chen's sword intent, they were shocked. At such a young age, he was able to comprehend his sword intent to the third minor realm. This Fong Chen was truly a genius in the sword Dao. Genius. He is definitely a genius in the sword Dao. His sword intent has reached the third minor realm. With such talent, no one in the entire southern mountain land can match him. The spiritual array mountain lord said excitedly. If Fong Chen had impressed him before, then now Fong Chen had shocked him. It was an unparalleled shock. So what if he had a dark weapon? So what if he was strong? The most important thing was his sword intent, the third minor realm of sword intent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Fong Chen was given more time to cultivate his sword intent to the great perfection realm, his sword cultivation would increase at a terrifying speed. Genius in the sword Dao. This was the spiritual array mountain lord and the heaven river palace lord's evaluation of Fong Chen. On the martial arts arena, Qin Dao also discovered Fong Chen's sword intent, the third minor realm of sword intent. Qin Dao's eyes flashed with surprise. However, after a slight struggle, he continued to attack Fong Chen with all his might. So what if it's the third minor realm of sword intent? I will defeat you today. Chen Dao believed that he was invincible. The fact that his sword intent had reached the third minor realm only meant that Fong Chen was talented in the sword Dao. It didn't mean that he was strong now. No matter what happens in the future, I will defeat you today. This was Qin Dao's thought. The more he thought about it, the faster the war blade in his hand spun. The power of the disillusionment blade, art's ultimate blade, grew stronger. When the war blade in Chen Dao's hand was about to come into contact with Fong Chen, the latter suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Fong Chen exploded with all his strength. The third minor realm of sword intent was fully released. The body-tempering sword body was fully activated, and the third level of the illusionary god sword art was displayed. Swoosh! An unparalleled sword light appeared in the sky. This sword light contained a destructive aura. While everyone was in shock, it merged with the hidden star sword. Boom! After the saber and the hidden star sword collided, the entire martial arts stage trembled. A wild aura instantly enveloped the entire martial arts stage. The martial artists on the square were forced to retreat by the impact of this powerful airflow. What's the result? Many martialists looked at the arena curiously. They wanted to know the outcome of this battle. The Spirit Array Mountain Master and the Sky River Temple Master also observed the arena nervously. At this moment, the gray fog on the martial arts stage slowly dissipated. Fong Chen and Chen Dao stood quietly on the martial arts stage. Both of them held their own weapons in their hands. The battle saber and the hidden star sword were still intertwined. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Then, Qin Dao put away his war blade and said, "You are very strong." "You are too." Fong Chen nodded as he put away his hidden star sword. Chen Dao shook his head and turned to leave the arena. As he watched Qin Dao leave, Fong Chen shook his head slightly. Powerhouses deserved respect no matter where they were. Qin Dao was just like that. Although Chen Dao and Fong Chen were at odds, Qin Dao's strength had earned Fong Chen's recognition and respect. You have distracting thoughts. If you focus on the saber Dao, your saber intent will definitely reach the third minor realm. Fong Chen said as he watched Qin Dao leave the arena. Qin Dao turned around and grinned. "Thank you. I hope we will meet again in the future." After saying that, Qin Dao ignored the Sky River Temple Master's question and turned to leave. "Qin Dao," the Sky River Temple Master asked anxiously. "Palace Master, I have lost." Qin Dao left these words and disappeared from everyone's sight. When Chen Dao walked to a secluded area, his throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been injured in the battle with Fang Qin, but he had been holding on. Fang Qin was too strong. Even if Qin Dao used his full strength, he was still no match for Fang Qin. What a terrifying opponent! Qin Dao recalled his battle with Fang Qin and felt a lingering fear. At this moment, Fang Qin stood quietly on the arena. He looked at the referee and said, "Can you announce the result now?" Many disciples of the Sky River Temple were unconvinced when they heard Fang Qin's words. However, the Sky River Temple master stopped them. "Shut up. A loss is a loss," the Sky River Temple master said in a low voice. Even an expert like Qin Dao had lost to Fang Qin. Even if all the disciples of the Sky River Temple joined forces, they would still be no match for Fang Qin. Mountain Master Ling Zhen, it is not an injustice for the Sky River Temple to lose to you this time. The Sky River Temple Master looked at Mountain Master Ling Zhen and said in a low voice. Mountain Master Ling Zhen laughed heartily when he heard this. Fang Qin had given him too many surprises. At first, he was worried that Fang Qin would not be a match for Qin Dao. However, now that he thought about it, his worries were unnecessary. With the referee's announcement, the battle between the Sky River Temple and Ling Zhan Mountain came to an end. The Sky River Temple had lost the battle. For the next year, the control of the mysterious yellow celestial pond would be in the hands of Ling Zhan Mountain. At this moment, everyone from Ling Zhan Mountain was full of smiles. Fang Qin, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, our Ling Zhan Mountain would have definitely lost. Ding Chuan was the first to come to Fang Qin's side and said with a smile, "Yeah, that Qin Dao is too strong. I didn't expect Fang Qin to be able to suppress him. Fang Qin, you can be considered a top expert among the younger generation in the entire southern mountain land." The disciples of Ling Zhan Mountain said one after another. At this moment, many disciples in the Heaven River Temple's area were displeased. "Palace Master," Shuizhu said, "there's no need to say more. Even Qin Dao has lost. Which one of you can defeat Fang Qin?" The Sky River Temple Master waved his hand and said, Chapter 484. This time, the mysterious yellow immortal pond contest had exceeded Mountain Lord Ling Zhen's expectations. The results were extremely gratifying. Of course, all of this was due to Fang Qin's efforts. Fang Qin had single-handedly defeated all the disciples of the Heaven River Temple. In the end, he had even defeated the blade maniac Qin Dao. After this incident, the disciples of Ling Zhan Mountain had completely acknowledged Fang Qin. Even the disciples who had previously complained about Fang Qin had changed their views of Fang Qin. After the contest ended, Ling Zhan Mountain hurriedly led the disciples back to Sky Array City. After returning to Sky Array City, Ling Zhan Mountain would arrange for his men to head to the mysterious yellow celestial pond and take control of it. Then he would allocate the slots to enter the mysterious yellow celestial pond. In a secluded place, 5 martial artists with strong auras stood. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. "We must succeed this time." One of the martial artists said coldly, "Let's move. If the 5 of us work together, we can even trap Ling Zhan Mountain for a while, let alone a mere disciple." Another martial artist said, "Wait until they leave Sky Water City. The 3 of you will be in charge of restraining Ling Zhan Mountain. The 2 of us will attack together to kill Fang Qin." The leader of the martial artists said, "Okay." The 5 of them disappeared from Sky Water City. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord led his 10 disciples and left Tianshui City. They moved forward quickly, and before they knew it, night had fallen. The night was pitch black. Mountain Lord Ling Zhen pondered for a moment before finding a plane. Then he stopped and said, "Everyone, let's take a rest here." Then everyone sat down cross-legged and started to rest. Time passed by slowly. In the middle of the night, all the disciples had fallen asleep. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared from the darkness. The moment they appeared, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord discovered them. "Who is it?" Lingzhan Mountain roared. Instantly, the 10 disciples woke up and looked at the 5 people in front of them cautiously. The 5 of them saw that they had been exposed. The leader shouted, "Move according to the plan." Immediately, 3 figures pounced toward the Spirit Formation Sect's Mountain Master. When the Spirit Formation Sect's Mountain Master saw this, he was extremely furious. His entire body emitted an extremely wild aura as he instantly started fighting with the 3 figures. The 3 of them unleashed a combined attack array, trapping the Spirit Array Mountain Lord within it. Damn it! The Spirit Formation Mountain Lord was enraged and attacked. At the same time, the other 2 figures pounced towards Fangchen. Their bodies emitted an extremely wild aura. "Go to hell, brat!" The leader of the group shouted, and a saber appeared in his hand. Then he thrust it at Fangchen. Too strong. Fangchen didn't dare to block the attack. His body flashed as he tried to dodge the attack. However, the attack speed of the Black Shadow was too fast. Fangchen couldn't dodge it in time. "Oh," Fangchen shouted. If he was stabbed by this blade, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This wasn't something he wanted to see. In a panic, Fangchen took out a jade pendant. Then he gently pinched it. Instantly, the jade pendant shattered. A wild aura was emitted from Fangchen. In the next moment, the profound Great Array was successfully set up. The 2 cultivators encircling Fangchen were instantly trapped in the profound Great Array and lost their way. Damn it, what kind of array is this? Although they were prepared from the start, they were still confused when they were trapped in the array. When the 3 people who were besieging Lingzhan Mountain Master saw this scene, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Lingzhan Mountain was originally worried about Fangchen, but when he saw the array, a bright smile appeared on his face. "You're all going to die." A profound Great Array was powerful. It wasn't something ordinary cultivators could break. When Lingzhan Mountain saw the profound Great Array, he knew that Fangchen was fine for the time being. Therefore, he was prepared to start a massacre. Lingzhan Mountain was very strong. The reason why he was trapped by the 3 of them was because the 3 of them had used a combined array. Without Fangchen to worry about, Lingzhan Mountain quickly waved his hands and formed different seals with his palms. Immediately, a supreme grade origin Great Array was set up. The 3 people surrounding him were all trapped in the array. However, the 3 of them were already prepared. This supreme grade origin Great Array couldn't trap them at all. Let's end this quickly. The 3 of them seemed to have sensed the power of the profound Great Array. They were afraid that the situation would change if the battle dragged on. Therefore, they wanted to end this quickly, courting death. Although the Spirit Array Mountain Lord's supreme grade origin Great Array formation was unable to trap the 3 of them, it had effectively disintegrated their combined offensive array. Without the combined offensive array, the 3 of them were no match for the Spirit Array Mountain Lord. Lingzhan Mountain shouted angrily. He suddenly stretched out his palm. With a kacha sound, his palm pierced into the void. However, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the void. One of the martial artists who had surrounded him was hiding in the void. But he was still killed by Lingzhan Mountain in one strike. After killing one of them, Lingzhan Mountain felt less pressure. He used all his strength to attack the 2 of them. Kacha! 3 minutes later, the second martial artist died in the hands of Lingzhan Mountain. The last remaining martial artist finally felt a trace of fear. He wanted to escape. Trying to escape? What a joke! How could he escape in front of Lingzhan Mountain? Kacha! Lingzhan Mountain clenched his fist and punched the martial artist's head. Blood spurted out, and the martial artist died instantly. After killing the 3 martial artists, Lingzhan Mountain said, "All of you retreat." Ding Chuan and the others couldn't help at all. Therefore, Lingzhan Mountain asked them to retreat. Then, Lingjian Mountain entered the profound Great Array. Fang Chen, I'll help you. Following Lingjian Mountain's arrival, Fang Chen's pressure was completely lifted. Because Fang Chen was controlling the array, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord could freely travel through the array. He found a martial artist, and after an intense battle, he killed him. Then, Lingjian Mountain found the last martial artist. He didn't kill him. Instead, he heavily injured him and captured him. Crash! At this time, the profound Great Array had no energy to support it. It instantly collapsed. Fang Chen was standing there unharmed. At Lingjian Mountain's feet was a martial artist in black clothes. His arm was broken, and he was lying on the ground on the verge of death. Speak. Who sent you? Lingjian Mountain asked coldly. This martial artist knew that their mission had failed. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then he died. Yes, there's poison in his teeth. Lingjian Mountain whispered. Mountain Lord, who are they? Ding Chuan ran over and asked urgently. They're assassins. Their target should be Fang Chen. Lingjian Mountain's Mountain Lord analyzed. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly as he wondered who it was that sent the assassin to kill him. The assassin's true appearance this time was still very strong. If it weren't for Lingjian Mountain's Mountain Lord and the jade pendant he had obtained, he might have already died. Fortunately, I have a profound Great Array. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen also realized the power of a mystic grade formation. How powerful were those formation grandmasters who could casually set up mystic grade formations? Fang Chen, who did you offend? Lingjian Mountain's Mountain Lord asked. Fang Chen shook his head. If you're talking about offending people, it's only the great sect of Heaven Array City. Speaking up to here, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind destroying those great sect. Of course, the prerequisite was that he was strong enough. Humph, they're too much. Lingjian Mountain's Mountain Lord said coldly. With me here, they won't be able to hurt you. After this incident, Lingjian Mountain's Mountain Lord and the others didn't want to rest anymore. They hurried through the night. In the dark night, there were 5 corpses on the plains. Blood covered the ground. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally arrived. When they saw the 5 corpses, their expression changed. In the end, they sighed and said mission failed. This person's expression was complicated. Not only did they fail the mission, they also lost 5 condensing reality realm experts. Chapter 485. After the group returned to Sky Array City, they quickly returned to Spirit Array Mountain. When the news that Sky Array City had obtained control of the mysterious yellow celestial pond instantly spread throughout Spirit Array Mountain. All the disciples would respectfully greet Fang Chen as senior brother Fang when they saw him. All the disciples, including the elders, knew that Fang Chen had contributed the most in this battle for the mysterious yellow celestial pond. Without Fang Chen, their Spirit Array Mountain would not have been able to defeat the Heaven River Palace. As the news spread, all the warriors in Sky Array City were praising Fang Chen. At this moment, in the headquarters of the 9 Array Pavilion, the 9 Array Pavilion Master's face was extremely gloomy. Beside him sat the other 3 leaders. 5 8th level condensing reality realm warriors were dispatched, but they still failed to kill Fang Chen. The atmosphere in the mansion was extremely tense. After a long time, the 9 Array Pavilion Master asked in a low voice. Dazzling Gold Mountain Lord's face was filled with a bitter smile. He then nodded and said, "That's right. 5 8th level condensing reality realm warriors were all killed. This assassination attempt was a complete failure. Back then, I had already said that the Spirit Array Mountain Chieftain's strength is unfathomable. We cannot kill Fang Chen in front of him. You guys just wouldn't listen. Now, the Spirit Array Mountain Chieftain must have sensed that this matter is related to us. Pavilion Master Lu Yun said with dissatisfaction. Towering Sky Palace Lord also shook his head slightly. His face was solemn as he said, "News came from there. They paid a heavy price. Although they failed to complete the mission, they will not refund us the reward. At the same time, they also terminated their cooperation with us." Hearing Towering Sky Palace Lord's words, the 9-array Pavilion Master fell silent. In order to kill Fong Qin, their 4 great sect had paid so much. In the end, it was all for naught. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, the 9-array Pavilion Master said coldly, "Right now, the most important thing is not Fong Chen's life or death, but the quota for the mysterious yellow celestial pond that belongs to our 4 great sect." The 3 of them nodded. Although they didn't kill Fong Qin, their 4 great sect still needed the quota for the mysterious yellow immortal pond. "There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Spirit Formation Mountain now and ask for a spot," the skyscraping palace lord said. Then, the 4 great leaders got up and left their mansions, heading towards the Spirit Array Mountain. When they arrived at the Spirit Array Mountain, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord seemed to have guessed that they were coming and specially sent a disciple to welcome them. For leaders, the Mountain Lord has been waiting for a long time. The disciple who came to greet them said with a smile. The 4 of them exchanged glances with one another as shock flashed across their eyes, following which the 4 of them quickly entered Ling Array Mountain under the accompaniment of the disciple. As they passed by the plaza, the 4 chiefs suddenly saw Fong Chen's figure. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, they knew that this was the spiritual Array Mountain, so they suppressed their anger towards Fong Chen. Fong Chen was walking when he suddenly felt a strong killing intent flash past. He was puzzled and turned his head to look. To his surprise, he discovered that the 4 leaders were right in front of him. Although their killing intent was hidden very deeply, it was still seen by Fong Chen. "One day, I will trample all of you under my feet," Fong Chen muttered to himself before turning to leave. The 4 great leaders watched Fong Chen's back as he left and became even more determined to kill Fong Chen. When they arrived in front of the hall, the disciple who came to greet them said softly, "The Mountain Lord is inside. Please come in." After the 4 of them entered the hall, they saw the Spirit Array Mountain Lord sitting on the highest throne. When the Spirit Array Mountain Lord saw the 4 of them, a gentle look appeared on his face. However, the 4 of them felt a chill in their hearts. "The 4 of you have finally arrived." The Spirit Array Mountain Lord chuckled. "Congratulations, Spirit Array Mountain Lord. You have led the disciples of the Spirit Array Mountain to seize control of the mysterious yellow celestial pond for our Sky Array City." The 9-array Pavilion Master chuckled as he adjusted his state of mind. "Yes, it's all thanks to the Spirit Array Mountain this time. Otherwise, the mysterious yellow celestial pond would have been seized by the Sky River Palace." The other 3 laughed as well. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord nodded his head slightly before saying, "The 4 of you, I already know the purpose of your trip. Naturally, I will give you the quota that I promised you." When the 4 of them heard this, their faces lit up with joy. However, the quota for the mysterious yellow celestial pond is limited. Therefore, each of the 4 great sects can only get 1 quota. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord continued. When they heard the Spirit Array Mountain Lord's words, the 4 of them exchanged glances. The 9-array Pavilion Master stepped forward and said, "Spirit Array Mountain Lord, aren't you being too disappointed by this? Although the Spirit Array Mountain is the overlord of our Sky Array City, without the support of small factions like us, would the Spirit Array Mountain be able to develop to its current state?" The 9-array Pavilion Master questioned. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord had already expected that the 4 of them would not be convinced. Therefore, he naturally had a countermeasure. "Oh, you think that there are too few quotas?" The Spirit Array Mountain Lord sneered. "That's right, it's too few. A sect should have at least 3 quotas. The Lord of Dazzling Gold said coldly. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord sneered. Soon after, an extremely wild aura exploded from his body. In the next moment, the wild aura enveloped the 4 of them. This is the peak of the 9th level condensing reality realm. When the 4 of them sensed the powerful aura, their faces changed drastically. Previously, they knew that the Spirit Array Mountain Lord was powerful. However, they did not expect his cultivation to have reached such a level. Spirit Array Mountain Lord, do you want to start a war with the 4 Great Sect? The Tower Cloud Pavilion Master glared at him as he questioned. I'm only telling you that the Spirit Array Mountain is still the overlord of Sky Array City. As soon as the Spirit Array Mountain Master finished speaking, 2 white-haired elders appeared beside him, one on his left and one on his right. Their auras were exactly the same as the Spirit Array Mountain Lord. This scene caused the 4 leaders to be extremely shocked. There were actually 3 peak of the 9th level condensing reality realm experts in the Spirit Array Mountain. The auras of the 3 of them suppressed the 4 leaders, causing them to be extremely shocked. After a long while, the 9 Formation Pavilion Master spoke. Spirit Array Mountain Lord, you've really hidden your strength well. The 9 Formation Pavilion Master said, word by word. The 4 Great Sect belongs to Sky Array City. We belong to the same camp as the Spirit Array Mountain. Therefore, we cannot have internal strife. Since the Spirit Array Mountain Lord has given us a quota, we will naturally accept it. The 9 Formation Pavilion Master said unwillingly. The other 3 also nodded. If the Spirit Array Mountain Lord was the only expert in the Spirit Array Mountain, then the 4 Great Sect would have nothing to fear. However, the situation was different now. The Spirit Array Mountain actually had 3 such experts. Moreover, they could break through to the Spirit Whirlpool Realm at any time. The Spirit Whirlpool Realm was an expert that surpassed the condensing reality realm. That kind of expert could open up the Spirit Whirlpool in the Chi Sea. They were extremely powerful and could easily destroy a city. That would be for the best. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord said with a smile as he retracted his aura. Spirit Array Mountain Lord, we came to the Spirit Array Mountain this time for the quota. Now that we have the quota, we will take our leave. With the 9 Formation Pavilion Master leading the way, the 4 leaders left one after another. After the 4 leaders left, the 2 elders instantly disappeared. At this moment, Fong Qin came in from the back door. Fong Qin, are you wondering why I did not attack them since we have already broken off our relationship? The Spirit Array Mountain Lord looked at Fong Qin and smiled. Fong Qin nodded, indicating that he did not understand. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord sighed and said, although our Spirit Array Mountain has an absolute advantage against the 4 Great Sect, the 4 Great Sect has a long history and a deep foundation. If we force a battle, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Before I have absolute confidence, I cannot take the risk. Hearing this, Fong Qin expressed that he understood the Spirit Array Mountain Lord. If he was alone, he would not have any worries. However, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord was different. He had the entire Spirit Array Mountain on his shoulders. He could not let his emotions affect his decisions. At this moment, below the Spirit Array Mountain, the 4 leaders' faces were ashen. I never thought that there would be 3 peerless experts in the Spirit Array Mountain. The Dazzling Gold Mountain Lord said coldly, we cannot sit and wait. Once the 3 peerless experts in the Spirit Array Mountain break through to the Spirit Whirlpool Realm, our 4 Great Sect will definitely be swallowed by the Spirit Array Mountain. The Cloud Pavilion Master said, that's right. We must be prepared and take the initiative to attack. The Skyscraping Palace Master said, this matter is a little complicated. Let's discuss it when we return. The 9 Array Pavilion Master pondered for a moment before speaking softly. With the deterrence of the Spirit Array Mountain, the four great sect became much more well-behaved. At the very least, they did not dare to act against Fang Chen openly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since they returned to Sky Array City. During these 3 days, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord had more or less made arrangements. After the final quota was confirmed, they could head to the mysterious yellow immortal pond. During these few days, Fang Chen had been idling. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he was temporarily unable to break through. Hence, he decided to stop cultivating. One day, Fang Chen was drinking tea. Suddenly, a disciple ran in front of Fang Chen, panting. "Senior Brother Fang, someone asked me to pass a message to you." The disciple said, "Yes." Fang Chen put down his teacup and was a little puzzled. In Sky Array City, there is an array master called the Flame Grandmaster. He sent a warrior to the Spirit Array Mountain and said that he wanted to see you. However, he was stopped outside the mountain gate. Then he asked me to pass a message to you, saying that the Flame Grandmaster has something to ask of you. The disciple said. When Fang Chen heard this, he immediately stood up and asked, "Where is that warrior?" "He's still in front of the mountain gate." The disciple said. Fang Chen nodded. His figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the courtyard. After a while, Fang Chen appeared in front of the mountain gate. At this moment, there was a warrior in front of the mountain gate. He was peeking inside the Spirit Array Mountain. When he saw Fang Chen appear, the warrior's face was filled with joy. "You were sent by the Flame Grandmaster?" Fang Chen asked directly. Chapter 486. After Fang Chen understood the situation, he went to the residence of the Flame Master in Sky Array City. Usually, the residence of the Flame Master was very lively. However, it was very quiet today. After Fang Chen entered the residence, he looked around and realized that the Flame Master was in the garden. "Flame Master." Fang Chen came to the garden and saw that the Flame Master was drinking alone. He didn't look too good. "Fang Chen, you're here." The Flame Master's eyes lit up when he saw Fang Chen. "Flame Master, what trouble have you encountered?" Fang Chen asked directly. After he came to Sky Array City, he had a good relationship with the Flame Master. Although the Flame Master had been humiliated by him when he gave a public lecture, the Flame Master had invited him to stay in his residence. This time, when he heard that the Flame Master was in trouble, Fang Chen rushed over immediately. It's a long story. The Flame Master looked helpless. He shook his head and said, "Ever since you broke off relations with the four major sect, they found out that I have a good relationship with you. They've been sending their disciples to harass my residents. In the past few days, they've even come to my shop to cause trouble." Hearing the Flame Master's words, Fang Chen was stunned. His heart was filled with anger. The four major sect were too despicable. They didn't dare to deal with him, but they actually dared to deal with the Flame Master. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt a little ashamed. He hadn't expected that the Flame Master's trouble was caused by him. As an array formation master, the Flame Grandmaster had a great reputation in Sky Array City. He had a huge shop in Sky Array City. The items sold in the shop were items that had been inlaid into weapons or props through the hands of Flame Masters. This way, even warriors who weren't array masters could buy them. All along, the Flame Master's shop had been doing very well. After a few days of torment, there were no longer any cultivators who dared to come to his store to buy things. This caused his store's business to plummet. Moreover, the four major sect's disciples would harass him from time to time. This made the Flame Master miserable. The Flame Grandmaster was just an insignificant array Grandmaster. His strength was limited, and he was no match for the four major sect. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask for Fang Chen's help. Fang Chen clenched his fists after listening to Flame Master's story. His heart was filled with hatred for the four great sect. "The young disciples of the four great sect go to your store every day to cause trouble?" Fang Chen asked. The Flame Grandmaster nodded. his face filled with helplessness. Array masters were a money-burning profession. They needed a large number of spirit stones to buy the materials needed to set up the array. Moreover, they also needed to buy the materials needed to experiment with the array. Therefore, the business of the Flame Grandmaster's shop plummeted. After he was unable to earn spirit stones, his capital chain was broken. This made the Flame Grandmaster feel helpless. "Let's go and have a look at your shop," Feng Qin said. With the deterrence of Mount Lingzhen, the leaders of the Four Great Sect would definitely not dare to openly attack him within Sky Array City. Apart from the Four Great Sect leaders, none of the younger disciples of the Four Great Sect would be a match for him. Under the Flame Grandmaster's lead, the two of them quickly arrived in front of his shop. This was the Flame Grandmaster's shop. This shop's location was extremely good. It was at the very center of Sky Array City. There was a huge flow of people here. Around the shop, there were streets that extended in all directions. When Feng Qin and the Flame Master arrived, they saw many martialists standing at the entrance of the shop. They were looking inside, but they didn't dare to enter. The Flame Grandmaster brought Feng Qin into the shop. At this time, other than a few staff members, there were also several martial artists. Looking at their robes, they should be disciples of the Cloud Pavilion. This thing isn't bad. A female disciple from the Cloud Pavilion saw a bracelet and carefully played with it as she laughed. Hearing that, a male disciple walked over to the female disciple and picked up the bracelet. He asked, "How much is this bracelet?" "Mister, this bracelet was personally made by the Flame Grandmaster. It's embedded with a peak grade yuan tier formation. The price is a bit more expensive. It's 8 million high grade spirit stones." The male disciple sneered. A mere broken bracelet dares to ask for such a high price? Is this a black shop?" "Mr. We," before the staff member could finish speaking, the male disciple slapped him across the face. He said icily, "It's your luck that my Cloud Pavilion's disciples are interested in your shop's items. My junior sister really likes this bracelet. I'll take it. If you don't like it, you can come to the Cloud Pavilion to find us." The male disciple took the bracelet and handed it to the female disciple. He smiled. "Junior sister, you're even more beautiful with this bracelet." After saying that, the Cloud Pavilion's disciples prepared to leave. They had received orders from the higher-ups to visit the Array Formation shop every day. They had to do their best to destroy the business of the Array Formation shop. Today, after their destruction, the outer sect's disciples didn't dare come in to buy anything. The disciples were all smiles. Just as the male disciple turned around to leave, he bumped into Feng Qin with a bang. Feng Qin couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Brat, do you not have eyes?" The male disciple steadied himself and cursed furiously. "Taking something and not paying for it? That's not good." Feng Qin grinned. The Flame Grandmaster didn't say anything. "Brat, who are you? How dare you meddle in our Cloud Pavilion's business?" icily asked the male disciple. He could only be considered an ordinary disciple in the Cloud Pavilion, so it was normal that he didn't recognize Feng Qin. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Put down the bracelet and scram, or pay 8 million high grade spirit stones and then scram." Feng Qin didn't want to waste any more time. "Brat, you're courting death." The Cloud Pavilion's disciples roared, wanting to attack. Bang! Bang! Feng Qin was the first to attack. With his current strength, dealing with these small fries was too easy. In the blink of an eye, the Cloud Pavilion's disciples were all lying on the ground, letting out miserable cries. Only that female disciple stood there stiffly, not moving at all. It wasn't until this moment that the disciples of Lu Yun Pavilion realized that they had kicked an iron plate. They kept begging for mercy. "Sir, we failed to recognize Mount Tai. It's our fault. We shouldn't have taken the items and not paid. We'll put them back." After saying that, the disciple quickly put the bracelet back and prepared to leave. Leave behind 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and scram, said Fong Qin. Although the disciples were furious, they still pooled together 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and miserably fled. Fong Qin handed the 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones to the Flame Grandmaster. Consider this a bit of compensation. Then Fong Qin walked out of the Array Formation Item Store and said loudly, "Everyone, the Array Formation Item Store is officially open for business from today onwards. I hope everyone can come and visit." After dealing with the Cloud Pavilion's disciples, the Array Formation Item Store slowly regained its popularity. Seeing this scene, the Flame Grandmaster's face was full of smiles, but at the same time he was also worried about the Cloud Pavilion's revenge. However, after seeing Fong Qin's confident smile, he didn't think too much about it. Inside the Cloud Pavilion, in a courtyard, the disciples who had been beaten up by Fong Qin hurriedly ran into the courtyard. "Senior Brother Lu, you must avenge us!" cried the male disciple from before. "What happened?" Senior Brother Lu looked around at the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on the female disciple. "Senior Brother Lu, we went to the Array Formation Item Store as usual today to destroy it, but we didn't expect to meet an unfamiliar martial artist. He injured us and even threatened that there was no one in the younger generation of the Cloud Pavilion," said the male disciple painfully. Senior Brother Lu's face changed slightly when he heard that. "Is that true?" "It's absolutely true," said the male disciple. "A mere Array Formation Item Store." Senior Brother Lu sneered. The next day, Senior Brother Lu went to the Array Formation Item Store to avenge his disciples. However, when he saw Fong Qin, his entire body trembled. Why was this god of plague here? "Fong Qin, why are you here?" Senior Brother Lu's body trembled uncontrollably. His voice was filled with terror. "If I didn't come, were you going to tear down the Array Formation Item Store?" asked Fong Qin. "No, I wouldn't dare. I'll leave now." Senior Brother Lu turned and prepared to leave. No one would dare to provoke a god of plague like Fong Qin. He had killed 2 generations of the 4 great sect's disciples and was still able to live in heavenly Array City. Senior Brother Lu felt his scalp go numb when he thought of that. "You come and go as you please," sneered Fong Qin. Crash! With a flick of his wrist, Fong Qin grabbed Senior Brother Lu. "Leave behind 5,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and then scram. Also, if I discover any disciples of the Cloud Pavilion appearing here in the future, I definitely won't show any mercy." As he spoke, a wild killing intent emanated from Fong Qin's body, causing Senior Brother Lu to tremble uncontrollably. Senior Brother Lu didn't have 5,000,000 high-grade spirit stones on him. Helpless, he could only hand over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and leave behind an IOU for Fong Qin. Only then did he leave the Array Formation Item Store. Looking at the Array Formation Item Store in the distance, Senior Brother Lu was infuriated. "It really is a nest of devils," said Senior Brother Lu gloomily. Following Senior Brother Lu's death, no one within the Cloud Pavilion dared to cause trouble in the Array Formation Item Store. When the Cloud Pavilion's higher-ups learned of this matter, they immediately gave the order to stop destroying the Array Formation Item Store. Chapter 487. In 3 consecutive days, the disciples of Mount Dazzling Gold lost 6 million to Fong Qin. The disciples of 9 Array Pavilion lost 8 million to Fong Qin, and the disciples of Machin Palace lost 10 million to Fong Qin. Music, novel, however, the disciples of the 3 sect basically gave out some on the spot, and the rest were IOUs. In just 2 days, Fong Qin received IOUs worth 20 million. Of course, this did not include the spiritual stones given by the disciples on the spot. Fong Qin looked at the IOUs worth 20 million with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on his face. After 2 days of reorganization, the disciples of the 4 sect no longer dared to cause trouble in the Array Formation Item Shop. The Array Formation Item Shop gradually regained its former prosperity. For this, the Flame Master was very grateful to Fong Qin. One day, Fong Qin was chatting with the Flame Master in the Array Formation item shop when he suddenly received a message that they were ready to move. Then, Fong Qin quickly went to the square of Sky Array City. When Fong Qin arrived at the square, the disciples of Ling Array Mountain had already arrived. The disciples of the other sect had also arrived. When Ling Array Mountain Master saw Fong Qin, his face was full of smiles as he asked, "Fong Qin, where have you been these past few days?" "I went to visit my good friend," Fong Qin said. After a few days, Ling Array Mountain Master had finally finished distributing the slots. The 4 sect would each have a slot, while the other sect would either share a slot or not. The leaders of the 4 sects had personally brought their disciples over. When they saw Fong Qin, they were furious, but they suppressed it in the end. Everyone is almost ready. Today, I will lead everyone to the mysterious yellow celestial pond, Ling Array Mountain Master said. The leaders of the various sects nodded, indicating that they were ready. However, at this moment, Fong Qin suddenly spoke. "Mountain Master, I still have some matters to attend to. Can I have some time?" Fong Qin asked with a smile. When Ling Array Mountain Master heard this, he nodded and said, "Of course." When Fong Qin heard this, he took a step forward and looked at the leaders of the 4 sects. Then he took out the 20 million IOUs and said, "These are the IOUs that the disciples of the 4 sects have given me. They hope that you can return these spiritual stones to me before I leave." Right after Fong Qin spoke, the entire plaza went into an uproar. Countless cultivators were startled. The faces of the leaders of the top 4 sects changed slightly. Their eyebrows were filled with displeasure. 9 Array Pavilion Master, 9 Array Pavilion Master, 9 Array Pavilion Master, 9 Array Pavilion Master. Nothing much. I just hope that the 4 great sects will return the spirit stones you owe me. Fong Qin grinned. As for the specifics, you should ask your disciples. The leaders of the 4 great sects questioned their own disciples. After a series of inquiries, they learned of the specific situation and were furious. "Fong Qin, are you courting death?" roared the 9 Array Pavilion Master furiously. A junior had actually dared to humiliate the leaders of the 4 sects over and over again. That infuriated them greatly. "No matter what, you are Sky Array City's older generation experts. How can you threaten a junior?" said Ling Array Mountain Master. Hearing Ling Zhan Mountain Lord's words, the leaders of the 4 great sects restrained themselves slightly. Fong Qin handed the IOUs to the 4 sect leaders. When the 4 of them saw it, their faces turned ashen. A bunch of trash. They had sent their disciples to destroy the formation store, but they hadn't expected that not only had they failed, but they had even been extorted by Fong Qin. Among them, the skyscraping palace master was the most helpless. Of the 4 sects, they had lost the most spiritual stones. "You 4, pay up the spirit stones you owe Fong Qin. Then we'll go to the Xianhuang Immortal Pond." Ling Array Mountain Master grinned. Although the 4 of them were infuriated, they wouldn't let the spirit stones affect their plan to go to the Xianhuang Immortal Pond. In the end, the 4 of them reluctantly paid back all their spirit stones to Fong Qin. Then they angrily tore up the IOUs. Fong Qin smiled with satisfaction when he received 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Only after reaching the true condensation realm did Fong Qin realize that the amount of spirit stones in his pockets was becoming less and less. He only had 30 million spirit stones left. Adding on the 20 million, he had 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a good thing. Seeing the sullen faces of the leaders of the 4 sects, the Spirit Array Mountain Master's face was full of smiles as he led the crowd out of Sky Array City. The Xianhuang Immortal Pond was located in a strange realm between Sky Array City and Skywater City. This strange realm was heavily guarded. Under normal circumstances, ordinary warriors wouldn't be able to enter. Under Ling Array Mountain Master's lead, the group arrived in front of the strange realm and entered it. This strange realm was like a space of its own. Fang Chen was a little surprised. After entering the strange realm, he realized that there were many elders of the Sky Water Palace here. They hadn't completely left the place. After Ling, a Ray Mountain Master, brought them here, he started to take over the Xianhuang Immortal Pond. However, during the process, something happened. The elders of the Sky Water Palace seemed a little reluctant and made things difficult for him. The most obvious thing was that, according to Ling Array Mountain Master's instructions, Fang Qin was taking over the courtyard where the disciples lived. The elder in charge of these courtyards was at the 7th Condensing Reality Realm. He wasn't very strong, but he had a cold personality. When he saw that Fang Qin was a young disciple, he looked down on Fang Qin and deliberately made things difficult for Fang Qin. There are a total of 30 courtyards here. The Sky Water Palace elder said coldly. Fang Qin nodded and began to check. After checking, Fang Qin realized that there weren't 30 courtyards. This made Fang Qin very confused. He asked, "There aren't 30 courtyards?" The Sky Water Palace elder sneered and didn't answer Fang Qin. This made Fang Qin realize that he had been played by the Sky Water Palace elder. He was furious. "You're playing with me." Fang Qin said coldly, "Brat, if it weren't for Lingaray Mountain, I would have killed you with one slap if you dared to talk to me like that." The Sky Water Palace elder sneered. Fang Qin narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. In an instant, a wild aura erupted from his body. He punched the Sky Water Palace elder, sending him flying. How is this possible? The Sky Water Palace elder spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Fang Qin was so strong. After being taught a lesson by Fang Qin, the Sky Water Palace elder became much more obedient. In the end, Fang Qin successfully took over the courtyard. In about a day's time, Lingaray Mountain had taken over everything in the Wondrous Realm. They even took over the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. The next day, all the people in Sky Water City left. Sky Array City's martial artists entered the Wondrous Realm. For the next year, the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond will belong to my Sky Array City. I hope you'll be able to gain enough when you enter the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond, laughed Ling Array Mountain's master. At the very center of the Wondrous Realm was an extremely large pond. This pond was filled with yellow mist. Underneath the yellow mist was a large amount of pond water. Although the pond water looked clear, it was actually very turbid. "This is the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond?" asked Fang Qin as he looked at the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. "Correct. This is the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond." Ling Array Mountain's master gave everyone a detailed explanation of the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. Because the water within the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond is too tyrannical, each time you enter it, you can only cultivate for 6 hours. You have to come out, or your life will be in danger. After Ling Array Mountain's master's explanation, everyone understood the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. At this moment, Fang Qin sensed the movements of the Banksianshu and Little Mouse within the special spatial ring. The two of them seemed to be very interested in the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. That wasn't all. Even Ancestor Bronze, who was in the python sword form, was stirring restlessly. He told Fang Qin that there was a special aura in the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond that could restore his remnant consciousness. After everything was settled, the first batch of cultivators began to enter the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. Within the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond, Fang Qin was floating 300 meters deep, absorbing the energy within the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. This mysterious yellow Immortal Pond is really mysterious. After entering the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond, Fang Qin discovered that not only could the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond temper a cultivator's physical body, but it could also temper a cultivator's soul. In short, the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond was a sacred cultivation ground. As for the Banksianshu and Little Mouse, they had long since disappeared without a trace. Ancestor bronze within the python sword was also wildly absorbing the mysterious yellow immortal pawn's aura. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During this time, more and more cultivators came out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Only Ding Chuan managed to last for 6 hours. Once everyone came out, Ling Array Mountain's master did a head count and found that they were still missing one person. After checking, he found that Fong Qin still hadn't come out. Fong Qin still hasn't come out. Ling Array Mountain's master was shocked. Ding Chuan's eyes also flickered as he looked at the mysterious yellow immortal pond. As for the disciples of the 4 great sects' disciples, they sneered inwardly. They felt that Fong Qin was too arrogant. If he didn't come out after 6 hours, he might die in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. At this time, within the mysterious yellow immortal pond, Fong Chen's sword body was being tempered by the water. After 6 hours of tempering, Fong Qin felt his sword body suddenly emit a buzzing sound. In the next moment, Fong Qin found that his sword body had broken through. The early stage of body refinement had broken through to the mid-stage of body refinement. The sword intent contained within his sword body had reached the peak, and his sword body's defense had also increased. The mid-stage of body refinement was equivalent to the 5 elements Dao body, but it was much stronger than the 5 elements Dao body. My sword body has broken through. Fong Qin was full of smiles. The further he advanced, the harder it was for his sword body to break through. Of course, the stronger his sword body, the deeper Fong Chen's comprehension of the sword Dao would be. Chapter 488. After 6 hours, Fong Qin successfully broke through to the body forging realm. After that, Fong Chen's speed of absorbing the mysterious yellow immortal pawn's aura became faster and faster. Musicals and novels, at this moment, outside of the mysterious yellow celestial pond. The disciples led by the Ling Zhen Mountain Master were all shocked. Every disciple could only last for 3 days in the mysterious yellow celestial pond. Fong Qin had already lasted for more than 6 hours. Why hasn't he come out yet? The mountain lord muttered to himself. Ding Chuan's eyes flickered as he said, "There won't be any accidents, right?" In the past, some disciples had dived too deep into the mysterious yellow immortal pond, causing the pressure to be too great. As a result, their physical bodies collapsed. Probably not. Although there was danger in the mysterious yellow immortal pond, the mountain lord knew that Fong Qin wasn't a reckless person. Time passed bit by bit. After 10 hours, Fong Qin finally came out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Seeing Fong Qin appear, the mountain lord's face was filled with joy as he asked, "Fong Qin, are you all right?" Fong Qin shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. The disciples let out a sigh of relief. Right now, Fong Qin was the peak expert of their Sky Array City's younger generation. Even in the entire southern mountain region, he was considered an outstanding disciple. If anything happened to Fong Qin, it would be their Sky Array City's loss. Of course, the disciples of the 4 great sect couldn't wait for Fong Qin to die immediately. Unfortunately, they couldn't get their wish. Just like that, the disciples all stayed in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Almost every day, they would enter the mysterious yellow immortal pond to cultivate. As for the mountain lord, after staying in the mysterious realm for a few days, he quietly left. This was because the Sky Array City's mountain lord still needed him to oversee it. During this period of time, Fong Qin had been cultivating in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. After his body forging realm reached the body forging realm, it stopped improving. Fong Qin began to refine his soul. After a round of refinement, Fong Qin's soul had reached the mid-orange grade. This made Fong Qin very happy. After his soul reached the mid-orange grade, Fong Qin's soul cultivation also reached the mid-second grade. His Daluo soul killer flame was also cultivated to the great circle. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Within these 3 months, Fong Chen had successfully broken through to the 5th condensing reality realm. After reaching the 5th level of the condensing reality realm, Fong Chen's overall strength had increased. Combined with the 5th level of the Phantom Sword Art, Fong Chen's true strength could easily defeat a mid-8th level condensing reality realm warrior. He could even challenge a late 8th level condensing reality realm warrior, or even a peak 8th level condensing reality realm warrior. Fong Chen could be considered a top genius in the entire southern mountain land. During these 3 months, Fong Chen had been looking for clues about the heaven-raising gate. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't find any clues. During this time, the Banxian had also begun to transform because it had absorbed a large amount of water from the mysterious yellow immortal pond. The remnant consciousness of the bronze ancestor had also grown a lot stronger. Of course, the one who had transformed the most was the little mouse. Although he hadn't seen it cultivate, during this time in the mysterious yellow immortal pond, the little mouse's strength was actually on par with Fong Chen's. This made Fong Chen very shocked. What race is the little mouse? How did its strength increase so quickly? Until now, Fong Chen still didn't know what race the little mouse was. Even if he worked hard to cultivate, he still couldn't catch up with the little mouse who stayed in the special space ring every day. However, Fong Chen could only sigh. During this time, most of the disciples who had entered the mysterious yellow immortal pond had improved a lot. However, they still couldn't compare with Fong Chen. Today, Fong Chen entered the mysterious yellow immortal pond with ease. After this period of cultivation, Fong Chen could already dive to a depth of 1,000 meters in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. This depth was quite stressful for Fong Chen. However, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation to cultivate. As usual, Fong Chen began to temper his body. After tempering for about an hour, Fong Chen suddenly felt that something was wrong. Down within the Xianhuang immortal pond, a series of obscure voices could be heard. Although these voices were obscure, Fong Chen still managed to catch them. What is this sound? Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the bottomless bottom of the mysterious yellow immortal pond in horror. These obscure sounds came from the bottom of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Fong Chen was shocked. Just as he was shocked, Fong Chen suddenly saw a vortex. The vortex was very small at first, but in the blink of an eye, it became extremely huge. Immediately after, a wild suction force instantly spread out from the whirlpool. When Fong Chen sensed this terrifying suction force, his heart was filled with fear. He let out a low cry and instantly rushed out of the Xianhuang celestial pond. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh when Fong Chen made his move. Some of the other disciples also sensed that something was wrong and kept running away. However, the vortex expanded very quickly, faster than the speed of everyone's escape. Some disciples couldn't escape in time and were instantly sucked in by the vortex. Then a scream was heard. Whoosh, whoosh Fong Chen used his fastest speed to rush out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. After stabilizing his body, he stood on the ground outside the mysterious yellow immortal pond. At this time, martial artists escaped from the mysterious yellow immortal pond one after another. They looked at the mysterious yellow immortal pond in horror. Their faces were full of shock. Fong Chen, what's going on? As soon as Ding Chuan escaped, he found Fong Chen and asked. Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At this time, the elders stationed in the wondrous realm rushed over. Dong as the vortex in the mysterious yellow immortal pond grew bigger, the water in the mysterious yellow immortal pond began to spin. The ground in the wondrous realm was constantly shaking, as if an earthquake was about to happen. What Fong Chen and the others didn't know was that the mysterious yellow immortal pond's shaking had attracted the attention of the entire southern mountain land. At this time, all the forces in the southern mountain land were looking in the direction of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Their eyes were filled with passion. Sky Array City, Spiritual Array Mountain. The spiritual Array Mountain Lord was presiding over the daily affairs of spiritual Array Mountain. Suddenly, he felt the sky Array city shaking. Immediately after, the spirit Array Mountain Lord raised his head and looked up. To his surprise, he discovered that a strange phenomenon had appeared in the sky above the mysterious yellow celestial pond. Could it be? At this moment, the spiritual Array Mountain Lord thought of something. It was about the heaven-raising gate. Thinking of this, the spiritual Array Mountain Lord put down what he was doing and disappeared from spiritual Array Mountain in a flash. At this moment, the mysterious yellow celestial pond in the Wonderland had already changed. The whirlpool within the mysterious yellow celestial pond had already been enlarged to its maximum size. Within the whirlpool, there was a wild attractive force that caused countless martial artists to retreat one after another, afraid that they would be sucked in by this wild, attractive force. What's going on? Fong Qin thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge vortex. At this time, old Ancestor Bronze spoke. There seems to be something coming out from the vortex. Hearing old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fong Qin was shocked. Then he looked at the vortex and thought to himself. None of the people present realized that there was a little mouse and a Banksian shoe in the vortex. At this time, the Banksian shoe was trapped in the vortex and almost died. Its whole body was charred black and it was severely injured. If it wasn't for the blood that the little mouse gave it, it would have been sucked dry. Brother Mouse, can we get out? The Banksian shoe groaned in pain. Its whole body was wrapped around the little mouse's body. At this time, the little mouse's small body was floating in the vortex. Although the suction force of the vortex was strong, it had no effect on the little mouse. The little mouse opened its eyes wide and looked at the depths of the vortex, motionless. This situation lasted for about a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the little mouse's body moved. Rays of black light rushed out from the depths of the vortex. Seeing this, the little mouse opened its small claws and rushed towards the rays of black light. In an instant, it grasped one of the rays of black light. At this time, the whole Nanling land shook. Countless rays of black light shot out from the gigantic vortex. These rays of black light emitted a terrifying glow as they shot up into the sky and landed in every corner of the southern mountain land. Boom! When the black light rushed out of the vortex, the entire mysterious yellow celestial pond boiled instantly. Endless amounts of water rushed out of the mysterious yellow celestial pond, causing countless martialists to retreat one after another. Even Fong Qin was unable to withstand this powerful force, and his body was continuously pushed back. Rumble! A deafening sound came out from the vortex. When the rays of black light disappeared into the sky, the water in the vortex slowly returned to normal. In the midst of everyone's shock, the vortex shattered and the water returned to the mysterious yellow immortal pond. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious yellow immortal pond returned to its original state. What were those rays of black light? Fong Qin was shocked and asked hurriedly, "The Mountain Master is on his way. We're not sure." An elder said, "The trembling of the mysterious yellow immortal pond attracted the attention of the entire Nanling land. When the rays of black light rushed into the sky, the entire Nanling land was in an uproar. Countless forces were fighting for the rays of black light. In just a day, a piece of news spread across the entire Nanling land. The mysterious yellow immortal pond was in an uproar. The keys to the old site of the heaven-raising gate had appeared and were scattered in every corner of the Nanling land. What kind of existence was the heaven-raising gate? Many forces in the Nanling land were clear about it. When they found out that the rays of black light were the keys to the old site of the heaven-raising gate, they went crazy. The entire Nanling land was in a frenzy. Countless forces were searching for the rays of black light that were scattered everywhere. In the Wonderland, Fong Qin was shocked when he heard the news. At the same time, he felt pity. He was the closest to the mysterious yellow immortal pond, but he didn't even get a single ray of black light. That's the key to the old site of the heaven-raising gate. Fong Qin's heart ached. The heaven-raising gate was a taboo for every warrior. If he could enter the old site of the heaven-raising gate, he might be able to get a fortuitous encounter and soar into the sky. Chapter 489. The key to the old site of the heaven-raising gate caused an uproar in the southern mountain land. Countless forces came out to search for the key. Even the older generation experts came out to search for the key. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, the key was basically in the hands of the various forces. Finally, the news of the key reached Feng Chen's ears. The key to the old site of the heaven-raising gate was divided into 8 parts. There were a total of 8 parts. The 3-star sect obtained 1 part each. The Qin family and the Wu family also obtained 1 part each. There was a mysterious force with many experts that obtained 2 parts. As for the last part, its whereabouts were unknown. When this news spread, the mysterious force that invaded the southern mountain land also gradually surfaced. Previously, this mysterious force was only known by the top forces in the southern mountain land. However, this time, everyone knew about it. Even the 3-star sect could only obtain 1 part of the key. This mysterious force actually obtained 2 parts of the key. However, this mysterious force was very powerful. No one dared to have any ideas about this mysterious force. In the beginning, some of the weaker warriors obtained the key. However, they were killed by the stronger warriors, and the key was snatched away. In these 3 days, there were many condensing reality realm warriors that died. Even some of the older generation, condensing reality realm warriors, lost their lives because of the key. However, as the key was in the hands of the top forces in the southern mountain land, the battles gradually disappeared. No matter how strong the warriors were, they did not dare to challenge these forces. And from the clues left behind by the key, these large powers obtained some clues regarding the heaven-raising gate. Originally, the top forces were prepared to exclude all the warriors and join forces to search for the old site of the heaven-raising gate. However, after searching for many days, they still could not find the whereabouts of the last part of the key. This made the leaders of the top sect feel helpless. In the end, they decided to announce the information they obtained from the key to the entire southern mountain land. When the approximate location of the old site of the heaven-raising gate was announced, countless warriors stood up and headed towards that area. Although they did not have the key, they still wanted to fish in troubled waters. Who knows? They might be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter. At the same time, the leaders of the top sect also arranged for the warriors to head towards the old site of the heaven-raising gate. At this moment, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord had arrived in the strange realm. He checked the mysterious yellow celestial pond, but did not discover anything. Mountain Master Lingzhen, are the rumors outside true or false? Ding Chuan's eyes blazed. The Spirit Array Mountain Master nodded and said, "The rumors outside are true. A few days ago, the mysterious yellow celestial pond went berserk, and 8 black rays of light shot into the sky. That was the key to opening the old site of the heaven-raising gate. It's a pity that our Spirit Array Mountain did not obtain it." The Spirit Array Mountain Master knew his own limits, of the powers that had obtained the key, which one of them wasn't stronger than the Spirit Array Mountain. Since the Spirit Array Mountain hadn't obtained the key, the Spirit Array Mountain Master had directly ordered them not to participate in this operation. Mountain Master Lingzhen could imagine that a large number of martial artists would lose their lives when the heaven-raising gate appeared. "You guys can cultivate in the Xianhuang celestial pond with peace of mind," Mountain Master Lingzhen said in a low voice before turning around to leave. In a courtyard somewhere in the Wonderland, Feng Qin was sitting on a stone bench. He was thinking about what had happened over the past few days. Just then, the little mouse appeared in front of him with a big smile on his face. "Chirp!" The little mouse was chirping at Feng Qin. Suddenly, a triangular jade pendant appeared in his little paw. This jade pendant was completely black and faintly emitted a terrifying aura. When Feng Qin saw the triangular jade pendant, he took it and looked at it carefully. When Fang Qin saw that there was an incomplete heaven word on the triangular jade pendant, he was shocked. He then looked at the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse nodded at Fang Qin. This is the heaven-raising gate key. Fang Qin looked at the little mouse in disbelief and cried out involuntarily. Seeing the little mouse nod, Fang Qin was completely dumbfounded. The eighth key that the major powers in the outside world were desperately searching for was actually in the hands of the little mouse. How did you get it? After a long time, Fang Qin tried his best to calm his excitement and put away the triangular jade pendant. The little mouse chirped and gestured. In the end, Fang Qin found out that the little mouse had snatched it from the whirlpool. He sighed in his heart. Luckily, he had the little mouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained anything from this trip to the heaven-raising gate. But it was different now. With the eighth key, Fang Qin had the qualifications to participate in the operations of the major powers. Fang Qin naturally knew the importance of the heaven-raising gate key. If others knew that the eighth key was in his hands, he would be killed by some experts before he could leave the wondrous realm. Therefore, for safety reasons, other than himself, he couldn't tell anyone else about this. After thinking for a while, Fang Qin thought of a plan. He then found Ding Chuan and told him that he had something to do and needed to return to Heaven Erase City. Ding Chuan didn't think too much about it. He nodded and told Fang Qin to go back without worry. After Fang Qin left the wondrous realm, he immediately pushed his speed to the limit and headed towards the approximate location of the heaven-raising gate. Although the major powers had found some clues in the key, they didn't know the exact location of the heaven-raising gate. They could only deduce the approximate location. This location was in a famous danger zone in the southern mountain land. This danger zone was called the Godly Knife Mountain. The Godly Knife Mountain was a strange place in the southern mountain land. Every martialist who stepped on the Godly Knife Mountain would be seriously injured by the knife intent that came from all directions. Those who were weak would even be killed on the spot by the powerful knife intent. Only those who were extremely strong could climb the Godly Knife Mountain. Fang Qin's goal this time was the Godly Knife Mountain. Along the way, Fang Qin met many martialists who were walking in a hurry. Fang Qin guessed that these martialists were also heading towards the Godly Knife Mountain to try their luck. After walking for about 3 days, Fang Qin arrived at the Golden Mountain City. Let's go in and ask around. Fang Qin didn't want to walk around blindly. He needed to ask around. After arriving at the Golden Mountain City, Fang Qin found the most lively restaurant in the city. He drank while listening to the conversations of the many martialists in the restaurant. There was a table of martialists beside Fang Qin. These martialists looked like rogue cultivators. "Boss, is the old site of the heaven-raising gate really at the Godly Knife Mountain?" asked a martialist. The whereabouts of the eighth key is still unknown. Since the major powers have spread the news, it means that they haven't found the eighth key. They want to attract the owner of the eighth key. It's very likely that the old site of the heaven-raising gate is at the Godly Knife Mountain, whispered the martialist called Boss. I wonder who obtained the eighth key. Another martialist was puzzled. Recently, there have been experts heading towards the Celestial Water City and the Celestial Erase City. The locations of the keys in these two cities are the closest. Some experts suspect that the eighth key is in one of these two cities, said the boss after thinking for a moment. Yes, if the eighth key is in one of these two cities, it's bound to be obtained by the Celestial Water Temple or the Spirit Array Mountain. If the key really is in their hands, I'm afraid they won't be able to keep it, whispered several martialists. Just at this moment, a martialist's voice attracted Fang Qin's attention. Let's not talk about the eighth key. Even if it's in one of these two cities, it has nothing to do with us, said the martialist. It's said that the Qin family has already arrived at the Godly Knife Mountain. The Qin family has already arrived. I wonder if Qin Yao has gone. Qin Yao's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. She has already become a peak expert of the Qin family's younger generation. It's said that during her seclusion, Her cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds. Her strength is comparable to the top disciples of the three-star sects. She is the future hope of the Qin family. Hearing Qin Yao's name, Fang Qin thought of the woman he had saved from the Qin family. He hadn't expected her to have grown to such a level after such a long time. "I wonder if I'll be able to meet my savior in the godly knife mountain," muttered Fang Qin. Just as Fang Qin was thinking, a group of cultivators suddenly entered the restaurant. When they saw the plump man leading the group, the cultivators in the restaurant all left. "Young Master Jiang is here." "Quickly leave," said one of the fat man's subordinates. In the blink of an eye, all the martialists in the restaurant had left. Young Master Jiang's background was too great. They couldn't afford to provoke him. "Brat, why aren't you leaving?" asked one of them icily when they saw that Fang Qin hadn't moved at all. Fang Qin glanced at young Master Jiang and snorted. He didn't say anything. His subordinate was about to berate him, but he was stopped by young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang slowly walked in front of Fang Qin. One of his subordinates was about to attack him, but what young Master Jiang said next made everyone's jaws drop. "Young Master, my name is Jiang Tian. How about we be friends?" smiled Jiang Tian. Chapter 490. "I'm sorry, I don't want to be friends with fat people." Fang Qin glanced at the fat man, Jiang Tian, and said softly. Hearing Fang Qin's words, the fat man, Jiang Tian's face, kept changing. The subordinates behind him were furious. They directly stepped forward and shouted at Fang Qin. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? It's your fortune to be friends with our young Master Jiang. How dare you refuse? You're really looking for death. There's actually someone in the Gold Mountain City who dares to call our young Master Jiang a fat person. Kid, you're dead." The subordinates roared in anger. At this moment, there were many cultivators on the streets outside the restaurant. They were all peeking inside to watch. When they heard Fang Qin's words, their faces kept changing. They all shook their heads and felt sorry for Fang Qin. The Gold Mountain City was the world of the general family. The general family was the overlord of the Gold Mountain City. Although the general family's strength was not as strong as the spiritual array mountain, it was enough to make ordinary warriors look up to them. Usually, there were not many foreign warriors in the Gold Mountain City. Most of them were local warriors. These warriors also knew of the general family's reputation and did not dare to go against them. Jiang Tian was a younger generation, disciple of the general family. It was said that Jiang Tian was the youngest son of the general family's head. His cultivation had also reached the 6th condensing reality realm. In the entire southern mountain land, Jiang Tian's strength was nothing in the younger generation. However, in the Gold Mountain City, Jiang Tian was a little overlord. Moreover, what Jiang Tian hated the most was people calling him a fat person. When Jiang Tian first entered the restaurant, he discovered that Fang Qin was not ordinary. He liked to make friends with young elites, so he took the initiative to make friends with Fang Qin. However, he did not expect that the latter would actually call him a fat person. This made Jiang Tian furious. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Say that again." Jiang Tian tried his best to calm the anger in his heart. He looked at Fang Qin and said with a smile, "I don't make friends with fat people." Fang Qin repeated when he heard that. With Fang Qin's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that Jiang Tian did not intend to befriend him. Instead, he was unable to see through Fang Qin. Therefore, he purposely used the excuse of befriending Fang Qin to probe Fang Qin. If Fang Qin's strength was inferior to his, Jiang Tian would definitely attack him. How could Fang Qin befriend a cultivator with such a temperament? Therefore, Fang Qin rejected him on the spot. However, Fang Qin's rejection completely infuriated Jiang Tian. His expression was ashen as he glared at Fang Qin with a sharp gaze. If looks could kill, then Fang Qin would have been killed by Jiang Tian. After Fang Qin said this, he picked up the teacup and continued to drink his tea. His face was calm without any fear. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian turned his head to look at his subordinates, and then nodded slightly. When his subordinates saw this, they roared furiously and attacked together. They directly launched fierce attacks at Fang Qin. Bang, bang, bang. After several loud bangs, Jiang Tian discovered that his subordinates had all fallen to the ground and were letting out miserable cries. As for Fang Qin, he seemed to have not moved at all. He continued to sit on the stool and drink his tea. "Brat, just who are you?" At this moment, Jiang Tian finally realized Fang Qin's strength. He asked solemnly, "I'm just an ordinary cultivator," said Fang Qin. Jiang Tian's expression constantly changed. In the end, he clasped his hands at Fang Qin and turned to leave the restaurant. "Brat, offending my general family is not a wise choice." The insignificant Jiang Tian was unable to enter Fang Qin's discerning eyes. With Fang Qin's current strength, he did not fear the general family. His goal was the old site of the Divine Blade Mountain's heaven-raising gate. Not long after Jiang Tian left, he returned. This time, he appeared in the restaurant with a mysterious man. "Big brother, it's him. He's the one who bullied me." Jiang Tian pointed at Fang Qin. Beside Jiang Tian, Jiang Sheng smiled playfully. He looked at Fang Qin and asked, "Brat, you dare to offend the general family in Jinshan City? It seems you have something to rely on." Fang Qin drank his tea and directly ignored Jiang Sheng's words. Jiang Tian said, "Big brother, look at how arrogant this person is. He's even ignoring you." When Jiang Sheng saw Fang Qin's appearance, he was completely infuriated. In Jinshan City, there was no one who dared to ignore him like this. "Brat, you will pay the price for your actions." Jiang Sheng roared furiously. Immediately, a wild aura filled the restaurant. Just at this moment, Fang Qin stood up. He glanced at Jiang Sheng and said, "Do you really want to force me to take action?" "So what if I do? Unless you kneel and apologize to my brother, I'll make you wish you were dead," said Jiang Sheng coldly. Fang Qin shook his head slightly. "I won't easily take action. Once I do, you won't be able to bear the consequences." When he heard Fang Qin's words, Jiang Sheng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. "In Jinshan City, there is no price that I, Jiang Sheng, cannot bear." Jiang Sheng thought that Fang Qin was deliberately putting on an act. He had already made up his mind to directly cripple Fang Qin when he took action. "All right, then let's go outside and fight," said Fang Qin. This was a restaurant, so he couldn't use his full strength. Jiang Sheng nodded and took the lead to leave the restaurant. He then went to the plaza. It was currently noon, and the plaza was packed with people. When Jiang Sheng arrived, many cultivators left the plaza. Jiang Sheng stood there, waiting for Fang Qin to arrive. "Big brother, will he take the opportunity to escape?" Jiang Tian asked worriedly when he saw that Fang Qin still hadn't arrived. "Where can he run to in Jinshan City?" Jiang Sheng grinned. Just as the two brothers were talking, Fang Qin suddenly appeared. There were no spiritual qi fluctuations coming from his body. He just floated to the plaza. "And here I thought you would be a coward," sneered Jiang Tian. "Idiot," said Fang Qin. "Brat, in this battle, I'll break your tendons and cripple your cultivation base. You won't even be able to be an ordinary person," said Jiang Sheng sinisterly. Fang Qin looked at Jiang Sheng and Jiang Tian. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and he said, "A direct battle is a bit boring. Why don't we make some prizes?" Hearing Fang Qin's words, Jiang Sheng's eyes flickered and he asked, "What kind of bet do you want to make?" In Jiang Sheng's eyes, Fang Qin was just a small prey. No matter what bet he made, it would be given to him for free. "If you lose, give me all the information your family has on the Divine Blade Mountain." Fang Qin grinned. "Brat, your ambition isn't small. You actually want to obtain all the information about Godly Blade Mountain from our general family," sneered Jiang Sheng. "This time, there are many experts going to Godly Blade Mountain. Even I don't have any certainty. So what if you obtain it? Besides, it's in my hands. Do you agree or not? Fang Qin continued to ask. And if you lose? Jiang Sheng didn't directly agree. If I lose, I'll hand over 50 million high-grade spirit stones, said Fang Qin. Since he wanted information, he naturally had to make the bet more attractive. Do you have 50 million high-grade spirit stones? Jiang Sheng's eyes brightened when he heard Fang Chen's words. But after thinking for a moment, he coldly asked. Fang Chen's wrist shook. Immediately, all his spirit stones appeared on the square. Jiang Sheng's soul swept over them and instantly discovered that there were 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Before the surrounding cultivators could be shocked, Fang Qin had already stored the spirit stones into his spatial ring. How about it? You're the #1 expert of the general family's younger generation. Don't tell me you don't dare to bet with me? Fang Qin smiled. Big brother, bet with him. That's 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Jiang Tian shouted from the side. Jiang Xing pondered for a moment, then finally nodded his head. If you're giving me 50 million high-grade spirit stones for free, I'll naturally accept it. Jiang Sheng sneered. In order to prevent Fang Qin from returning, he took out a scroll and said, All the information our family has on the Divine Blade Mountain is on this scroll. If I lose, no, I definitely won't lose. Don't even think about getting this scroll. Fang Chen's eyes brightened when he saw the scroll. If he had this scroll, it would be much easier for him to enter the Divine Blade Mountain. At first, Fang Qin did not want to become friends with Jiang Tian, but later, Fang Qin suddenly thought of this. If he could take advantage of Jiang Sheng and obtain the information, then he could escape. Even if the general family was furious, they would not be able to find him. Moreover, with his strength, it would be easy for him to escape from the Golden Mountain City. At this moment, Fang Qin was secretly excited. Jiang Sheng's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 7th condensing reality realm. In his eyes, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. Kid, prepare to die. Rumble. Following Jiang Sheng's roar, a wild aura suddenly burst out from his body. In the next moment, Jiang Sheng exploded with a powerful battle strength and directly attacked Fang Qin. Child's play. Fang Qin sneered and used the phantom sword technique. Swoosh! With Fang Chen's current strength, dealing with 8th condensing reality realm martial artist was a piece of cake. A mere 7th condensing reality realm martial artist was nothing. Kacha! Fang Chen's hidden star sword lightly collided with Jiang Sheng's fist. Jiang Sheng's body was immediately sent flying. In the eyes of outsiders, Fang Qin only lightly swung his sword, but Jiang Sheng was directly sent flying. What's going on? Jiang Tian was puzzled. Jiang Sheng did his best to stabilize himself. He roared ferociously and charged at Fang Qin again. This time, Fang Qin exploded with a wild power, completely suppressing Jiang Sheng, making it difficult for the latter to move. Only now did Jiang Sheng discover in horror that Fang Chen's strength was not something he could compare with. Damn it, you lied to me. Jiang Sheng roared angrily, but his body was unable to move. Fang Qin leisurely appeared in front of Jiang Sheng, stretched out his hand and said, Give me the scroll. I haven't lost yet. Jiang Sheng roared, trying to break free from Fang Chen's suppression, but it was useless. Crack! Fang Qin used a little force and directly crushed a bone in Jiang Sheng's arm, causing Jiang Sheng to be in great pain. Chapter 491. Hand over the scroll. Fang Chen's voice entered Jiang Sheng's ears. At this moment, Jiang Sheng's whole body was in pain. His heart was filled with shock. How could this strange man be so strong? You lied to me, Jiang Sheng roared in anger. He thought that Fang Qin was lying to him. The latter's strength was at the top even in the entire southern mountain land. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. I'll give you 3 seconds. Fang Qin said coldly. The general family probably already knew about what happened in the plaza. They must be on their way. He could not waste any more time. Once the old monsters of the general family arrived, he would be in danger. Jiang Sheng seemed to be stalling for time, but the pressure that Fang Qin gave him was too dangerous. In the end, Jiang Sheng had no choice but to hand over the scroll. Fang Chen's foot landed on Jiang Sheng's body, sending the latter flying out. When Jiang Sheng stood up, Fang Chen's figure flashed, preparing to leave the Gold Mountain City. "Kid, you offended the general family. You can't escape from the Gold Mountain City." Jiang Sheng roared in anger. At this moment, the elders of the general family arrived. When the general family heard that someone bullied the Jiang brothers in the plaza, they immediately made a decision and sent 2 elders of the early stage of the condensing reality realm. "Kid, where do you think you're going?" As soon as the 2 elders appeared, they blocked Fang Chen's path. "Kid, you stole something from the general family and still want to leave," the other elder said angrily. The 2 elders formed a pincer formation and blocked Fang Chen's path. They wanted to capture Fang Chen and bring him back. "I beat up the young, and the old jumped out. The general family is just assholes," Fang Chen sneered. "Kid with a sharp tongue," one of the elders said coldly, "let's attack together and suppress him." The 2 elders of the 8th stage of the condensing reality realm joined forces to attack Fang Chen. Their wild aura soared into the sky. These were the 2 strongest opponents Fang Chen had encountered since he came out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. He pushed his sword body to the extreme and attacked with all his strength. A giant golden sword appeared above Fang Chen's head. He immediately released his Dharma idol and then used the phantom sword technique to attack the 2 elders. Bang, 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 the hidden star sword used its absolute power to force back one of the elders. Then, Fang Chen backhanded his sword and stabbed another elder. "There's something strange about this kid." After stabilizing his body, the elder who was forced back had a slight change in expression as he roared loudly. However, it was too late. Another elder who was attacking Fang Chen was suddenly struck by Fang Chen's phantom sword technique, and his body was sent flying. Whoosh! Fang Chen turned his head and glanced at Jiang Sheng. Then his figure flashed and flew into the sky. He calmly left the Golden Mountain City. Seeing this kid escape, the 2 elders were furious and immediately chased after him. After half an hour, the 2 elders came back. Their faces were filled with anger. 2 elders at the 8th level of the condensing reality realm were chasing a young warrior, but they lost him. This made them feel very helpless. "Elders, where's that kid?" Jiang Sheng asked hurriedly when he saw the 2 elders return. The 2 elders shook their heads slightly and did not speak. This matter instantly spread throughout the Golden Mountain City. Countless warriors were guessing Fang Chen's identity. Some even guessed that Fang Chen was the top disciple of one of the 3 Stars sect. At this moment, in the general family mansion, the current head of the general family had a serious expression. After listening to Jiang Sheng and the 2 elders, he felt that this matter was a little strange. That kid could easily escape from the 2 of you. His strength is comparable to the top young geniuses of the southern mountain land. The head of the general family said, "If I catch this kid, I will definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death." One of the elders roared angrily. The head of the Jiang family pondered for a moment before saying, "If I'm not wrong, this kid shouldn't be a genius from one of those top factions. He only fought with Jiang Sheng to obtain a detailed report on the Godly Blade Mountain." "Head, what should we do now?" Jiang Sheng asked. "Our general family is already prepared. Starting tomorrow, we will advance at full speed towards the Godly Blade Mountain. This will be the opportunity for our Godly Blade Mountain to rise." The eyes of the head of the general family flashed with a trace of light. Outside the Golden Mountain City, on a plain 100 miles away, Fang Chen was advancing alone. It was naturally impossible for 2 8th-stage condensing reality realm warriors to catch up to him. If not for the fact that he was worried about the older generation warriors of the general family, Fang Chen would not have to be afraid of the 2 elders at all. Fan Chen's harvest from the trip to the Golden Mountain City was not small. He obtained detailed information about the godly Blade Mountain, which made Fan Chen very happy. At this moment, Fan Chen was advancing at full speed while opening the scroll. As soon as he opened the scroll, Fan Chen was attracted by the detailed information. Within the scroll, there was a detailed introduction of the godly Blade Mountain. After that, there was information about the method to enter the godly Blade Mountain, as well as the path. The godly Blade Mountain is indeed a dangerous place in the southern mountain land. If there is no trick, ordinary warriors will not be able to enter at all. Fan Chen looked at the scroll and could not help but sigh. Within the scroll, there were several ways to enter the godly Blade Mountain. These were methods that ordinary warriors would not be able to think of. After that, Fan Chen saw some information about the godly Blade Mountain in the scroll. After a while, Fan Chen finished reading all the scrolls. Then he put the scrolls into his interspatial ring and rushed at full speed. The godly Blade Mountain was at the edge of the southern mountain land. It was desolate and uninhabited all year round. However, the plains near the godly Blade Mountain were filled with warriors recently. These warriors were all here for the legend of the Gate of Heaven. At this moment, on the plains at the foot of the godly Blade Mountain, the Qin family head and many Qin family disciples were standing quietly. Family head, the godly Blade Mountain is incomparably dangerous. Are we going in now? Qin Yao asked in a delicate voice. At this moment, Qin Yao was wearing a tight red dress that outlined her perfect figure. On her charming face, there was a faint smile. As soon as she spoke, she attracted the attention of countless wandering warriors on the plains. They looked at Qin Yao with burning eyes. In the southern mountain land, there were many powerful geniuses who were chasing after Qin Yao. Therefore, these wandering warriors knew their limits. Although they admired Qin Yao, they did not dare to get close to her, the number one beauty of the younger generation. This was the evaluation of Qin Yao by many warriors. Qin Yao was not only beautiful, but also extremely powerful. She was able to stand out in the huge Qin family and become the benchmark of the younger generation. One could imagine how powerful Qin Yao was. In the southern mountain land, there were rumors that Qin Yao's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. However, this was only a rumor, and no one could verify it. Hearing Qin Yao's words, the Qin family head revealed a smile and said, "Our Qin family is closer to the godly Blade Mountain and came early. This is an advantage. We have to make use of this advantage and enter the godly Blade Mountain first to scout the situation." As soon as the Qin family head finished speaking, there were countless air-piercing sounds on the plains. Subsequently, a black mass of martial artists appeared on the plains. When the Qin family saw the situation, their expressions changed slightly. "It's the Wu clan," Qin Yao whispered. Among the crowd, Qin Yao saw Wu Enai who pursued her back then. "Qin family head, you are quite early." When the Wu clan arrived at the foot of the godly Blade Mountain, the old man of the Wu clan said with a smile, "Your Wu clan is not late either." The Qin family head said coldly, "Originally, the Qin family and the Wu clan did not have a harmonious relationship. Ever since Wu and I pursued Qin Yao, the relationship between the Qin family and the Wu clan had completely deteriorated. Sister Yao." Right at this moment, a martial artist beside Wu and I saw Qin Yao and called out with a smile. However, his words were ignored by Qin Yao. The Qin family head led the Qin family and entered the godly Blade Mountain. Looking at Qin Yao's enchanting figure, Wu Bing's eyes were filled with passion. "If there is an opportunity, I will help you capture Qin Yao." When Wu and I saw Wu Bing's eyes, he understood what Wu Bing was thinking and grinned. "Many thanks, then," Wu Bing replied. Subsequently, the Wu clan also entered the godly Blade Mountain. As time elapsed, the other three-star sect had also entered the godly Blade Mountain. In the end, even the martial artists from the mysterious faction had also entered the Godly Blade Mountain. These powerful sect had their own intelligence organization and could easily gather information about the Godly Blade Mountain. The Godly Blade Mountain might be abnormally dangerous, but they had already grasped the information about the Godly Blade Mountain and had other methods to enter the Godly Blade Mountain. As for the rogue martial artists, it was more troublesome. They didn't have any other methods and could only rely on their own efforts to barge in. As a result, many of them had lost their lives in the Godly Blade Mountain. However, there were still many rogue martial artists who had successfully entered the Godly Blade Mountain. After a few elite factions had entered the Godly Blade Mountain, those weaker factions had also rushed to the Godly Blade Mountain and entered the Godly Blade Mountain. At this moment, Fong Chun was still on the road. He estimated that there was still a day's journey to the Godly Blade Mountain. However, Fong Chun wasn't in a hurry. The 8th set of keys was in his hands. Without him, no one else would be able to open the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate. Half a day later, everyone from the General Clan had also entered the Godly Blade Mountain. Half a day after the General Clan entered the Godly Blade Mountain, Fong Chun arrived at the plains. There were still many rogue martial artists on the plains. They were all waiting for an opportunity. Fong Chun's appearance didn't attract the attention of the rogue martial artists. Their attention was all on the Godly Blade Mountain. Fong Chun raised his head and looked at the front of the plains. There was a majestic mountain. This mountain seemed to be connected to the sky. From time to time, an extremely wild aura would be emitted from the mountain. It was extremely dangerous. As for this mountain, it looked like a saber from afar. It was stuck horizontally in the ground and seemed to have existed for a long time.